Chapter 1 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pemaquid, a story of old times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. The wicked flee where no man pursueth. Mrs. Pickett's version. At last I breathe freely. Away down in this little eastern village of Pemaquid, I shall find a safe retreat from my enemies and persecutors. It was a happy thought that brought me here. Time, it is true, will hang heavy on my hands at first, but with all my resources and devices, I shall soon adjust myself to my new circumstances. And what are these circumstances? I spend my nights in a room that has been shut up from the profane eye for a quarter of a century. By dint of opening every window and banishing the hideous green paper curtains, the musty odour of this grim apartment is beginning to become endurable. My days I spend in a room yet more religiously closed, more grim, more musty, which rejoices in the name of parlour. Cousin Snell, as my worthy relative terms herself, has not yet recovered from the shock of my innovations, but looks on with speechless horror and amazement. She's not much of a cousin, to be sure, but one must humour her in some things. Poor creature, she may have had some colouring once, but time has faded her out till she looks like the ancient fly-specked sheet of gingerbread one sees in shop windows in out-of-the-way places. Take a broom and put upon it a dabby calico dress, and there you have her. Like all the other ladies in Pemaquid, she does her own work. Her husband, Lawyer Snell, lawyer indeed, is off to his work, whatever that may be, at 5 a.m, bearing huge sections of pie for his dinner. How these Yankees eat pie! As for my beloved cousin Snell, her range of thought is unspeakably narrow. To get breakfast, to get dinner, to get supper, to make bread, cake, and pie, to go to meeting twice on Sunday, and on one evening in the week conference. Behold her life. A wholesome break in this monotony is my sudden advent with my wardrobe, which she reveres, my letting the sunlight into her coffin-like rooms, and all my works and ways, the sight of which fills her with silent awe. I shall live here gratis as long as I can. Then, when I become boarder instead of guest, I shall have to resort to strategy. It will not be very hard to circumvent a creature as weak as Deborah Snell. For one thing, I must pretend to great sanctity. These Puritans, though no better than any other people, make great parade of their piety, and wear it round in wondrous pomp and vanity. I flatter myself that I can play the hypocrite as well as they. The trouble will be with Juliet. That amiable child may be in my way. There is a fine-looking man at meeting every Sunday, as straight as a poplar, with an eye as clear as a lake, and a forehead as white as snow, set off against a cheek reddened and browned by the sun. Will do if I can find no higher game. Yes, Squire Woodford, you have the honour of being my prospective almoner, if you did but know it. Widowers always marry again, and I shall take him by storm, if I choose. There are 2 children, one a gawky boy, the other a little mouse of a girl, with exquisite blue eyes, a mass of golden ringlets, and a complexion that even I envy. It would be the easiest thing in the world to worry her out of the house, but I do not know about the boy. Lawyer Snell is in the habit of making a long prayer through his nose every evening, an act he designates as family worship. Fortunately, I have still a few novels, as yet unread, with which I can amuse myself, while devoutly kneeling at my wooden chair. Juliet is far more ill-mannered, for she sits in hers reading openly. My dear cousins are too wrapped in devotion to observe our little peculiarities. Going to meeting is more of a bore than this pious custom, as I can't take books there, and I must sit and listen to the Reverend Adoniram Strong only in name. He rolls the thunders and flashes the lightnings of the law upon us in a most vainglorious way. He and his wife have been here to call on me. 2 seedier mortals it would be hard to find. And as to their sanctimony, well, good taste before all things, I say. She is a little pat of butter, round and unctuous, always giggling, and then catching herself up as if laughter were a sin. He is a tall, lean, hungry-eyed mortal who fasts and prays till one can count his ribs. Then there are Deacon Johnson and his wife, and they must needs call too. Goodness, can I be I? With all my accomplishments, all my good looks, pinned down for life to such associates as these. What have I done that I should be banished from regions where I could support myself in luxury, and forced to hide my head in this obscure retreat? Yes, what have I done? Who can prove anything against me? My husband might have had his suspicions. Of course, his mercenary relatives took care that he should. But nobody knows my story, just as it is, or ever will know it. Ah, there's that babbling Polly Hanson has put 2 and 2 together and might get me into trouble. But there are 1,000 miles between us now, and if there were not, I would defy her to her face. The truth is, I'm the victim of circumstances. Why did my parents bring me up to value money beyond everything in heaven above and the earth beneath, and persuade me, a young, giddy, inexperienced girl, to marry that suspicious, miserly old fox? What could come of such a marriage but dissension and misery? And now I am driven forth, homeless and almost penniless, who expected to be soon rid of my burden and left with a fortune fit for a princess. Until he dies, I cannot marry again, and the tough old creature may live these 10 years, who knows? And they track me from city to city, overthrow all my schemes for supporting myself, and almost drive me to distraction. Well, I must live, and must get round somebody somehow. My poor father and mother, I suppose I broke their hearts for them, but it was their own fault. They brought me up to all I did. Keziah Millett's version. Have I come home for good? No, I haven't come home for good. Am I sick? Well, did you ever know me to be sick? Now, mother, you just stop asking questions and let me ask you a few. Ain't I been a white slave to the squire ever since Miss Woodford died? Ain't I a master hand at knocking off work? Did you ever see any apple dowdy equal to mine? Ain't my pot pies fit for King George, if he is a king? Why, I've made pies enough to carpet the whole town if I had 'em all together at once. And as for bread and biscuits, why, they've ate 1,000 apiece if they've ate one. And ain't I been as good as a mother to them children? Haven't I walked the house with them nights when they was babies? Haven't I watched for every tooth they cut? Haven't I carried 'em through the measles and the whooping cough, and had 'em inoculated for the smallpox? You're getting bewildered, and don't see what I'm running on about, but you wish I'd sit down like a Christian, instead of rampaging round the room like a beef critter. Well, I've heaved over a good deal of ballast, and feel easier, and I believe I will sit down and begin at the beginning. You see, one evening, just as Lawyer Snell and Miss Snell was a-sitting down to tea, the stage drove up to the door, and out steps a fine lady and a little girl. Miss Snell, she had an old yellow bandana handkerchief round her neck, and hadn't no front piece on, nor no cap, and there was her old grey hair a-showing. And Lawyer Snell, he hadn't no coat on, for it was a hot day, and he'd been a-digging round some trees, and his shirt sleeves was about the colour of mud. And here was this great lady a-knocking at the door. "You open it," says Miss Snell, "while I put on my front piece and cap." "Open it yourself, while I put on my coat and wash my hands," says he. And then, before you could say Jack Robinson, in came the lady, walks up to Miss Snell and hugs and kisses her, and calls her dear cousin. Miss Snell, she couldn't think of nothing but her front piece and 2 cracked cups and saucers on the table. And oh, if she only had her best Sunday go-to-meeting clothes on, and her best tea set out. And why hadn't she mistrusted something, and stirred up a loaf of cake, she wanted to know. But la, my lady said what a nice cosy house it was, and what delicious bread and butter, and what a picture Pemaquid was, to be sure. And when Miss Snell whipped out of the room and popped on her front piece and best cap, my lady cries out, "You don't mean to cover that exquisite grey hair of yours with the frisette as black as horsehair? Why, you are quite a picture in your exquisite grey hair." Miss Snell, she was well nigh tickled to death, and then they got to talking, and my lady, she said her name was Pickett, and that she had married young and been left a widow, and in her sorrow and sadness had bethought herself of her dear cousin at Pemaquid, and had come 1,000 miles to see her. But I ain't got no cousins, said Miss Snell. The nearest to it was Miss Griggs, and she was only a second cousin. Yes, and that was my mother, says Miss Pickett, and how she used to talk about you. And if ever you get into any kind of trouble, my child, she would say, go to Pemaquid, where Deborah Snell lives, who's the best and kindest and dearest woman in the world. Miss Snell disremembered ever seeing Miss Griggs, and was dreadfully ashamed of herself when she found her cousin thought so much of her. And she felt proud that such a beautiful dressed lady should cross her humble threshold, them's her very words, and she went and made up the bed in the parlour chamber, and got out her best towels, and drawed a pitcher of water out of the cistern, and filled the best pitcher, and Miss Pickett said she was tired and would retire early. Retire indeed! The next morning Miss Snell got up at 4 o'clock, and if there wasn't all the green paper curtains a-setting out in the entry, and about 8 o'clock Miss Pickett comes down a-smiling, and said she wasn't used to sleeping on feathers, and had had a restless night, but she had opened all the windows and let in all the air she could, and expected to sleep beautifully in future. Miss Snell was nigh upon fainting away when she heard that the sun was a-shining onto her parlour chamber carpet, and the flies lighting on her best dimity quilt, and her mother's old easy-chair. And then Miss Pickett says, all so sweet, will you show me the parlour? And goes in and slams open the blinds and makes it as light as day, and sits down there and goes to sewing. And Juliet, that's the little girl, walked about on the sofa and reached over and handled all Miss Snell's elegant books as if they were her own. Miss Snell didn't dare to say a word, but she felt almost beat out. And she came over to our house to see if we'd got any beeswax, and says she, Keziah Millett, we've got the elegantest lady at our house you ever see. She sits in the parlour, if you'll believe me, and my best carpet is a fading dreadful. But she's only come to make a little visit, and I suppose city folks is different to people in Pemaquid. Well, I didn't mistrust nothing, and I lent her half a loaf of bread, because she had bad luck with hern, what with her frustration about having them windows all hove open. But every day she kept expecting Miss Pickett would go away, and when she didn't, it was a comfort to the poor soul to come and tell me about it. She thinks everything of me, Miss Snell does, and by degrees she let out that she was beginning to be afraid Miss Pickett wasn't living consistent. She didn't keep fast day at all, but ate everything just the same as other days, and wouldn't touch the beautiful bean soup that the rest of 'em lived on. And they never see her reading her Bible neither. Miss Snell thought she ought to be faithful to her, but was afraid to, and it was a burden on her conscience. She asked me what she ought to do, and says I, ask her if she enjoys religion. I will, says she. So the next Sunday she just up and asked her. Enjoy religion, says Miss Pickett. Of course I do. I enjoyed of all things. I suppose city folks enjoyed in a different way from country folks, says Miss Snell. Don't city folks do no fasting? Why, no, they do feasting, says Miss Pickett. Well, I never, says Miss Snell. The people in Pemaquid would no more eat pie or cake or anything solid on church fast day than they'd fly. Bean soup is all we allow ourselves, and old Miss Weed and Deacon Stone and Miss Harris and lots of others never eat a morsel of anything all day long. How often do you have 'em? Says she. The church fast is once in 3 months, and the state fast once a year, says Miss Snell. How queer, says Miss Pickett. It's not at all queer, says Miss Snell. It's as solemn as the grave. Why, we go away into our bedrooms and get down on our knees and mourn over our sins till you might wring water out of our handkerchiefs. I had no idea there were any such dreadful sinners in this innocent-looking little village, says Miss Pickett. As to that, says Miss Snell, getting fiery, as who wouldn't, we're angels, wings and all, compared with city folks, from all I've heard. Miss Pickett looked as if she wanted to say something, but held in. She's the greatest hand at holding in I ever see. It was the 1st of June she came to Pemaquid, and when it got well into July, Miss Snell began to feel as if it was about time her dear cousin went away. The girl hadn't her mother's faculty at holding her tongue, and she told Lawyer Snell to his face that he was an old hypocrite, and she told Miss Snell that she wasn't nothing but a cook and didn't know bee from a broomstick. So Miss Pickett, she comes a-prowling over to our house. "And how's that lovely little prodigy of yours, Miss Keziah?" says she. "My name's Keziah," says I, "and I ain't got no prodigy." "Oh, I mean no offence," says she, "but my heart went out to that angelic child the first time I saw her," says she. "Do you mean our Ruth?" says I. "She ain't no angelic child. She's just little Ruth Woodford, if it's all the same to you," says I. "You see, there's no coming round me, mother." "I thought the little creature might be lonely," says she, "and would like to run over and play with my little daughter," says she. "I guess Ruth Woodford ain't lonely when she's got Keziah Millett all to herself," says I. "The squire might be lonely at all events," says she. "Do you think he'll marry again, my good woman?" "I dare say he'd have you if you asked him," says I. "Dear me, you're quite a character," says she, "and I do love transparency." So then she slouched away on her soft toes, and I could have killed her. Is that a Christian spirit? No, of course it ain't a Christian spirit. Don't I wish I wasn't so outspoken? No, I'm glad I'm outspoken. I wouldn't be a mealy-mouthed, sugar and honey kind of creature like that Miss Pickett if I was to suffer. But don't you see why I'm so mad, nor what I've come home for? No, you never do see nothing. That's what makes you so even. It's easy enough to be even when you don't see nothing. And I might have known 'twa'n't no use to expect you'd be the least grain of comfort to me in my time of trouble. You're sorry you ain't bright like I be? So be I. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss. Oh, what a tangled web we weave, when first we practice to deceive. Ruth Woodford's version. I am only a little girl, not quite 13 years old. I'm small of my age, and backward, but I always took to writing. And when you feel bad about anything you cannot talk to anybody about, I think it is a good plan to go to the store and buy a little blank book. Not a dear one, but a cheap one, and put down in it some of your troubles. Perhaps children with mothers may not need such books. And to be sure, I have Keziah, and I used to tell her everything, but now I cannot. I shall be ashamed to let anyone see this book. It will be so full of bad grammar and bad spelling. If anybody ever does see it, with good grammar and good spelling, it will be because one of my grandchildren went and copied it out. I wouldn't have anyone suppose I am anything but a very ignorant, backward little girl. My mother died when I was 3 years old. I did not miss her much because she never had been well enough to take care of me. I slept in a crib by the side of Keziah's bed, and she washed and dressed and fed me till I was old enough to take care of myself. She did all the work in the house besides. People said she was cross-grained, and that nobody but my father could get along with her, but he always had a soft answer when she was contrary, and she used to tell me almost every day that he had the temper of an angel. If it hadn't been for her, I should have been very lonely, and indeed, as it was, I often used to wish I had a little sister. That was very wrong. I had no business to want things God did not think it best to give me. But my father was out all day, looking after the farm. He is a justice of the peace, besides. I do not know what that means, and perhaps I ought to have spelt it with a capital J. My brother Samuel used to follow him round wherever he went, and I followed after Keziah. I went out with her to milk the cows, and I watched her when she skimmed the milk, and stood by her while she churned. And between whiles she used to tell me stories out of the Bible. When I got old enough to read it myself, I missed a good many things out of it that she said were there. The stories did not seem half as long, nor half so wonderful as they did when I heard them as I followed her about, hearing a little here and a little there. One day, it was late in August, and the doors and windows were open. I was sitting on the steps of the porch, listening to one of Kezia's stories while she washed the breakfast dishes. You see, the Lord didn't think it was healthy for Elijah to eat dinner, said she, so he only sent the ravens to feed him twice a day. What did he send him? Says I. I knew as well as she did, but I liked to hear it just the same. Well, he sent him a nice piece of beefsteak for his breakfast, said she, and a great large piece of bread to eat with it. How large was the bread? Well, about as large as that yellow bowl, I guess. Oh, Kezia, you said the other day it was only a slice. Did I? Well, maybe I hadn't read my Bible so careful as I ought to. What with one thing and another, I don't read it much nowadays. That's a fact. But what's Lawyer Snell a-comin' here for, I should like to know? Good morning, Kezia. Is that you? Says Lawyer Snell, driving up close to the door. Yes, it's me. Who else should it be, for pity's sake? And how is my young friend Ruth this morning? He went on. My wife's cousin is at my house, as you know, and nothing will do but she must have the poor motherless child to spend the day with her. She's so fond of children, my wife's cousin is. Ruth is motherless, as you say, but I don't see that that's your business, or anybody's business but hers. I guess I can see through a millstone when it's all holes. There were 2 little pink spots on Kezia's cheeks by this time, and she dashed about the porch and the kitchen till she was everywhere at once. Lawyer Snell only smiled. I'll come up for her in half an hour, says he. You fix her up in her go-to-meeting clothes against I come for her. I ain't in the habit of having 2 masters, said Kezia. When the squire tells me to send her over to your house, it'll be time enough to fix her up. Anyhow, her everyday clothes is as good as your wife wears on the Sabbath. I see the squire, and he said she could go, said Lawyer Snell. So Kezia dressed me and curled my hair round her fingers and pulled it dreadfully, groaning all the time and saying, Oh, your poor Pa, your poor Pa. What is the matter with Pa? I asked her. A woman's the matter with him, or will be. Don't mind what I say. If you'd just as lief cut off my hair, I'd just as lief have you, I said. You do hurt me so. La, if I haven't pulled out a whole handful. Well, that's better than busting, and I should have burst in 40,000 pieces if I hadn't take hold of something, tooth and nail. To think how nice everything was going on, and nobody a-comin' between you and me, nor me and your Pa. She took me in her arms and sat down on the doorstep and rocked back and forth as people do who've got the colic. Ruth, says she at last, do you remember your own Ma? I said I didn't know. I thought she was all dressed in white, and there was 2 wings growing out of her shoulders, and she had a harp in her hand and was flying up to heaven. Oh dear, to think the child don't remember her own Ma, and has mixed her all up with an angel now. Well, mind what I say, Ruth. Your own Ma was just as different from that woman you're going to see as black's different from white. But she'll come round you. She'll come round you. I couldn't understand what Kezia meant, but I liked very much to go out to spend the day, and I liked Mrs. Pickett, Mrs. Smith's cousin, better than anybody I knew, for she was very kind to me all day long, and told me stories, and played have tea, and said I was such a dear little girl, and how sorry my own mother must have been to have to go away and leave me. And then she had a little girl, too, not so big as I was, but such a nice little girl, with black eyes and brown hair, and we played together like 2 twins, for Mrs. Pickett said so. The next day, just after dinner, Mrs. Pickett came walking in with her little girl by the hand. My father was sitting in his chair, half asleep, for he always took a little nap after dinner. He started up, quite confused when he heard Mrs. Pickett's voice. I am afraid I have disturbed you, Squire Woodford, she said softly. I never dreamed of your being at home, or I should not have ventured to intrude. But your little daughter must be my apology. We were so charmed with her yesterday. A most uncommon child. She is like her mother, said my father, much gratified. Come here, Ruth. He took me in his arms and looked down at me in his loving way. She tells me she does not go to school, said Mrs. Pickett. The Woodfords do not take to their books, he said, and there is no good school here. Ah, you think school is a disadvantage. I agree with you, said Mrs. Pickett. The freshness and innocence of childhood is only too apt to disappear in an artificial atmosphere. I thought of proposing, but I fear it is an intrusion. In fact, I am in the habit of instructing my little Juliet myself, in preference to seeing her contaminated among other children. And, as I expect to be here during the summer, it occurred to me, and my cousin, Mrs. Snell, approves of the plan. It occurs to me that it would be an advantage to Juliet to have your little Ruth as a companion in her studies. You are very kind, said my father. Very kind indeed. If the distance were not so great— Oh, the distance is the merest trifle, cried Mrs. Pickett. I walk twice as far every day. Of course, my plan was to give the lessons here, not to propose that Ruth should come to me. It is really very kind, said my father. I hardly know what answer to make, but I cannot consent to your coming here. I can arrange it so as to send Ruth to you. I do not feel quite free to act in Mr. Snell's house as if it were my own, she said. So, if you please, the lessons shall be here. So she came every day, and was so sweet, and seemed to love me so that I loved her dearly. I talked about her to my father and Kezia said she'd weaned my heart from her, but that I should come to my senses before I was a month older. Mrs. Pickett was very sad a great deal of the time, and said it was a dreadful thing not to have any home, and to have to live on strangers. She always came just as father was rousing up from his nap, and she often brought a Bible with her, and asked him his opinion of some of the texts. Nothing pleases father like studying up the Bible, and they would get so taken up with commentaries and such books that us girls got no lesson at all, and went out and played in the garden or down in the orchard. I never had been so happy in my life, and never saw father brighten up so. Mrs. Pickett proceeds. Cousin Snell will have a sweet season of mourning over her sins next fast day. She burst into my room this morning in a perfect fury, armed with an empty raisin box. There! She cried. Do you see that box? I replied that I was not blind. Well, that girl of yourn has ate up all my raisins that I was saving for mince pies, and flesh and blood can't stand it no longer. Bolts and bars ain't nothing to her. I can't put my cake or pies or sweetmeats anywhere but what she'll find 'em. And if you don't stop it, I'll put poison into everything, as dear as everything is now, to eat a whole box of raisins. I had no idea you had so much fire in you, I said, much amused. Whereupon she began to cry. You have such a faculty of leading me into temptation, she said, covering her face with her apron. Since you came here, I've got to be an awful backslider, and don't enjoy religion at all. I should not think you were in a very holy state when you talked, just now, of murdering my poor little girl for nibbling at sweet things. All children do that. It's no such thing. There ain't a thief among all the children in Pemaquid. Well, I'll have a new lock put on every door in the house, and keep the key in my pocket. And for my part, I wish you'd hunt up a home for yourself somewhere else. You've lived on us till we're sick and tired of you. Me and Pa's both agreed that the sooner you go, the better. Why, you two has as good as took the bread out of our children's mouths. Now, as the children are all married, and do not live at home, this statement did not overwhelm me. I expected something of this sort, I replied, and was on the point of suggesting that we should remain here as boarders. What'll you pay?" she cried. "I am not prepared at present to state the precise sum," I returned. "I should be proper glad to make a little money," she said. "We're getting old and ought to lay by something against a rainy day." Her old eyes fairly glistened. "It is hard upon me, being a widow, to have to pay my own relatives for such food as I have had since we came here," I said, at last beginning to lose my temper. After all the flatteries I had bestowed on this woman, it was hard to find they had not touched her heart. "Such victuals, did you say?" she burst forth. "Well, it's the first time I've heard a word against my victuals. You and your young one have been living on the bread of charity all summer, and now you call it such victuals." I began to realize now why you Pemaquidders have so many fasts. That is, if there are many such termagants among you as I see before me, I remarked quietly, having quite recovered my self-control, whereupon the old fossil began to cry again. "Yes," she said, in a subdued tone, "I've been showing an unchristian spirit not becoming to a member of the church. But you are the aggravatingest old, well, I can't think of no name but she-devil. You'd make the angel Gabriel swear, Kezia Millet says, with your ways like a cat, and your mean spirit a-comin' and living on us like a blood-sucker, Kezia says, and a-prowling round the squire and palavering him out of his wits." "Now, Cousin Snell," I sweetly began, "it is vulgar to quarrel, and commonplace. Anybody can do it, but there are few who can keep the peace when irritated. Now, let us become friends again, and perhaps we can be of mutual service to each other." I held out my soft white hand, into which she reluctantly put her hard, bony, grimy one. "Can you keep a secret?" I asked solemnly. "Yes," with eager curiosity. "Will you promise never to betray me if I confide in you, remembering how you'll feel next fast day if you break your word?" "I hope I may die if I break it," was her reply. "Very well. I expect in time to become Mrs. Woodford." "So Kezia says." "I am not particularly fond of hearing quotations from Kezia," I returned. "If there's any chance of your marrying the squire, you'd be a fool to make an enemy out of Kezia, for there ain't her equal anywhere. She can do as much work as 10 common women, and never seem to be doing nothing. I never see nobody like her. She can lift a barrel of flour as easy as you could your work-bag, and there ain't nothing she wouldn't do for them she cottons to. But, my, I wouldn't have her for an enemy." "Nor would I. I shall do everything to conciliate her. See now, how quickly I have made you forget my ebullition of anger." "I hain't forgot it, and I hain't forgot that you've turned up your nose at my victuals, and me as good a housekeeper as anyone in Pemaquid." "I said nothing about your housekeeping. I referred to the scarcity of good nourishing food, and the superabundance of pies and the like. It was foolish in me to make any allusion to the food, for I'm sure it is very nicely cooked, and your bread and butter are perfect." "Well, now you talk reasonable," she said, recovering her good humour. "And do you really think you shall manage to catch the squire?" "Yes, I do, if you don't stand in my light by putting it into Kezia's head that such is my plan. And when you stand in my light, you stand in your own. Don't you see what an advantage it would be to you to have a cousin with plenty of money right across the street? Don't you see that if I am to pay you for my board, I must marry a man who has a plenty for me to do it with?" "Haven't you got any money at all?" "Yes, I have a trifle, but how far would that go toward repaying you for all you have done for me?" "Do you mean that you expect to pay me for the whole time you've been here?" "Certainly." "Why, me and Pa, we thought you were just making a convenience of us." "It is not strange the simple creatures thought so, but I am changing my tactics now that there is war in the camp. The squire is easy to come round," she said musingly, "but Kezia ain't. She's dead set against you. Of course, don't you see that she is aspiring to become Mrs. Woodford herself? Why, no, I never thought of such a thing. That would account for her hating you so. She has no other reason for hating me. I never did her any harm, and never intend to. And don't you think it would be disgraceful for a man of Squire Woodford's position to marry his servant? Do you call Kezia Millet a servant? She shrieked. Why, she's as respectable in her way as you are in yourn, but she ain't exactly a lady, and you air. Now, I have no more idea that Kezia Millet is setting her cap for the squire than she is setting it for me. There's nothing bold about the young woman. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. The mind is its own place and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Lawyer Snell's version. I saw through this Mrs. Pickett in a minute, but wife did not. She wound wife round her finger, and now we've been talking it over together, this scheme of hers to marry the squire, and I don't see as it's any business of ours to interfere. He's 38 years old, and ought to know his own mind. Still, if he comes to me and asks me, point blank, if I think she'd bring up his children in the fear of the Lord and make a happy home for him, I couldn't in conscience say yes. But he won't come. He'll manage the whole thing himself, or rather this woman will manage it for him. I'm sorry for the squire. And if I could afford it, I would give him a warning. But I can't afford it. Here we have had these two upon us all summer, eating and drinking and sleeping, and that bad child devouring everything wife sets most store by. We ought to be paid handsomely for their board, for the damage done to carpets, and for all the child has pilfered. But it goes against my conscience to think of that innocent young female child Ruth Woodford's falling into the hands of this designing woman, and living under the same roof with Juliet Pickett. What ought I to do, if it wasn't for the money? What an ungodly thing, to do evil to get a home and perhaps ruin that home. Mrs. Pickett has a very bad heart, and her selfishness runs into cruelty. It is cruel to enter a peaceful home merely for her own purposes. I despise selfishness, and if I could afford it, I would unmask her to the squire. But we must be paid, and I see no other way for it. We are getting old, and need a great many little comforts young people can do without. There's the sill of the barn door needs renewing, and we need a chaise to take us to meeting. Still, if the squire asks me, I think I ought to tell him. And suppose he doesn't, wouldn't he rather pay me $100 down than have that tricksy woman for his wife? Of course he would. It ain't so bad an idea, Joshua Snell. You might make the most money that way, and pacify your conscience into the bargain. I'll go and see what wife says. Mrs. Pickett proceeds. The squire has at last, as Deborah Snell says, give in. I found my game had to run down. The number of prayer meetings and fasts I have attended in my pursuit has been appalling. I've met him accidentally at least 50 times. I've got caught in the rain at his house about as many more. I've borrowed his fusty, musty books again and again. I have flattered Ruth and put up with Samuel. And I can have a home of my own at any moment I choose. The squire has fasted and prayed over his side of the question, poor superstitious prig that he is, and thinks I am sent him from the Lord to bring up his children. But there is still an obstacle in the way. Old Griggs may be living. I do not believe he is, but still, if he is, I should get myself into a most dangerous plight by marrying another man. It is true that cessation of persecution has awakened the hope that old Griggs is dead, but I do not know it. If I had the means, I would go and find out the truth, for I cannot risk writing. Why didn't I die before I was born into this world of care and trouble? I'm distracted with the part I have to play, but with a respectable home of my own, I could be happy. Old Griggs is 70 years old today, if he is alive, but I do not believe he is. I'm not wicked enough to marry another man when I have a husband living. That would be a greater and more desperate crime than I have yet been guilty of. But I am weary of the struggle to keep up. I long for rest. If I had anyone to consult, but I have no one. I haven't a friend in the world except the squire. Lawyer Snell again. That female, driven to desperation, has made a confidant of me. She is a cheat, as I have said all along. Her name is not Pickett. She married an old man named Griggs. He is as rich as a Jew. He turned her out of his house in a fit of jealousy, and has hunted her from place to place. If she knew he was dead, she would marry the squire. But I tell her she need not do that for a support, because the law entitles her to a portion of Griggs' estate. It is worth my while to go and investigate. What a relief it will be if Mrs. Pickett, Griggs I mean, is left so well off that she can afford to pay us handsomely for her board, as I then could afford in my turn to save the squire from marrying a woman whose antecedents are doubtful, to say the least of it, and whose principles are far from being sound. I start on my journey tomorrow, having hired money for the purpose, and trusting to Providence for repayment. Reverend Mrs. Strong reflects. I feel very uneasy about Squire Woodford. This widow, that none of us knew anything about, is besieging him day and night. He says she would make such a good mother to his children if he can persuade her to accept that position. Persuade her indeed, as if she has thought of anything else since she came here, and to think of her taking the place of Love Woodford, my precious, ever-to-be-lamented friend. Oh, how can men make such blunders, especially such men as the squire, who consults the Lord about everything, just as little innocent children talk to their mothers. She can't spoil our dear Ruth. The child's principles are past uprooting, but she can make her miserable. She will drive Samuel out of the house. He hates a hypocrite beyond anything, and I can't make my husband see all this. He says the squire will be a lucky man if he gets such a cultivated woman to educate his children. As to Keziah, poor thing, how was she like to give up the reins she has held so long? And she had everything just as Love did, and made the squire so comfortable that I'm sure he would never have thought of marrying again if this artful woman hadn't put it into his head. To be sure, she is a beauty, but he wouldn't be caught by that. Mrs. Pickett proceeds. This afternoon I received a visit from the Reverend Mrs. Strong, who has appeared in quite a new character. Mrs. Pickett, she began, you have not been long enough in Pemaquid to get at its heart. Now I was born and brought up here, and know every man, woman, and child in the village, and Love Woodford, the squire's wife, was one of those saintly characters you read about in books, but don't meet very often out of them. She lived and moved and had her being in the Lord Jesus Christ. And the squire, as pure and good a man as ever lived, caught her spirit while she lived, and her mantle when she died. But he has his weak sides, and is easily taken in, or, to put it more truly, he is so guileless that he can't believe in guile in others. We all know, for Pemaquid is like one family, as it were, that you can marry him tomorrow if you choose. But ask your own conscience. Are you the woman to lead Love Woodford's children heavenward? Are you the woman to join the squire in his fireside piety, his benevolent deeds among the poor and afflicted, and to be loved and admired by us all, as he is loved and admired? Oh, Mrs. Pickett, I speak to you as with Love Woodford's voice. Spare her husband, spare her children. Let that home be the Christian home it always has been. Never was I so shaken by mingled emotions of indignation, admiration, and shame. To think that this little woman, in her shabby clothes, had read me through and through. To think how the fear of God had robbed her of all fear of man. To think of the depth of earnestness in that small frame. I longed to pour out upon her all the vials of my wrath, but policy forbade it, and I maintained an exasperating silence which left her in a most awkward position. "Have you nothing to say to me?" she at last asked. Impertinent interference deserves no answer, I replied. She coloured painfully. Could I have been impertinent when I came to you right from my knees before God? She asked, in such a tone of heartfelt grief that mine smote me. Then I ask your pardon, she added, and went meekly and sorrowfully away. I watched her as she passed down the street and said, Almost thou persuadest me to be a Christian. Ruth proceeds. I love Mrs. Pickett more and more, and I'm very sorry for her too. She seems so unhappy. There isn't anything in the world I wouldn't do for her. She says it is so hard not to have any home or any money, so I pray to God to give them to her, and He will. Just as I had got so far, Mrs. Pickett came for my lessons. She seemed sadder than usual and told my father that Lawyer Snell had been trying to recover some property that belonged to her late husband, but that it was so tied up there was no getting at it. My father's tender heart was touched by her grief, and he told us little girls to run away and play. By and by he called us back and said, Ruth, my child, how would you like to have our friend Mrs. Pickett come and live with us? Oh, very much indeed, father, and poor little Juliet too. You are all too kind to the widow and the orphan, said Mrs. Pickett, and there were no more lessons that day. Then I went into the kitchen and told Keziah. She turned round and looked at me, and then threw a pan of biscuits she had just taken from the oven into the water pail. Keziah, are you crazy? I said. You've thrown away the biscuits. It ain't me that's crazy, she said. It's somebody else, and there's more than biscuits throwed away. And so you've forgot your own ma, and are tickled to death you think you're a-going to have a new one. Well, children will be children, and widows will be widows, and that's all I've got to say about it. A new ma, I cried out. Oh, Keziah, you don't know anything about it. She said she hadn't no home and no money, and the Snells were tired of her, and I pitied her, and father pitied her, and asked her to come here to live, but he didn't say nothing about a new ma. Then Keziah began to sing, and this is what she said, making it up as she went along. Perhaps it's silly to write it down, but I don't know anybody else who sings as often as she does. She sings when she feels cross, and when she's unhappy, and when she's happy. She sings on Thanksgiving days, and sometimes, though not on purpose, even on fast days. Well, Keziah, here's the squire, gone and set his house afire. Blessed angels, fly away. Evil creatures come to stay. We must watch and fast and pray. At least I suppose she calls it singing, but she gets her voice up to E sharp, Lawyer Snell says, and he ought to know, for he pitches the tunes at conference meetings. When she got through, she liked her rhymes so much that she went over them 3 or 4 times. I think myself they're often as good as Mother Goose. When she stopped at last, she said, Now run away, you little goose, run away before I go clear distracted and demented. You asked her, did you? It was you that put your poor pa up to courting her, was it? Well, I am beat. By this time, her pink spots were like 2 live coals, and she began to cry. I cried too, because I always cried when other folks did. But I did not know what I had done that was naughty. Samuel came in while we were crying, and wanted to know what was the matter. We're crying because we ain't got nothing to wear to the wedding, said Keziah in a glum voice. What wedding? Your pa's and your new ma's. You needn't tell me my father's going to have that old hypocrite, cried Sam. I know better. I guess he's got a little mite of common sense. She's going to have him at any rate, said Keziah, and she won't let the grass grow under her feet till it's done. La, her wedding dress is all made, I'll warrant. Samuel made a horrible face and went out and began to split wood. I shan't want any supper, said he. The next day, Lawyer Snell came driving down as gay as could be, and he and my father were shut up together 2 or 3 hours. After he'd gone, my father walked up and down, and I heard him sigh a good many times. I hope I've done right, he kept saying to himself. I hope I've chosen a good mother for my children. But he seemed uneasy and as near to being worried as he could be. It wasn't long before there was a wedding, sure enough, and Mrs. Pickett came home to our house to live, and Juliet came too. I declare, said Keziah, if your new ma ain't a rummaging amongst all your own ma's things. She's clearing out all the bureau drawers and all the closets, and a putting her finery in. It's enough to make your own ma rise from her grave. And that young one has got your ma's work-basket a-dragging it all over the house. Oh dear me. Today my new mother asked me if I knew what father shut himself up 3 times a day for, and if it was to count money. I said I knew what it was for, but did not like to tell. Then she said she would punish me severely if I did not tell. I waited as long as I dared, and then I said very low, He is praying. Praying? What for? Is anything worrying him? It isn't worry that makes him pray, I said. He loves to pray. All good people do, don't you? That was a very rude question, she said. A little while afterward, we were all sitting together, and Juliet got angry with me and slapped me in the face. My father saw it. He never happened to see her do that before. The next time I was alone with him, he said, My little daughter, are you very unhappy? I was not at all unhappy just at that minute. How could I be when he was putting his arms round me and looking so kind? And if I had complained about anything, it would have troubled him, and he had trouble enough without me. I want to ask my little girl a few questions, he went on. Are you ever tempted to strike Juliet when she strikes you? Oh, no, father. When she stole the pocket piece that your own mother left you, had you any vindictive feelings? I was not sure I knew what vindictive meant. If it meant that I wanted her to be whipped, then I hadn't. It is bad enough to be whipped myself, especially when I did not know what it was for. But I did not tell father that. It might be a temptation to him to get angry with my new mother. You have been brought up to fear God. Does hearing other people make a jest of divine things weaken that fear in the very least? No, father, not in the very least. It never will. Hush, don't say that. We are very weak creatures, and children are greatly under the influence of their elders. Say that you will pray every day of your life to have Almighty God in constant reverence, as becomes his holy name. I don't think I can ever forget how he looked at me, as if he would look me through. The very next day, we children were all in the kitchen together, and Juliet got angry with me and pulled my hair till the tears rolled down my cheeks. It wasn't crying, it was only tears rolling down. Then Keziah flew at Juliet like a tiger, only I never saw a tiger, and boxed her ears soundly. Juliet set up a dreadful scream, and her mother came hurrying out to see what the matter was. She never said a word, but walked to the closet, took out a mince pie, and gave it to Juliet. Now, there's nothing puts Keziah out like seeing children eat between meals, and my new mother knew it. And Keziah knew that if Juliet ate a whole mince pie, she would have a sick spell in the night and keep everybody awake. And sure enough, she was sick, for as I sleep with her, I know all about it. And Keziah, poor thing, had to get up and heat water and hunt for peppermint. And father got up too and dressed himself, for he could not sleep in such an uproar. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. Look on this picture, and on this. Mrs. Woodford proceeds. At last I have a hearth and a home of my own, but at what a price! Joshua Snell learned that my cruel husband was dead, but he also learned, as I ought to have foreseen he would, the sight of my story told by my enemies. He has come to hold falsehood I cannot confront over my head. As to the estate of old Griggs, he had blundered a large part of it away, and Snell advises me not to put in a claim for any part of it, on the ground that I am only safe while concealed. I seem fated to have no rest in this world. Any day the Snells may let loose against me these vile rumours. Deborah, with her husband's help, has made me out a large bill for board, to which she has added the price of various articles broken by Juliet in her tantrums. Now money is the last thing to be had. The people here make trades, as they call it, with the productions of their farms, but Deborah declines to trade with me, and insists on being paid forthwith. I shall reconstruct affairs in the kitchen, putting them on a more economical foundation, and every cent the squire gives me for household expenses shall go to my rapacious relative, who, as I knew of course, all along is next to no relation. Then Lawyer Snell has presented a fearful bill for travelling expenses in the journey he made on my behalf, so that I am eaten up with care. Then, to keep the peace with that termagant, Kezia taxes my wits to the last degree. As for Juliet, she and Samuel keep up an incessant feud, while poor little weak-spirited Ruth is all the time trying to keep the peace. Then the squire's ways are a great mystery. 3 times a day he locks himself into a little room off the sitting-room, and what he is doing there does not transpire. I found a note in one of his pockets to-day, which is my nest-egg, and will go toward paying those irksome debts. Deborah comes over regularly, every day, to harass me about them. "If you was a good, straightforward woman," she says, "you'd just tell the squire how things is. He's one of the reasonablest men I ever see." I tell her I wouldn't have him know about it on any account. It is always best to manage. Kezia proceeds. "Well now, Miss Snell, things is going on awful to our house. Worse than I expected. I take it very hard that you never told me what a bad child that Juliet Pickett is." "Her name ain't Pickett, it's Griggs," says Miss Snell. "Her ma had been doing something out of the way, I don't know what, and so she changed her name to Pickett. It don't look well when people change their names," says she. "Indeed it don't," says I, "but I can't stand things much longer, and I think the squire is getting his eyes open. The way that girl tyrannizes over our poor little Ruth makes my blood run cold. Then Samuel interferes, and Juliet runs screaming to her mother, who always takes her part, and then the way all my good things go off on the sly. Not that we live now as we used to live. It's scrimp here and scrimp there, and save this and save that. If you'll believe me, the day before Thanksgiving, I was a-gettin' ready for it, and she comes out, and says she, 'Why, Kezia, what's all this?' 'Gettin' ready for Thanksgiving,' says I. 'Are you expecting all Pemaquid to dinner?' says she. 'I should think you were.' 'Nobody's coming but Mr. and Mrs. Strong and their baby. We always have our minister to Thanksgiving,' says I. 'And is all this wicked waste for him?' 'Tain't waste. All for him? No, indeed. Them 6 turkeys is to go to 6 poor widders. Them chickens is to go to the poorhouse, along of lots of pies, puddings, and apples. That 'ere chicken pie is for old Mis' Harris. Them mince pies is to go to our minister, along of a turkey and some sausages. That—' 'You have the minister here to dinner, and send him a dinner besides?' says she. 'Of course we do,' says I. 'La, the squire's getting out the sleigh now, and I must pack it right away,' says I, 'for he makes great account of carrying things round to the poor himself.' She looked as if she should drop. 'I never heard of such extravagance,' says she. 'I shall put up with it this once, but never again. I forbid your impoverishing the family in this way.' 'You might just as well try to stop the sun from rising as to stop the squire from giving to the poor,' says I. 'Well, he don't give money at any rate,' says she, a-chuckling. 'Don't give money? Then what does our minister live on, I should like to know? And what does them 6 widders buy their tea with?' By this time she looked so miserable I thought I wouldn't tell her what he'd put into the contribution box Thanksgiving Day. She's no more feeling for the poor than them pair of andirons. No, not so much, for they'll hold wood to warm the poor creatures by, and she'd pull it off with her own hands if she could. All the feelings she has is for that tyke of hers. And what does she get by that? Why, the girl makes fun of her to her face." Mrs. Woodford proceeds. "The squire must make more money, because his wife must have money, and I have made a great discovery. He owns immense water power, which is now running to waste. I represent that a factory of some sort ought to be built. He rubs his hands together and says he can't afford it. Now I am going around to stir up other men to join in the enterprise. I could persuade men to commit murder if I chose. I need something to distract my mind, for Juliet grows more headstrong every day. I asked Mr. Woodford if he could afford it, and I was willing to send her away to school. I am capable of instructing her, but she does not believe it, and I have no power over her or influence with her." Ruth's journal continued. "I was in hopes my new mother would teach me after she came here, but she has not time. She is busy writing in a large blank book. Perhaps she has troubles to tell to it, just as I do to my little one. Kezia says she acts as if she expected a wild Indian to spring out upon her from somewhere every minute. She says a good many other things that would be naughty in me to write down. She is very unhappy, Kezia is. She says she isn't living consistent, and can't with her temptations. Father says she has got a great big, warm, kind heart, and we must overlook her failings. He says his motto is, and always has been, give and forgive. I mean to take it for mine. So I shall give Juliet any of my things she wants. I do not think she will want my Bible or my Pilgrims' Progress, so I can keep them, and when she wants the seat next to the fire, I shall let her have it. And I shall forgive my new mother everything, and never tell anybody as long as I live what she has done to me. And I shall pray day and night about it, saying, 'Oh God, make me give, make me forgive, make me give, make me forgive.' Such a wonderful providence as I have had since I wrote that. I must write it all down. One cold day in March, Kezia went up into the garret and got a little hair trunk that had been up there, full of herbs, ever since I was born, I guess. She had it in the kitchen, dusting it, and when she had spread a clean towel over the bottom of it, she says to me, 'Bring anything down you want to take with you, except your clothes. I'll see to them.' 'Anything to take where?' I said. 'Why, ain't your pa told you?' 'No, indeed.' 'I expect he couldn't for the lump in his throat, much as ever he could do to tell me. Well, you're going where there ain't any new ma a-slouchin' round, nor no Juliets to slap you in the face. You're going to your pa's ma, and she'll be good to you, and you'll be good to her, only you won't have your poor old cross Kezia, and she won't have you. And here's 8 little mites of pies for you, just as if it was Thanksgiving Day. You eat the cranberry tart for your dinner on your way to Kittery Pint, and the apple tart for your supper, for you won't get there till night. You see, there ain't anybody where you're going that'll realize you're a little girl and fond of little pies.' I never saw any tarts like Kezia's. She covered them with bunches of grapes made of pie crust, cut out with a key, and made grape leaves, and little tendrils too, but I did not care anything about them. I was so glad I was going away. I hadn't made any fuss about anything my new mother did, or anything Juliet did, but now I ran upstairs and locked my door and cried. Oh, how I cried! And when I felt better and was going down again, I met my father, and he put me back into my room and locked the door again, and took me in his arms, and his great breast went up and down as if something inside of it was going to burst. And then I cried harder than ever. At last we got quiet, and when Father went to open the door, there was Juliet's great black eye at the keyhole. I had never seen Grandma. About the time I was born she had a fall and broke her hip, and was hurting her spine. And though my father went to see her twice a year, he never took me, though he often took Samuel. He told me on the journey that it wasn't good for a little girl like me to see an old person suffer as she did, but that lately her pain was greatly relieved. When we went in, he said to her, 'Mother, I've brought you my ewe lamb to keep.' And she put her arms out, and I went right in, for I didn't think anybody could help it who saw that sweet, shining old face. It was night, and I was tired, and Rachel, Grandma's girl, helped me to get to bed, and when I got in, I found she'd warmed it with a warming pan. In the morning they told me my father could not stand it to say goodbye, and had been gone 2 hours. After breakfast, that I had right by Grandma's bed, she made me read a chapter in the Bible, and then she had family prayers with me and Rachel. Then I helped Rachel about the house, and by 8 o'clock all the work was done, and Grandma made me bring all my clothes, and she looked them over and found some of them needed mending, and told me where to get patches and how to sew 'em on. Then she gave me a sheet to patch, but I couldn't hold it in my little hands, and so she showed me how to sew it on, over and over, and then crease the seam down with my thumb. I've never heard of such a handy way to put on a large patch. When the clock struck 12, Rachel brought in her dinner on a little tray. "Here's your dinner, Grandma," says she, "and Ruth can eat with you if she wants to." I said I did, and we two had our dinner together. Grandma shut her eyes and folded her hands, and asked a blessing first. After dinner she took a little nap, and when she woke up she told me to bring all my lesson books and let her hear my lessons. I recited to her in geography and spelling, and then she told me to sit down and write a copy. Then she made me read one chapter in The Saints' Everlasting Rest, and one chapter in Owen Unspiritual-Mindedness. "You don't understand what you read, poor child," says she. "But never mind, you will by and by. Now come close up to me and let us have a good talk. What sort of a little girl are you, Ruth?" "Oh, Grandma, I'm just as naughty as I can be." "I hope not," says she. "Come tell Grandma all about it. Grandma won't be hard with you, child." "Well, Grandma, it says in the Bible if anybody smites you on one cheek, you must turn the other cheek to her. That means I should let Juliet slap me as much as she's a mind." "Does it?" says Grandma. "Why, yes, Grandma, and I never do. I run away and hide." "Well, what else?" "And cold nights I don't like to get into bed first to warm a place for her." "And so you never do?" "Oh, yes, I always do, but I don't like to. If I was good I should like to, you know." "Is there anything else?" "Yes, I like Father a great deal better than I like Mother." "That will do," says Grandma. "You and I are going to try now to see how good we can be. You shall help me, and I will help you." "Why, Grandma, how can I help you? And ain't you just as good as can be now? Father said so. Father said—" "Never mind what he said. We are both going to try to be as good as we can be. We are going to pray together, and to read the Bible together, and grow good together." I liked that. I like Grandma very much, and I guess it will be pretty easy to be good here, as soon as I get very good indeed. I mean to ask Grandma to let me join the church. I asked Mother once, and she laughed and said she guessed I was well enough as I was. She said it wasn't no use to join the church. I haven't written in this book since my birthday. I don't like to write very well, but I mean to write New Year's Days and Thanksgivings. It is 6 months since I came here, and I am 13 and a half now. I like to stay here. Grandma is just as nice as can be. She says she is afraid it's lonesome for me sitting all day with an old woman like her. But I ain't lonesome at all. I'm learning to sew beautifully, and I say lessons every day. Grandma says she don't know much, but what she does know she'll teach me. I go to meeting every Sunday morning, and in the afternoon Rachel goes, and I stay with Grandma. Before I came, Grandma used to stay all alone in the house while Rachel was gone. Father said it was not safe, for if the house should get on fire, poor Grandma would be burnt up. Now I have no one to plague me. I should think I might be perfectly good, but I ain't. I do not dare to ask Grandma to let me join the church, because I know she would say I must wait till I was better. I pray a great deal about it, and maybe God will hear me sometime. There was an old lady here yesterday to see Grandma. They talked together about loving Christ. They seemed to love him so much. And then they prayed together. Grandma often has dear old ladies come and pray with her. While they were praying, I thought I felt just as they felt. I thought I truly loved God. But when the old lady was going away, she said to Grandma, "What a comfort this child must be to you! How attentive and gentle she is!" And Grandma said, "Yes." Then Satan he up and whispered, "Do you hear that? They both praise you, and such old ladies ought to know." So I suppose it can't be that I really love God. If I did, Satan would not dare to say such things to me. I am 14 today, ever so old, that is. Since my last birthday I have grown ever so much. I have had to let down all the tucks in my dresses, and piece down all my sleeves. Grandma says if I am clean and whole, it's no matter if I am pieced. Father has been to see me once since New Year's. He says I have grown plump and healthy. I suppose it is because I don't have anybody to plague me. I noticed today, more than usual, how much Grandma says about her sins when she prays. So I asked her what she could do that was bad, lying still there in bed. "You know the catechism," says she. "What does the catechism say sin is?" "Any want of conformity to the will of God." "You see, then, my heart can sin while my hands and feet are idle." "But it doesn't seem as if you did anything wrong, Grandma." "You think, then, that it was not needful Christ should die for me, that I could get to heaven without him?" "Oh, no, Grandma, but it seems so strange for anyone that really loves him to go on sinning." "Yes, it does seem strange," said she, "passing strange, but it is true as it is strange that even God's own dear children do sometimes wound and grieve him." "Do you think, Grandma— But no, I'm sure you can't think so. I was going to ask you if you thought I should ever be good enough to join the church." "No, dear, never. But whether Christ is good enough to wrap you in the robe of his righteousness, that is another question. And that you can answer as well as I. You see, dear," she went on, after a while, "it is just as if some great man should invite you to a feast at his house. You might say, 'I should like to go, but I have nothing fit to wear,' and he would reply, 'But I will give you the wedding garment, and that will make you fit.'" Then it all at once seemed plain to me that I might get a wedding garment. Grandma said yes, and that Christ was more willing to give it than I was to receive it. After I came up to bed, I thought a good deal about it. I am small of my age, and backward, and the Woodfords don't take to book learning, but for all that, somehow, I do believe I love God, and love the people that love him, and I don't think I should be afraid now to stand up in the broad aisle and join the church. And, if Grandma is willing, I shall. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. Pemaquid, a story of old times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. Oh, what a thing is man! How far from power, from settled peace and rest! He is some 20 several men at least, each several hour. George Herbert. Lawyer Snell confides to wife. That woman ought to have been a man. She'll never rest, or let any of us rest, till she gets that factory built. And ain't so bad a thing either. I'll take 10 shares in it. It will make all the difference in the world to Pemaquid. The squire's quite interested in the scheme, and so's Deacons Stone and Josiah. Josiah is getting to be quite a man. We'll get the factory built, and then we'll see what else we can do. What kind of factory? Why, a cotton factory. Keziah Millett has taken a share, if you'll believe it. She's made money in all these years at the squire's, and now she wants more, though what for I can't guess. Oh, for her mother. Well, I suppose it is for her mother. Well, to go back to Mrs. Woodford, there ain't a man in the village whose head she hasn't turned. She can be as agreeable when she pleases as need be. But the more the men like her, the more you women are against her. It's always so. She hasn't turned my head? No, I am too old a bird for that. But I wish I had her more in my power. I know enough of her past life to keep her in constant terror, but not enough to ruin her. And I do not want to ruin her. All I want is to have our honest debts paid, though no amount of money can pay for all you went through with her and hers. Are you particular to go over every day and labour with her about that debt? That's right, and I believe I will step over every evening. Between us both, she will get exasperated into confessing to the squire. I do not care so much about the money. What I want is to bring her to repentance, and if anything will bring her to repentance, it will be our giving her no peace. Mrs. Woodford is restive. It would have been better to run the risk of having 2 husbands at once than to have sent this small-minded Joshua Snell into the midst of my enemies and their infamous falsehoods. He and Deborah make me weary of my life. If I could only pay them that wretched money, I might begin to have a little peace. However, I am wrong there. There is no peace for the mother of such a girl as Juliet. The squire says he would cheerfully send her to a boarding school if he could afford it, but that he cannot command money enough. She has nothing ladylike in her, but in spite of all my remonstrances, goes to all the huskings and other rustic amusements of the village, is very rude and free with the set of boy-men who frequent such places, and unless I can send her away, will grow up like the vulgar herd about her. Then how Samuel grins at me and flings out hints about old Griggs. What does the boy know, I wonder? Then there's Keziah. She is enough to drive an angel mad with the hideous doggerel she shrieks about the house. Today I caught her boxing her own ears. "Have you gone crazy?" I asked her. "No, I haven't gone crazy," she returned. "I wish I had. It would be better than being a member of the church, as I be, and not living consistent. And Miss Woodford, our Ruth's mother, she made me promise to humble my pride. So I have humbled it by boxing my ears, and if you do the same by yourn, it would help you wonderful." Perhaps it would, but I should prefer to box Deborah Snell's. What Ruth has to say. Grandma says we are a pair of twins. That is, that she is as young as I am, and that I am as old as she is. We all get along together beautifully. There is never any scolding or fault-finding or selfishness in the house. Only pious people ever come here, and all their talk is about good things. Grandma thinks and talks a great deal about heaven, and that makes me think about it, but I don't dare to say anything. I don't know enough. Grandma says she shall go there long before I do, and that she wants me to get so out of the way of being selfish now that I shall be more taken up with being glad for her than with being sorry for myself when she goes. When she talks that way, I don't feel like a twin at all. I can't bear to think of her dying. Nobody ever helped me as she has. Nobody ever set me to reading such books as she has. If she could live forever, I should like to live forever too. But she can't. She's very old and very feeble, and if she dies, what shall I do? What shall I do? It is not safe for me to live with bad people. I'm not good enough. Even in this house, with these 2 old saints, I was going to say angels, but I suppose they never grow old. I feel wicked rebellion and resentment in my heart when I think of my new mother and of Juliet. This is all that makes me realize that I'm not in heaven. For to live with saints and to try all the time to be like them is the gate of heaven anyhow. I walked down to the seashore today to see the waves dash against the rocks after the great storm we had yesterday. By and by, a little bird came flying in, all tired out with fighting against the wind, and dropped almost dead at my feet. I took it up and warmed it in my bosom. It cuddled down there like a kitten, and that's the way I cuddle down in Grandma's arms. Nobody can know what it is like who hasn't tried it. I don't worry about Father at all. He's way up beyond storms. I don't know, but to get where he is, I should much mind having such awful things happen to me as have happened to him. I can see the ocean from the window of my room. I like to see it by moonlight. The light goes tipping over it on little tiny feet. At least that's the way it looks to me. Rachel says it doesn't look so to her, but then she says things never do look exactly alike to different people. How large does the full moon look to you? Says she. About as big as a tea plate. It looks to me, she said, as large as a wagon wheel. So you see how it is. Keziah goes home for good. There, Mother, don't ask me no questions, nor say another word. You just sit down in the corner where you used to sit afore I went away, and let me put my head in your lap and cry, just as I did then. Have I come home for good? Yes, I have come home for good. Do I feel better now I've had my cry? Yes, I do feel better now I've had my cry. Don't I want a cup of tea? No, I don't want no cups of tea. I want to get the burden off of my heart, and there ain't no way to get it off unless your mother can get it off for you. You see, things have got to such a pass to our house that I couldn't stand it no longer. I was a-losing all my religion, and had a bad conscience gnawing at me all the time because my temper was riled and riled and riled. Wouldn't it have been better to put up with things? Yes, it would have been better to put up with things if I could. And if she'd have bit and a barked, why, I could have bit and a barked, and we'd have had it out together. But she palavered. She said yes when she meant no, and she said no when she meant yes. The bait she fished the squire with was our Ruth. She made believe hear her say lessons and all that. But as soon as she got the squire fairly caught and had hauled him in, la, there weren't no more lessons, you may depend. She was a rummaging all over the things, and a turning of 'em upside down, and a planning and a calculating, till I near about burst. I should have burst and been blowed up if it hadn't been for Samuel, and he'd have burst and blowed up if it hadn't been for me. Him and me, we used to sit and whisper in the dark, for she wouldn't let us have a candle if it was to save us. Sam, he kept his eye on her, and me, I kept my eye on her. And one day, her cousin, Miss Snell, she come over to spend the day to our house, and they had a regular row together. Sam, he heard all they said, for they thought he was asleep, and he heard Miss Snell say she'd tell something she knew against Miss Woodford if she didn't pay her for a board that summer. Well, I was riled and tempted enough afore, but after I'd heard that, Satan, he got such a grip of me that I couldn't behave decent. I couldn't no more say my prayers than them here tongs could. Every time I got down on my knees, I get to thinking about Miss Pickett. That was, till I was right down mad, and every time I spoke to her, I near about took her head off. If she'd have fitted out, as I was a-saying, we might have come to an understanding. But la, butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, she was so soft-spoken. And so I thought it was about time for me to quit. Wouldn't it have been better to stay for the sake of the squire and them children? No, it wouldn't have been better to stay and set 'em such an example as I was a-settin'. Have I shown a Christian spirit to Miss Pickett that was? No, I haven't shown a Christian spirit to Miss Pickett that was. I was clear beat out with the temptations, and it's my opinion that when things get to such a pass that you can't act decent, you'd better cut and run. I shall find temptations here at home. It's no such a thing. Don't you never set up your back, and I won't never set up mine. Don't you go to calling me Keziah, my good girl, and I won't go to calling you no names neither. When I'm took with one of my ugly fits, you just go ahead and let me alone. And if you see me a-fasting and a-praying, don't you take no notice of that either. I'm bound to get right somehow, and to live consistent, and I'll work my passage to it, you see if I don't. And if you've a mind to pray for your poor old Keziah, you may pray, Mother, for you're a master hand at praying, and maybe you'll prevail. And, Mother, you're not to put your hand to the housework no more. You're to sit in the chimney corner a-knitting and a-reading the Bible and the hymn book, and I'm to do the knocking around. There, you needn't go to wiping your eyes and calling me a good girl. I ain't a good girl, and I won't have no palaver talked where I am. La, you can just sit and take your ease all the rest of your days. You can have the numb palsy, or the paralytics, or any of them things that makes you helpless, and I'll nuss you like a baby. You don't want to have the numb palsy? Well, have the shaking palsy then. It's all one to me. Only give me a plenty to do, that's all. You never saw anybody like me? Well, I don't suppose you ever did. I never did neither. 'Tain't your faith, mother. You tried hard enough to get me into shape when I was a young one, and you couldn't. But la, don't you suppose the Lord can do what you can't? Now like a sheep that's lost its way, I've wandered from the fold astray. Temptation it was hard to bear, and Satan caught me unaware. My pride it had a dreadful fall, but then the squire had no call to bring that artful creature home. For her and me there wasn't room. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss. He shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. Return, ye backsliding children, and I will heal your backslidings. Ruth's Journal. I have met with another providence, and must write it down. One Saturday, Rachel said she felt snow in the air, and that she should draw 4 or 5 pails of water before the storm came on. The storm came very soon, and it snowed all day and all night. In the morning, Rachel complained of her throat, and said she felt chills running all over her, and was afraid she was going to have the throat distemper. She made herself some herb tea, and sat by the fire with a shawl on. Grandma said I had better go to Deacon Titcomb's and ask to ride to meeting with him and his folks in his double sleigh. Rachel said it was very cold, and she made me wear her hood over my hood, and her moccasins over my moccasins. And I kissed Grandma good-bye and set out. I started early so as to be sure to get to the Deacon's in good season. But I started too early. Nobody had got out yet, and no paths or roads had been cut. And all I could see was one great white sheet of snow. I turned my face toward the Deacon's and fought my way on a few steps, and then I came to a fence that was hidden by the snow, so I knew I wasn't in the road. I thought I would turn round and go home in my own track, but just then the wind caught Rachel's hood off my head and carried it the other way. And just as I would struggle up to it, away it would go again. I went on pushing and fighting till I was out of breath, but I could not see a sign of anything that would tell me which way to go. The snow was above my head in some places where it had drifted, and when I got into such a spot I had to scramble out of it as fast as I could. I began to feel very tired and cold, and to wish the bells would ring for meeting, or that somebody would come and help me. Then I got bewildered, and went this way and that. Then I was frightened, and began to cry out for help, but no help came. And I was so tired that the last time I fell down, I did not try to get up, but lay like a stone, all beat out. Then I grew sleepy, and got a notion I was in bed at home. So I tried to say my prayers, but the words wouldn't come. Then I said, "Oh God, let me just get a little warm first, and a little rested, and then wake me up to say my prayers." At noon, when I did not come home, Grandma was not worried. She thought, as Rachel could not go to meeting, I had concluded to stay with the Titcombs. But when it came time for afternoon meeting to be done, and still I did not come, she became so distressed that the only way she could lie still was by crying out to God with all her might. Rachel was so sick that she had gone to bed, and it would be as much as her life was worth to go out in such a storm, and our nearest neighbor was 1/4 of a mile away. What could poor Grandma do? She had lain helpless in bed 14 years. She was in such anguish that her strength came to her as if she had been young. She got out of bed. She found Rachel's clothes and put them on. She stole out of the house and out into the storm, but she did not look down to find me. She looked upward to where there was an eye that saw all things, and she cried out, "Guide me to my son's ewe lamb. Oh, my God, guide me. My only hope is in thee." She never knew how far she went, but she went on till her foot touched me, just as I was settling down to sleep, and she caught me in her arms and held me to her breast, and praised God. Just then the deacon and his wife came in sight. They had been to see their married daughter, and were going home. They did not pester us with questions, but they lifted us into the sleigh, and wrapped us up, and took us home. The deacon felt round till he found the steel and tinder, and so got a match lighted, and a candle, and they made up the fire that had gone out, and put on the tea kettle, and made us tea. And by that time Grandma was all beat out and as helpless as ever, and Mrs. Titcomb undressed her and put her to bed, and then undressed me and put me to bed too, alongside her. Rachel never knew anything about it till the next day, and then she wouldn't believe it, and said we had been dreaming. And when the deacon said it was not a dream, she said the Lord had more sense than to send poor old Grandma out into the snow, for he could have carried me home himself if there was no other way to save me. But Grandma says he works by means, and that he wrought a miracle for her and gave her strength for the time according to her faith. "Then why don't you exercise faith all the time and get well?" says Rachel. Then Grandma said she could exercise faith for her son's sake, that she could not exercise for herself. Still, she seemed puzzled, and lay thinking all day. Word came in that the widow Doane's sheep were all out in the storm, and had been sheltered by the snow, and not one had died. "It was the same snow that sheltered my son's ewe lamb," said Grandma. "They say the snow is now 5 feet deep." People talk a great deal about Grandma's exploit, but she says it was a miracle of God's grace, and that if anybody else could have found me, he would not have sent her. "But why could no one else find her, Grandma?" says Rachel. "Because no one else loves her so," says Grandma. "Cords of love drew me to her. I went straight to where she was." "Then, if cords of love drew you, there was no need of God," says Rachel. Then Grandma was puzzled again, and said she never did know how to argufy. But she told me to bring a piece of paper and a pen, and to write these words to be read next Sunday at meeting, just before the long prayer: "The widow Woodford desires to return thanks to Almighty God for the great deliverance he hath wrought for her grandchild." And she said a spared life ought to be consecrated to God. I think so too. I feel very solemn when I think how near I came to being frozen to death. Where would my soul have gone if I had? Oh, I have been so wicked right after my great deliverance. I carried Grandma's note to meeting, and our minister read it to the people, and then he prayed an hour. Just before he got through, I heard a little noise in the next pew, and opened my eyes. That is, I partly opened them, and there was Jesse Titcomb slyly lifting up his father's seat behind him. And when he went to sit down, he went way down to the floor. Then I laughed. Yes, I laughed at meeting. I laughed in the house of God. And then I cried. Oh, what a sinful child I had been! And crying could not wash sin away. After meeting, people wanted to make much of me because of my great deliverance, but I broke away and ran home and frightened poor Grandma almost out of her wits by telling her I was afraid I had committed the unpardonable sin. But she said I was not given to levity, and that she was sure I did not laugh on purpose, and, at any rate, God would forgive me and be my deliverer from temptation, as he had delivered me from death. And she said people ought to be more taken up with writing sweet, loving things about God than with writing bitter things against themselves. I am spent with crying. Mrs. Woodford once more. There has been a terrible distemper raging in this region, and it has swept away the young children like a tempest. Mr. Strong came today to inform me that Deborah Snell was near her end, and was eager to see me. I asked if she had the distemper, for, if she had, of course I should not dare to go. He said there was nothing infectious in the case, and that it was my duty to gratify my relative's last wishes. I dread the thought of death, much more the sight of it. Still, it would not be pleasant to let it put a seal to the enmity between us, and we might part friends. I concluded to go. I found Deborah eagerly awaiting me. She had sent several messengers in pursuit of me. "Let everyone go out of the room but us two," she said, as soon as I entered. We were left alone together. I went up to her and said how sorry I was to see her in this condition. "I don't know about that," she returned sharply. "I rather think you've wished more'n once that I was out of the way. You've reckoned it would be one the less to tell your secrets. Well, I'm going. Secrets and all, I'm going. And I'll tell you what it is, Cousin Woodford. Death may do to joke about when you're up and about, but when you come to face it, it's an awful, awful thing. All your sins come and stand round your bed so thick you can't see nothing else, hardly. You remember the things you did when you was a little girl, and them you did when you was a-growing up, and worst of all, the things you did when you was grown up and knew better. You turn this way, and you turn that way, and you make this excuse, and you make that excuse, but it ain't no use. Then you give up, and expect nothing but to be lost forever and ever. And, just as you get there, and your heart's broken all to pieces with its shame and its sorrow, why, then you get a glimpse of the Lord Jesus, such as you ain't had for many a long year, having been a miserable backslider and cold and dead as a stone. Well, that glimpse grieves you so that there ain't left nothing of you. You just give up, and there's the end of it." "But, Deborah," I said, "you are a member of the church, and you've not done any such dreadful things. You are low-spirited, and can't see yourself as you really are." "Don't tell me," she said. "I never saw things so clear as I do now in my life. The time has been I set myself above you, and thought your company wasn't fit for me. But now I see that in the sight of God I'm a bigger sinner than you are. I've had light, and you haven't. I was brought up under the droppings of the sanctuary, and you wasn't. I've stood up before angels and men, and promised to love and serve God with all my heart, and I ain't kept my word. And now I'm going to die, and if it wasn't for that glimpse of Christ, oh, how dark the grave would look. But I keep a-getting them glimpses, and I don't know. Maybe there'll be some little corner in heaven, away off from those that walked worthy, some out-of-the-way place I could creep into and just stay there, a-getting glimpses through all eternity." Her earnestness and her solemnity, and the pale shadow of death on her brow, moved me to my very foundations. "Oh, Deborah! If death looks so awful to you, how must it look to me?" "Then don't look at it," she said feebly, the temporary excitement that had sustained her beginning now to give way. "Just look at the Lord Jesus, and, Cousin Woodford, it's my last word before I go, don't put it off to such a time as this. It's no time at all. Life's the time." She sank back upon her pillow. Her eyes became fixed. I had only time to call her husband before she was gone. One moment here, delivering to me her parting message. The next moment, where? I went home, and as I went, I wondered how the sun could shine and the busy works of nature and of man go on in a world subject to such terrific mysteries as this. Mr. Woodford met me with unusual gentleness, and after dinner begged me to go to my room and lie down. But I could not sleep. My guilty life went surging through my brain, back and forth with relentless progress. The exceeding sinfulness of sin was beginning to become manifest to me. I abhorred, I shrank from myself. It is a long time since I have had leisure to write. After endless labors and a severe conflict with innumerable difficulties, I have pushed the matter of the factory through, and it is in successful operation, and money flows in apace. Juliet has been away at boarding school more than a year. I have been to see her once, and found her in disgrace of all sorts. I will not allow her to come home until she shows some signs of amendment, but I believe girls at her age are always unruly and restive. Ruth writes home regularly once a month. She seems quite happy in the aged life she is leading. Her father goes often to see her, and she comes home now and then. Her grandmother says her character is lovely. When I look forward to declining years or old age, I always rejoice that I shall have this unselfish, good-natured little puss to wait upon me. I cannot conceive of care of any sort from Juliet. Ruth joined the church last Sunday, to Mr. Woodford's great delight. I cannot understand the pleasure this gives him, but to these Puritans that step seems to be what getting married is in a novel. The curtain falls on this act as if it were toward that point, and for it the whole scene had tended. The fact is, however, life really begins with a happy marriage, if there is such a thing on earth. And if I were going to join the church, I should feel that it was one of the first of my real steps on earth, the beginning of a march, not the end of a journey. And I would not settle down at my ease, as most people seem to do at that point. I would be something, or nothing. I would be a saint, not an uncomfortable sinner. It is 2 weeks since I sent Juliet away. She is now 17. A handsomer young woman is rarely to be seen. She has left off some of her most disagreeable ways, and is, at times, really attractive. Her teacher says the trouble now is to keep off a crowd of boys, calling themselves young men, who are constantly prowling around her. But such things cannot be avoided, and the child must have her little pleasures. My cares and trials multiply, and I have no refuge. Mr. Woodford's children have turned out so well that he could not sympathize with me now, if he would. About 2 weeks ago I received a letter from Juliet's teacher, enclosing a little bill for confectionery and the like, that this child has actually ventured to run up in my name. The amount is so large that I am sure she has played Lady Bountiful to the whole school. I hurried to the spot, reproved the confectioner, upbraided Juliet, and made myself fairly ill with vexation and shame. Juliet laughed at my distress, and declared it was all my fault. There was nothing fit to eat at the table. She had no money to get what she needed. All the other girls had boxes of goodies sent them from home, etc., etc. I spoke to Miss Temple about the table. She said I could judge for myself whether it was comfortable or not, and begged me to drop in at any meal I chose. The result was another scene with Juliet, who still maintained that things were not as good as they were at home. The end of it was her removal to another school, where she is to be under strict government, and have even plainer food than before. What am I to do with the child? She has no law before her eyes. Her one study is to please herself. I cannot see that she has a particle of respect or affection for me. In my despair I went to see Mr. Strong. Everybody else goes to him for comfort. Why should not I? He received me with great kindness and courtesy, and expressed real sympathy for my sufferings. "Juliet is still quite young," he said. "We must hope for the best. God's grace can do the work man throws down in despair. Is she under good moral influences at school?" I said I supposed she was, of course. "Unless you are sure on that point," he said, "would it not be better to take her home, watch her with such care as only a mother can give, instruct her in her duty to yourself and to God, and, above all, constantly implore His blessing on her behalf?" "But I can do nothing with her," I returned. "She is the most headstrong creature I ever saw. Indeed, I never had any control over her. I supposed that as she grew older she would become more reasonable, but on the contrary she grows more and more self-willed. Mr. Strong was silent for a time. "Such characters often turn out useful ones," he said at last. "If God takes them in hand and beats them into shape, lack of early discipline is sometimes more than atoned for." "That depends on when he begins his work," I said desperately. "Discipline embitters and sours those whom it attacks too late." "There is no too late with God," he returned. "He can begin and finish his work at the 11th hour, and discipline that he sends and sanctifies does not embitter. It softens and molds and sweetens and ennobles." It is easy to theorize about such things," I said. "You have never known and never needed to know such shame and sorrow as I writhe under. Your life has been all sunshine." He smiled, a little sadly. "That is not true of any life," he said. "I have had not a little real happiness, but I was not fit to enjoy it till I had passed under the rod. Because you could not see the friction on the wheels of a man's life, it is not safe to conclude there is no friction. Every heart knoweth its own bitterness. And we go about the world regular Spartans, our sorrows gnawing into us, and our faces covered with smiles." "Nay, some of us go about regular Christians," he returned. "We know our pains and our disappointments, but we take them with loving hands, straight from hands yet more loving, and they bring forth in due season most peaceable fruits." He said no more. If he had done so, I was in the mood to strike him. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, a story of old times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. Mrs. Strong on the situation. Yes, we dined at the Squire's on Thanksgiving Day. It was the first invitation for 4 years. Things are entirely changed there. Samuel was not at home, nor Ruth, which is strange, but the strangest thing of all is a Thanksgiving dinner without Kezia to cook it, and hardly a thing on the table fit to eat. The Squire had no appetite, and, as baby cried, he made that an excuse for leaving the table and walking up and down with it. I never saw a man so fond of little children. Mrs. Woodford fidgeted in her chair as if, somehow, baby was defrauding her of something she wanted, or ought to have. She couldn't have been more than 30 when she married the Squire, and now she looks every minute of 50. After dinner they asked me if I knew of a private family that would take a pious young man to board. I looked at my husband, and he looked at me. At last I said I would take him as an experiment, as he was a pious youth. The Squire replied that he was the son of a widow of no means, had struggled his way through college, and I wanted to earn enough to carry him through a course in theology. "I have need of a bookkeeper in Samuel's place," he added, "and have promised him the situation." So Samuel is gone for good, it seems. I wonder why. However, it is not for me to pry into family secrets. If he had gone for any pleasant reason, the Squire would have come and told us, as he always does. Poor man, if there is anything agreeable to tell. Well, to go back to the bookkeeper, the idea of a religious young man in the house was rather pleasant than otherwise. The Squire then inquired if there were any specially needy cases in the parish, and gave my husband money to spend among them. That seemed exactly like old times. There must be a change in Mrs. Woodford. She certainly seemed softened. After we reached home, Mr. Strong said to me, "You generally see things sooner than I do, but today I have the advantage of you. The Squire has heard of a deserving but needy young man, and it is just like him to come to his rescue. He knows how hard we find it to live on my small salary, and gives us the first chance to eke it out through this border." So it is. Exactly like him. I wonder I did not see that before. What a mercy it is going to be to earn a little money. Mr. Strong needs books, and I need everything, with those children to clothe. How a kind Providence watches over us! Thanks to the squire and other friends, we are amply supplied with groceries, such as flour, apples, cheese, spices, raisins, wine, and brandy. The latter I keep in case of sickness. The wine I gave to Mr. Strong when he comes home unusually fatigued. Thanksgiving is a glad season for a poor New England minister. Mrs. Woodford. I have a plan in regard to Juliet, which, if carried out, will relieve me from the annoyance I feel about the money I have laid aside for her. Samuel is now a fine-looking young man, well informed for a Pemaquid youth, for he is a great reader, and has a good salary, and can afford to marry, and would make Juliet a faithful husband. He never goes round with girls, as other young men do, so I am sure his heart is untouched. It is true they have always hated each other, but separation may have done away with that sort of thing. Once married to Juliet, the money would come back to him, and I should only antedate the day when he should become his father's heir. I can hardly believe that this handsome young man is the dull, awkward boy I found him. He has the position of bookkeeper in his father's office. Mr. Woodford has displayed more business talent than I could have believed he possessed. He is very generous to me in regard to money, but this gives me little satisfaction. I have a weariness and a disgust of life that is well nigh insupportable. A month ago, early one morning, Mr. Woodford brought in and placed on the fire a heavy stick of wood. As he rose from his stooping posture, after arranging it, a sudden pallor overspread his face, and he put both hands to his chest. I led him to a chair, and supported his head on my breast, while I called loudly for help. Samuel opened the windows, thinking this to be a fainting fit. To me it looked like death itself. As I stood there, holding that noble head, I knew what I had suspected before. I loved that man. "Are you going to let him die for the want of a doctor?" I said hoarsely to Samuel, who stood staring helplessly at our both. "Saddle one of the horses, some of you, and tell the doctor to ride for his life." They all flew in different directions, and I stood holding the head whose weight seemed every second to grow heavier and heavier. Once I proposed to lay him on the floor, for there was no couch in the room, but he resisted my efforts. "I could not breathe lying down," he said. Before the doctor arrived, the spasm of pain had subsided, but his color had not returned. After a few questions, the doctor declared sepulchre, disease of the heart, and, after a few unmeaning remarks, took leave. Mr. Woodford sat in his chair, silent and thoughtful. His face looked like the face of an angel. "I thought myself almost there," he said, looking upward with a smile. Seeing him at last entirely relieved, I left him with Samuel and went to my bedroom. Then I faced the awful truth. I loved that man, and he was my husband, but he never had loved me. This is the first time I have written since that day. Mr. Woodford has had no recurrence of the attack. The doctor may possibly have mistaken its nature. I can see, however, that Mr. Woodford has set his house in order and girded himself to depart at a moment's notice. He has made Samuel familiar with all the business details of the factory, and given him full authority to act in his place. Samuel is now as tall as his father, and very like him in person. A finer-looking young man is not often seen. His manner to me has improved not a little. He treats me with perfect civility, and never crosses my path in any way. Today is Sunday. Mr. Strong preached this afternoon on the text, "Every heart knoweth its own bitterness." Surely no heart knows such as mine. I try in every way to make myself agreeable to my husband. All his old habits I have revived. I prepare a bountiful table, and he can invite all Pemaquid to it when he chooses. I fall in with his ways of sending portions, as Kezia used to call it, and fairly pamper all the Strongs. By the by, there are 4 children there now, and Mrs. Strong as jocund as ever, but nothing moves him. He is perfectly civil and kind, but never more than that. I would prefer a little occasional discord to this wearisome, superficial harmony. I must say the fates deal harshly with me. Why should I not have the love of my husband, since I stoop to desire it? I am still young and attractive. I have never spoken to him a harsh word. I fall in with his whims, and submit to all his wishes. I am his superior in education and intellect, it is true, but it is not this that comes between us. He respects himself, not unduly, but as a man should, and never has stood in awe of me. I would defy any woman to live in the same house with him as long as I have done, and not feel the uprightness and beauty of his life. But what is love without a return? Mr. Woodford has had another of those alarming attacks. This time I took no pains to conceal my anxiety, and, yes, I will own it, my distress. He seemed surprised at my tears, and expressed much gratitude for the interest I had shown in him. "I suppose you know, my dear," he said on recovering from the spasm, "that sooner or later I shall go off in one of these attacks. I have arranged my worldly affairs so that I can leave them at any moment." I said I wondered he could speak so cheerfully on such a gloomy subject. He smiled, and declared it was not a gloomy subject. "What is there gloomy in the thought of getting rid of a body of sin and death, and waking up in heaven?" he asked. "But death is such a solemn, such an awful event," I said. "Solemn, but not awful," he replied. "It may not be awful to those who expect to go directly to heaven," I said. "It must be pleasant to think of escaping the troubles of life and getting a shelter from its storms." "It isn't heaven to me to escape troubles," he returned. "It is sin I long to escape. My troubles have been few and small, but my sins, oh, they have been without limit." Was there anything more absurd? After a long silence he broke out with, "My dear, shall you come to meet me there?" I said I hoped so. God is merciful. He makes allowance for human infirmity. "Yes, if we love him and have faith in him. But heaven will not be heaven to us without love, you know." "Yes, I know. But what can I do? There are those things in my life that stand as impassable barriers between me and such experiences as his. Yet when I see his face actually transfigured with joy, I cannot help envying him his more favored lot. Allowing it to be all a delusion, it is a safe delusion. Allowing mine to be a delusion, where will it end?" I plunged from one horror into another. Since writing the above, I have had the most terrible scene with Samuel. A few days ago, as I was at the post office, Deacon Stone, who keeps it, handed me a letter addressed to the youngster. My curiosity was not a little excited when I observed that it was a feminine letter. "What young lady corresponds with Samuel?" I inquired, as carelessly as I could. "Oh, it wouldn't do to tell tales," said the deacon. "Samuel is too likely a young man not to have his admirers." "It is a regular correspondent, is it?" "Oh, I can't say. Their letters go back and forth, as young folks' letters will." I came home with the letter in my hands, and no little uneasiness in my heart. If my project of marrying Samuel to Juliet should fail, what am I to do? That money oppresses me. I wish I was fairly rid of it. It stands between me and peace of mind. I know not why. It was not always so. But of late I am tempted to curse the day I began to put my hand to such unsatisfactory work. On reaching home, I examined the letter on all sides. It was sealed with a large red wafer, pressed down with a thimble. A brass thimble, I have no doubt. My evil genius suggested that there would be no harm in opening the letter and just learning the name of the writer. Steam from the tea kettle, already boiling for tea, would do that in a trice. It was easy to get everybody out of the way, and to soften the wafer, but in opening the letter I could not help tearing it a good deal. The wafer was so large and so firmly pressed down to the paper. But at the moment I did not heed that. I hurried to my room, went to the window, and glanced quickly at the signature. Ellen Wyman. But the name threw new light on the subject. It was necessary to read the letter, after all. I had finished the first page hurriedly when I recollected that my door was unfastened. Someone might enter and detect me at my work. I went, letter in hand, to repair this error, and confronted Samuel, who said quickly, "The deacon says there was a letter for me. Where is it?" At this moment his eyes fell upon it, opened in my hand. He became pale as death, and threw himself upon me like a tiger. For a single instant I held it aloft out of his reach, then looked round in despair for some way of escape, and seeing none, let him rend it from my grasp. "One of us must leave this house," he said in my ear. "You or I. It is too strait to hold us both after this." He rushed away like a madman. A few minutes before, all was going well. But what terrible mistakes can be committed in a few moments! Mistakes a lifetime cannot rectify. I went downstairs and met Mr. Woodford. "Why, is anything the matter?" he cried. "You and Samuel look as if you had just seen a ghost." "Where is Samuel? I must see him. There is a terrible misunderstanding between us."
"I do not know. I believe he has gone to his room. What is the trouble? Let me mediate between you. Poor boy, his temper is fearful when once roused."
I hardly waited to hear him, though, but hurried past him, up the stairs that led to Samuel's room. I knocked, but there was no answer. I tried the door, but it was fastened on the inside. But I could hear drawers opened and shut, and the sound of hasty movements. "Samuel, I entreat you to hear me a moment." He came to the door, put his lips to the keyhole, and said, "Fool!" and resumed his labors. "Samuel," I repeated, "remember that sudden excitement would be the death of your father." There was immediate silence. Then, opening the door, he said bitterly, "You should have remembered that an hour ago." "Yes, I know, but, oh, Samuel, it was a sudden temptation. I did not mean to read your letter. Indeed, I have only read a part of it. But if your father learns it, if you tell your father, it will kill him."
"I have no intention of telling him, Mrs. Woodford. I shall leave you in undisturbed possession of the house from which you have driven both my father's children. God grant it may not be his turn to go next."
He closed the door in my face, and I went down to tea. Mr. Woodford asked me no more questions, and we passed through the meal in silence. After a time Samuel came in.
"Father,"
he said,
"you will have to look out for a bookkeeper to take my place. I'm off before daylight tomorrow."
Mr. Woodford still asked no questions, but he became very pale, and passed his hand uneasily over his chest.
"The accounts are all fair and square," continued Samuel. "You will have no trouble with the books. And now, as I am going away to seek my fortune, I should like your blessing, Father, and leave to pay myself up to this time what the concern owes me. It is all I shall ever want, and whatever else would have come to me I make over to Ruth. And, Father, I'll try to make a man of myself, and not to disgrace your name."
Mr. Woodford still sat without a word. At last he rose up and laid his hand on his son's head, and blessed him.
"God be gracious to you, my son," he said.
At these words, uttered in a trembling voice, Samuel's assumed coolness melted away, and tears began to run down his cheeks. "Say the word, Father, and I won't go," he said.
"No, my son, you are old enough to choose for yourself."
He stole away and left them together. At breakfast next morning Samuel's seat was empty, and I knew that he was gone. So here ends my scheme for Juliet's future. I hope that ungrateful child will repay me, sooner or later, for all she has cost me. At family prayers, after Samuel had gone, Mr. Woodford, who reads in course, came to the verse,
"If I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved."
And then he broke down. He nerved himself by a great effort, and knelt and prayed like a little child.
I wish I could break down. I almost wish I could pray. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. I dwell among mine own people. Life, we've been long together, through pleasant and through cloudy weather. 'Tis hard to part when friends are dear. Perhaps 'twill cause a sigh, a tear. Then steal away, give little warning, choose thine own time. Say not good night, but in some brighter clime, bid me good morning. Ruth's Journal. I am 18 years old today, and Grandma asked me what I should do when she died. I began to cry and said I should die too. She said, I want you to stop crying, my child, and listen to me. I am very aged, and it cannot be very long before I come to the end of my pilgrimage, and it will half spoil my comfort in going if I see you cowardly and rebellious about it. Now, of course, you will feel my loss at first a good deal, because I have been as a mother to you. But I want you to glorify God by bearing your pain bravely and patiently, just as you would any other sort of pain, such as sickness, for instance. As to dying, you will do no such thing. There is a great deal of talk about broken hearts nowadays, but do you know of anyone in Pemaquid or Kittery Point that ever died of grief? I had to own I never had.
You wish I would stop talking on a subject so painful, she went on, but I want to help strengthen you for what must come. And when I am called home, don't take on as if nobody ever had a sorrow before. You will probably live to have your heart ache far harder over living troubles than dead ones. I see you do not believe me. How should you at your age? But let me say one thing more for your comfort. No, bring your Bible and read the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
I read it, and her dear old face began to shine.
Don't be afraid of the furnace, child, after this. You don't know what it is to be there with the Son of God to see that the fire is not too hot. Besides, you cannot get grace against sorrow before it comes, any more than you can get dying grace till you come to die. But I can tell you that you will be astonished at the way in which you will be supported if you put your trust in God, who says, As one whom his mother comforteth, so will I comfort you.
While Grandma was talking, I began to feel very brave, and as if I could stand anything. Still, I said, But the Widow Green lived to be 90.
And would you have your poor old grandma live to be a burden and trial to herself and everybody about her?
She was very large and heavy, and hard to lift, but you are small and light, and I can't imagine you as being a burden.
It's the old story over again, Grandma said. Young people must earn their own experience, and it is such a pity.
But since I came to my room and wrote down what she said, it has come to me that I dread her dying, not just because I should miss her love, but because she helps me so on my pilgrimage. But I shall promise God that I won't stand between him and Grandma and hinder her getting to the end of hers. But my heart bends right up double when I think how old and how feeble she is, and what may come any day. Oh, how stupid and wrong I was! Why couldn't I believe dear Grandma when she said God would comfort me if I would trust him? After I wrote that, I knelt down and said, Thy will be done, thy will be done, and there came to me such sweet peace that I could hardly help dancing about my room. But I hope I shall never do anything so worldly as that.
Mrs. Woodford proceeds. Since the first burst of emotion on the morning after Samuel left, Mr. Woodford has been as tranquil as ever. He never mentions his name now, but I can see that he misses him sadly. My own disappointment at the failure of my plans for him and Juliet is very bitter, for after I had paid the Snells I began to deposit small sums of money in a savings bank at Aroostook, a thriving town about 6 miles from here. It was for Juliet, not for myself, but as she is a minor I had to deposit it as her trustee. If I could have arranged a marriage between her and Samuel, my conscience would have been perfectly at rest. As it is, I am tortured with fears of discovery. Once I would have braved detection, now I cannot. I value my husband's esteem above everything on earth. A glance of contempt from him would kill me. All these years of strategy have begun to wear upon me. I live in mortal terror. I ought, in some way, to let Juliet know about her money, and yet, if I tell her now, it will be the signal of new extravagances on her part. It will be better to address to her a sealed letter, to be opened only in case of my death, telling her how to proceed to procure the money, and directing her also to destroy this manuscript. But for pouring out my cares on this paper, I should have lost my senses. Mr. Woodford says he has heard of the son of an old friend, whom he shall secure as bookkeeper in Samuel's place, and that he shall let Mrs. Strong take him to board, if she wishes it, as she and Mr. Strong find it hard work to live on their salary. But I do not see how she can endure any new cares. The Pemaquids seem to regard her as their property, exactly as they do Mr. Strong. She has to be the first directress of the sewing society, the leader of the female prayer meeting, the treasurer of the Bible Society, and of the Auxiliary Tract Society. She has charge of the Juvenile Benevolent Society, the Female Benevolent Society, and they are talking of having a Foreign Mission Society besides. She cuts out every shroud in the village. She settles all the feuds that arise between the choir and the parish, and her only help is a young girl she is bringing up. Forsooth, I should like to be the minister's wife here for 1 week. They would not find it so easy to make a slave of me. Mr. Strong spent the evening here. It seems his fame has extended to a large city. Commissioners have come to hear him preach, and he has been called to an important church there. He came to consult Mr. Woodford about it, as if there could be any question in his mind about leaving his present laborious and obscure position. How men dilly-dally over matters, women settle, as the Pemaquids say, in a jiffy. Meanwhile I have been making the acquaintance of our new bookkeeper, whom he brought with him. He is a bright, joyous, attractive young fellow, better educated than anyone else in Pemaquid, except Mr. Strong. Mr. Woodford likes him, and, I believe, goes to the Strongs oftener than ever. If he takes a fancy to advance his interests as he did Samuel's, why not secure him for Juliet? Meanwhile I shall take care to make myself agreeable to him. Kezia Millet gets a letter. Why, look here, Mother. I've got a letter from Pemaquid, and things is going on awful there. I always said our minister wasn't one of the common sort, and I've argufied about it with Lawyer Snell and Miss Snell 40 times if I have once. And now he's got a call to go to the city of Broadstairs, if you know whereabouts that is. I'm sure I don't. And all Pemaquid is lamenting, and the church has appointed a day of fasting and prayer, and all the widows is crying out to heaven not to take away their live idol that they've been worshipping and bowing down to, as if he was great A little a Ron's golden calf. They say if he'll go, they'll give him a big salary and put him in a handsome house, and his wife can keep 2 girls if she's a mind to, and have their children go to first-rate schools, and I don't know what not. Of course he'll go, there ain't no of course about it. It'll be just as the Lord says, and if he says stay at Pemaquid, our minister'll stay. I declare I'm all in a flurry about it. And law, Mother, who do you think's dead? Deborah Snell. You might knock me down with a straw. And our Samuel, he's gone off. I always said he and that woman would fall out sometime. Dreadful. Oh, what will the people in Pemaquid say if their golden idol is taken away? I said it once and I say it again. He ain't the least like the children of men. They talk in the primer about Obadias and 2 or 3 more of his kind that was pious. But law, they weren't nothing to our Parson Strong. He'll make a short cut into heaven ere long. Mrs. Woodford is surprised. After keeping the whole village in a ferment for 3 weeks, Mr. Strong has proclaimed that duty constrains him to remain here. The man must be insane to refuse the most tempting offer, the most congenial field of labor, and settle down here for life. For my part, I am disappointed. I hoped we should get a younger man, and one without his solemn views of life, which I think unnatural and unsound. And what he has done to make himself so beloved here, I cannot imagine. I met Mrs. Strong the other day, and she had the face to tell me she was glad her husband had decided to remain here, as if she liked being the parish slave, doing housework, making all her own, her husband's, and her children's clothes. Why, the way they live is pitiful. They sleep in a deathly cold room, with 2 of the children in a trundle bed, and 1 in a crib by Mrs. Strong's side. If any of them are ailing in the night, she must get up and attend them in an actually freezing atmosphere. The weather here is like Greenland. She has to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and see about getting breakfast. Then the children are brought down and dressed by the kitchen fire, she being the nursery maid and shivering herself with the cold. They make their coffee of parched peas, and in every department economize in the same way. She hasn't had a new dress for 3 years, and Mr. Strong's old camlet cloak looks as if it had been worn 50. These and a score of such items I have learned through Frank Weston, with whom I am on the best of terms. I need somebody for a friend, for Mr. Woodford still holds aloof. He seems to vent on little children the affection I long to have him bestow on me. The other day I met him drawing one of the Strong babies on a little sled, the child having reins and a whip in its hand, and crying out to him to "Get up, old horse." He looked very much ashamed when he saw me, and got out of the way as quickly as possible. It is amazing that he does not see how I honor him, how I long for something more than this unvarying courtesy and cold civility. Did he love my predecessor, I wonder? And is his heart in the grave with her? Ah, I envy her the sleep she is taking. Thanks to me, for nobody would have had enterprise to get up the factory if I had not stirred them up to it. Pemaquid is thriving finely. Mr. Woodford is building a boarding house for the factory girls. 2 new stores are going up, and 6 houses. And, as if Mr. Strong was not overworked before, he has undertaken to form a Bible class for the girls and anyone else who wants to attend. And Mrs. Strong came and asked me to join it. I think I see myself saddled with anything new in religion. It is just as much as I can stand to keep up a decent outside on Sundays. Last summer we had a most disastrous drought, and everything bid fair to be burned to a crisp. Of course, the church appointed a day of fasting and prayer, and Ruth, who was home for a short visit, went to it, carrying a huge umbrella. Just fancy the Lord making it rain to suit Pemaquid. What does he care for Pemaquid? But Pemaquid fasted, and Pemaquid humbled itself, and Pemaquid prayed, and lo, just as the people were pouring out at the meeting-house, it began to rain, and everybody but Ruth and an old woman she waited upon home got wet to the skin. Now see their inconsistency. They pray for rain, pretending that they expect to gain something by that operation, but prove that they did not expect anything by their surprise when rain appeared. For my part, I think it is blasphemous to pray so much. Fancy the Lord caring whether Farmer Jay's potatoes dried up, or Farmer Toby's grass. It isn't likely he ever heard of either of them. As I said, Ruth came home. Deacon Chitcomb, or some such name, was coming this way, and her grandmother sent her home to surprise her father, who had a regular Thanksgiving Day dinner got up, and sent for the Strongs and young Weston. The latter seemed not a little struck with Ruth, who, it must be owned, is a very pretty, quaint girl, who looks as if she had just stepped out of Watts' and Select Hymn Book. Her father says, with rapture, that she is just like her grandmother, and I should think they were just about of an age. I made it convenient for Mr. Woodford to take her back to Kittery Point in a few days, as Frank Weston might get fond of her and interfere with my plans for Juliet. Once having seen her, this little Puritan will stand no sort of a chance. Still, it is to be hoped Grandma's precious life will long be spared.
Ruth's Journal. It was so kind in Grandma to let me go home and see Father. He cannot come here as he used, for the factory takes a great deal of his time. Considering all things, he looks pretty well. I missed Kezia more than I can tell. It is such a pity she went away, for all the girls go into the factory, and it is impossible to get good help in the kitchen. I made a great many nice things for them, and if it had been cold weather, would have made enough to last a great while. But it rained so much after the day of fasting and prayer that things got moldy. I spent one day at the parsonage, for they've built a parsonage, and a real pretty one too. Mr. and Mrs. Strong are just two saints. All they seem to care for is the church, and what they can do for it. They are lovely to each other, and lovely to their children. Mrs. Strong has always loved me for my own mother's sake, and she told me a great many beautiful things about her that she said I was not old enough to understand when I went away, more than 5 years ago. Take it all together, I had a pleasant visit at home. My new mother treats Father as well as she knows how, and waits upon him, and hangs round him as if she was trying to get him to notice her. But he doesn't. I saw a little kitten try to get intimate with a very large black dog once, but he did not so much as see her. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. As poor, yet making many rich, as having nothing, and yet possessing all things. The Pilgrims, they lived in a large upper chamber, facing the sun rising. The name of the chamber was Peace. Ruth's Journal. Dear Grandma tried as hard as she could to prepare me for what she knew was coming. I came down one morning, trembling with the cold, and found Rachel had made the fire and was busy at it. I have always made the fire myself, for Rachel is very old, and it would have been a shame to let her get up in the cold. "Why, Rachel, what are you up for?" I cried. "This is the 4th day of this horrid cold weather," she said, "and very hot and very cold weather is bad for the aged. They're apt to go off in one or the other." I did not understand her. "You had better go and sit by Grandma," she said. "I think she's took a change in the night. I mistrusted it afore I went to bed, and I just slept with one ear open." I ran into Grandma's room, but didn't see any change. She was lying there, sleeping like a baby, breathing softly and smiling every now and then. Rachel came in with a cup of hot tea, but she couldn't rouse Grandma to take it. "Drink it yourself, poor child," she said. "You'll need it before the day's out, and I'll run to the window and see if there's anyone passing. It would be a comfort to see Father Andrews." "Oh, send for the doctor first," I said. "We don't want no doctors round. We want our minister. And don't you take on so, child. It's enough to hinder Grandma's passage into paradise." I grew still in a minute. Who was I that I should dare get in Grandma's way? At last Rachel saw a boy going past, and sent him for Father Andrew. "Tell him there's no hurry," I heard her say, "but to eat a hot breakfast afore he ventures out." She had to call out very loud, and the noise woke Grandma up.
We were in each other's arms in a minute, and she told me how she loved me. And then she said, "I got my invitation in the night. You'll let me go, won't you?" I thought her mind was wandering, and so I said, "You never go anywhere, Grandma. Nobody has invited you anywhere." She smiled and pointed upward. Then I knew, and soon she fell sweetly asleep again. Father Andrews lives pretty near us. He came in, a good deal out of breath, and it took him a long time to get over it, for he is 93 years old and has been the minister here over 60. "I knew you'd want to see her once more," said Rachel.
Yes, he said, "but I'm jealous of her. She has outrun me and will get into heaven first, and I wouldn't have thought that of her."
He took his cane and slowly made his way to Grandma's side. The tears rolled down his venerable face when he saw her. Then 2 of the old ladies who used to come and pray with her came in. They sat and held her hand, and now and then would say a text. All at once one of them asked me how soon my father would be here. My father! I had not thought of him. One of the neighbors who had come in to see if we wanted help offered to go for him. It was good sleighing, and the sun was up. Then all I prayed for was that she might live till he came, and know him. And she did. And then what a prayer Father Andrews made! Why, he opened heaven for us, and let us see Grandma going in, and smiling. It is a long time since I have felt like writing here. Dear Grandma has gone home, and I have come home. What a difference! She was so glad to go that I could not bear to ask God to keep her here for my sake and Rachel's. Yet Rachel says she shall not know how to live without her. She has lived with her ever since I was born, and that is nearly 20 years. I think it would be very mean and cowardly in me to want to keep her out of heaven a single day because I was not willing to suffer the pain of parting from her. Still, the pain is very hard to bear, and if it was right, I could spend my whole time crying and moaning, for it is just as if a mother had been snatched away. But I am determined to obey her just as exactly as if she could speak to me and tell me how to act, and to do that all my life long, even if I live to be 80 years old. Besides, there is a great deal to do. Nobody in this house knows how to prepare such food as my father has been used to. There is a girl in the kitchen, to be sure, but she is slovenly and ignorant, and I must do all the nice work myself. And I can, for Rachel has taught me all her ways. Rachel would have come home with me, but she is all worn out and needs rest. Grandma has left her books to me. These are the works of Hannah More in 8 volumes. Owen on the Holy Spirit and on spiritual mindedness, Baxter's Saints' Everlasting Rest, the Pilgrims' Progress, and Taylor's Holy Living and Dying. They are all such books as it is good for a weak and ignorant girl like me to read over and over again, and it almost seems as if I could see dear Grandma's face as I sit and read them by myself, as I have read them to her. I'm too old to be slapped in the face now by Juliet or anybody else, but it stings worse to have such holy books laughed at and made fun of. It is like making fun of the being I love and adore as I love nothing else. Poor mother, poor Juliet, they know not what they do. Mrs. Woodford. Juliet has finished her course at school and has come home, since which event I dare not say my soul is my own. It was more comfortable to have her away. She has ill-bred schoolfellows come to visit her, and goes riding and driving round the country with them, while it never seems to occur to her that anyone else has any use for the horses. She and Frank Weston have become quite good friends, and it has occurred to me that if she marries him, as I rather think she intends to do, she will not need the ill-gotten sum I have laid up for her. I wish I had not put it into her power to touch it by giving her the sealed letter, to be opened in case of my death. It would have been wiser to confide my secret to Mr. Woodford, should he outlive me.
but it is not likely that he will. If goodness entitles a man to a passport for heaven, he may go there any day. A messenger has just come to summon him to Kittery Point. He took time before he went to send this message to the conference meeting. Aaron Woodford requests the prayers of this church for his mother, lying very weak and low, that she may be restored to health, or, if not, prepared for all God's will and pleasure. If she dies, I suppose Ruth will come home. Well, she is a harmless creature, is handy with her needle, makes delicious things for the table, and on the whole it will be rather a convenience to have her around. Ruth has come home. She is a very pretty girl, with her father's fresh complexion, smooth white forehead, and honest, kindly blue eyes. Her hair has not an angular line in it, but waves and curls gracefully about her head. The contrast between her and Juliet is almost ludicrous. On Sunday, just before we rose for the long prayer, what were my sensations on hearing these words read from the pulpit? Aaron Woodford and his wife desire your prayers that the death of their mother may be sanctified to them for their spiritual and everlasting good. After which followed one from Ruth, to much the same effect. The time has been that this would have driven me out of the meeting-house in a rage. As it is, I cannot afford to insult Mr. Woodford. But how I felt, standing shivering through a whole hour of long prayer, and Mr. Strong piling up petitions for me to a heaven I do not more than half believe in. Juliet fairly giggled aloud. Fair mother, indeed. And yet, such are the contradictions of human nature. There was a mixture of sweetness in the words. Juliet writes to her friend in Boston. Since you went home, I have had all sorts of times with Frank. In the first place, Ruth Woodford's grandma must needs go and die, and she has come home and quartered herself in Samuel's room. She's just such a girl as I can't endure. When we were young ones, she'd let me slap her in the face and pull her hair, and any other little pastimes of the sort. She is just as mean-spirited still. The other day I went to get her to hook my dress, and there she was arranging a set of old musty books, left her by her grandmother, in a little pine bookcase she had just made. I took down volume after volume and read paragraphs here and there, which I made sound perfectly ridiculous. Do you pretend that you like these solemn old divines? I asked her at last. Like them? She asked. Yes, and love them too. And you believe in prayer meetings and fast days and all such nonsense? Juliet, I do not try to wound and hurt you. Then why do you come and try to wound me? She cried out. Because I hate religion the way it's thrust on one here at Pemaquid. I hate it, I say. You have a right to hate it, I suppose, she said. And I have rights too. I have the right to leave the room, and shall take it now. So off she marched, and I took the opportunity to act the spy in her apartment. In the first place, it seems she has a fire. Then I shall have one in my room. In the second place, she has got stored away in a box an old faded flower or two, so it is plain she is in love with some Kittery Point swain. In the third place, she keeps a journal, and I have read some holy twaddle in it, but find no mention of the swain. And now, to sum up her crimes in one, Frank walked home from meeting with her last Sunday night, though he knew all I went for was to see him. Don't you wish her joy of the life I am going to lead her? I flirted desperately with Josiah Stone, who did me the honor to escort me home. I did not seem to observe it, but sang hymns with Ruth. The girl is a perfect beauty, but she is deep. She knows how to get at the best side of Frank, and between us both, I imagine he is half distracted. It is my opinion that he'd like to marry Ruth on Sundays and fast days, and have me weekdays.
Well, burn this letter up, there's a dear, and I'll do as much for you.
Mrs. Woodford. The throat distemper is raging here in perfect fury, and in all the region round about. A public fast was therefore ordained, but very few were present. The women have their hands full taking care of the sick, and the men are doing the housework their wives have no time to attend to. The children are dying off at the rate of 3 or 4 to a family. I stirred up the people to buy a bell, but I never would have done it if I had foreseen these dreadful times. Its dismal toll falls on the ear every few hours, ringing out the age of the departed. Juliet is half wild with terror. She will not enter a house or see anyone who comes here, lest she should take the infection. News has come that 100 children have died in an adjacent parish. One old man, aged 99, has died here. Nothing could be more forlorn than the 99 strokes of the bell. Juliet has just come to say that stay here she can't and won't.
Do you mean to leave the field to Ruth, then? I ask. What field?
Frank Weston, to be sure.
Do you suppose he would look at that little chit after he had seen me?
Well, where are you going?
To Boston, to some of the girls at Boston.
And suppose I have the distemper while you are gone?
Why, I suppose Pa Woodford and Ruth would see you through it. I wouldn't do it for the world.
But I might not survive it, you know.
Oh, yes, you would. You are not fit to die.
Neither are you.
I know it, and that's the reason I'm going to beat a retreat, and I must have some money right away.
There was no use in arguing with her, so I reluctantly gave her the money, and she is to start in the stage as soon as she can get ready. Ruth says Mr. Strong is wearing himself out with going round and praying with the dying. I said I thought it very wrong to expose his own family in that way. If he must pray, couldn't he do it at home? She said she did not think it was the same thing. Frank Weston walked home from meeting with Ruth last night, and said he had stopped on his way for the doctor, and Mrs. Strong was not well.
If she has the distemper, tell her I will come and take care of the children, said Ruth.
You will do no such thing, I cried.
I certainly shall,
she said, turning upon me a look I had never seen on her face before. Juliet was afraid to come down, but she leaned over the banisters and held a bantering dialogue with Frank from that retreat.
If they've got the distemper at the Strongs, you'll be catching it next. Don't come here if you do, for pity's sake.
It is the last place I should come to, he said with some contempt. If I find Mrs. Strong too sick to take care of herself, I will come back for you, Ruth. So it's Ruth already, is it?
She shan't go, cried Juliet. She'll bring the horrid disease to us. I shall go, said Ruth. I am no longer a child. What is the use of being a strong and healthy young woman if I am not to nurse the sick?
We had hardly got to bed when Frank returned. Ruth opened her window. He said she was needed at the Strongs. I begged Mr. Woodford to forbid her going, since she was so headstrong and would not obey me. He said somebody must go, and why not Ruth? Somebody's daughter must go, why not his? He got up and dressed, harnessed the sleigh, which he piled up with provisions, and drove off. I made him promise not to go into the house, and Juliet and I snuffed up hot vinegar till he came back. He reported Mrs. Strong as very sick with the distemper, and 2 of the children as ailing. Ruth was going to sit up all night. She had her Bible and her Saints' Everlasting Rest to keep her company. Kezia Millet receives another letter from Pemaquid.
Oh, Mother, help me pack my trunk right away. They've got the distemper down to Pemaquid, and our Ruth's gone right into it, and the squire, he's down with it, and I'm a-going right down to nuss him. Ain't it lucky you didn't want to have no numb palsy, and air as spry as a gal, and don't need me to home? Oh, the squire, that blessed man, he shan't die for want of nussin'. Ain't I afraid of catching it myself? No, I ain't a mite afraid of catching it myself. But s'pose I do. I ain't afraid to die, Mother. I know I'm a poor, sinful creetur, but there's one standing in my place that never sinned, and the judge won't never think of old Keziah Millet when he sees his lovely face, and so I just slip in at the gate unbeknownst. Packs her trunk and sings. Though mountains fall and seas are dry, I never will my Lord deny. The pestilence may walk at night, but he will make my midnight bright. My duty I'm resolved to do, and he will see me safely through. And thus the blessed squire, he, and even that Miss Woodford, she, put up some currant jelly, Mother. That ain't the jar, I meant the other. And you're a master hand at prayer, so pray for me while I am there, that I consistent may remain, and never slip and fall again, and suffer such a dreadful pain. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss. There is no peace, saith my God, for the wicked. Mrs. Woodford's Journal. A few days after Ruth went away, Juliet rushed into my room with a white face, and the announcement that she had the distemper. "It's all Ruth's fault," she said. "If she had stayed at home and helped me to do my sewing, I should have got away from this abominable hole." I had hardly got her into bed when Mr. Woodford came in and said he thought he was going to be sick too. I felt as if I should drop. What was I to do between them both? At first he would not go to bed, but insisted on helping me in the care of Juliet, whose malady was greatly aggravated by her alarm. But at last he had to yield to the fearful exhaustion that accompanies this disease. My heart died within me. What if I should fall sick with it myself? What if I should take it and die? The thought made me shudder. I have a dread of death beyond compare. The Bible says something comes after death. I believe it is judgment. In 2 days I was nearly worn out with running back and forth between the two rooms, for among friends who would rally round the squire in this emergency, there was not one who did not have his or her hands full. The malady was so widespread. As to money, there was not enough in all Pemaquid to induce hirelings to venture into an infested house. And no wonder. What then was my relief when Keziah Millet came rushing in, caught up the reins where she had let them drop, and became mistress of the house. Her energy, her strength, her tact and skill, her perfect fearlessness of the disease made her presence invaluable. "Were you never afraid to die, Keziah?" I asked her one day. "Law, yes, when I was a poor unconverted creetur like you be," she said. "What is being converted?" "Why, it's turning right round and being just as different from what you was before as can be. Here, squire, you drink this here raspberry syrup right down. It's the best thing for the throat there is." I would give anything not to fear death. "Mossy sakes alive, 'tain't given, it's taken." "Taking what?" "Why, what the Lord gives you." "I don't understand." "No, of course you don't. Everything's got to be learnt. It ain't just having ingrediences that'll make a mince pie. It's getting the right proportionses.
A little beef here and a little suet there, just enough apple and just enough raisins and just so much spice. And now, Christians is different. One'll be all beef, and another all suet, and another all raisins. But 'twon't do. They oughter learn the proportionses. Now, how was I going to make anything out of this jargon? And yet I could endure her homely talk better than I could Mr. Strong's pious prayers, or the old deacon's solemn discourses and talk about revivals. I wonder what a revival is, anyhow. If I could get religion enough to take away my harassing fear of death, I think I should be glad to do it, but I do not know how. Kezia, I began again, suppose you should catch the disease and die. Well, suppose I should. Mother can take care of herself now, and when she gets old and beat out, she can go to live to my brother's at Bethel. My brother has got the cutest little wife you ever see. But I was not asking about your mother. I was asking about you. Oh, me? Why, I should go to heaven. You couldn't know that. Yes, I could. Why, even Job knew, and Christ hadn't come in his day, and it's hard if we can't know in ourn. I had been away too long from Juliet, and now returned to her. I found her very fretful and fractious and displeased at being left alone.
Pa Woodford has got Kezia, she said. And what does he want of you?
I don't suppose he wants anything of me, but I want a great deal from him. It would nearly kill me to lose him.
That's the greatest joke I ever heard in my life. I suppose you'll say you love him next, and we'll call him dear Aaron.
Juliet, you are enough to drive me wild. Why don't you fix your mind on the danger you are in?
Danger? Danger of what? Who says I'm in danger? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you bring me up better? Mother, is there such a place as hell?
I don't know. I hope not. I brought you up as well as I knew how, and as to the danger, you are not nearly so sick as Mr. Woodford. Not nearly. But everybody is in danger who has this horrid disease.
I tell you what it is, Mother. If I die and am lost forever, it will be your fault, and you'll have the comfort of remembering it after I'm gone. It's the mother's fault when their children go astray. Oh dear me, how sick I am.
Just then the doctor came into the house, stamping the snow off his feet and making noise enough to wake the dead. For all that, he is a great favorite of mine. Running over with health, vivacity, and kind-heartedness, he is quite the opposite of his gloomy partner, who attended the squire at one time, and pretended that he could not live a week. He rushed into the sick-room now, bustling, laughing, hopeful, and bringing in pure breezes from without. "Well, Aaron, how are you? Hi! What are you shaking your head for? How dare you shake your head? Do you pretend to say you are not 10% better than you was last night?" "I do not realize that I am. I have no vigor." Vigor! Well, who expects vigor on a sickbed? I am ashamed of you. Have you taken your nourishment regular?" "I had no appetite. I have declined food." "Kezia, Millet, hand me that gruel. Did you boil raisins in it, as I told you? Here, squire, open your mouth while I pour a pint of these slops into you." "You act as if the squire was a hay-mow, and you was a pitchin' in hay," quoth Kezia. "Hand me my bag, and hold your tongue while I make up some powders. I'm going to give 'em a good dose of calomel and jalop. Wish I'd done it sooner. How's the girl, Mrs. Woodford?" I told him she was very restless and nervous, and took him to see her.
"Doctor, tell me the truth," she said. "Am I very sick?"
"How can I tell before I've seen your throat? Hand me a spoon, Mrs. Woodford. Well, your throat is pretty bad, but we'll pull you through. Juliet threw upon me a reproachful look.
"Mother frightened me nearly to death," she said.
"What is there to be frightened about? What's death? Why, it's the beginning of all that is good. Still, it is my business to keep people alive, and I shall stick to my business and pull you through." I followed him out with imploring looks. "Well," he said, "they're both bad cases. Very bad. I can't say how they'll turn out, and as to the squire, it does not matter. He's been 2/3 in heaven many a long year. And as to the girl, it ain't for me to be her judge, nor yours either. Keep up their spirits anyhow. Take pattern by me. I never carry such a face as yours into a sick room." I went out into the kitchen. I knew there was nobody there. Our girl had left us in a fright. There was a good fire on the hearth, and a kettle boiling on the crane. Kezia had got everything under way for dinner. I lay down on the cold floor that shone with yellow paint and cleanliness, and wished I were dead. They were all I had, and both bad cases. Very bad. But I heard Juliet shrieking from her room, and had to go to her. She wanted her pillow shaken up. She wanted water. She wanted gruel without those nasty raisins in it. I went to make the gruel, and met Kezia in the kitchen. "Don't you be so downhearted, Miss Woodford," she said. "Our doctor is an experienced old man, and knows what he's about. He'll have to pull pretty hard to keep the squire out of paradise, but Lawyer Juliet ain't drawed that way." I heard Juliet calling again, and hastened to her side. "You keep leaving me alone," she whined. "I don't dare to be alone a minute. Why does not Ruth come home and help take care of me? There's plenty of other people in the parish to take care of the Strongs." "So there are. I will send for her, but she will not come." "Why not?" "What sort of treatment has she had from you?" She made no reply. I wrote a hasty note to Ruth, telling her of our sore trouble, and asking her to come to our relief. "Well, now, it's a sight I never expected to see," cried Kezia, "and it's a sight good for sore eyes. You've went and wrote a note asking for the prayers of the church, now haven't you?" "I ask for the prayers of the church!" I exclaimed. "You are out of your senses, Kezia." "Worse luck for you, then," she said, and went back to Mr. Woodford. To be sure, there was this one last faint hope, but after my sneers at such resorts, could I humble myself to seek it now? I sent off my note to Ruth and sat down by Juliet. She was very restless, though sleeping, and often cried out aloud. Then I would waken her and ask why she cried. She made no answer, and would sleep again. The short winter's day was growing gray. I sat in the gathering darkness, fighting with myself. Kezia came in noiselessly. "I don't like the looks of the squire," she whispered. "Come and see what you think." I followed her, and she held the candle so as to let me see the worn, exhausted face. He, too, was asleep. Or dead. It was hard to tell which. As we stood there, the doctor came in. After examining his patient, he turned, without a word, to Juliet's bedside. That, too, he left in silence. "I have done all I can for them. They are in God's hands. He can save them, even now." I told him I had sent for Ruth. "She can't come," he said. "It's hard for her, but she can't come. Those little Strongs won't take anything except from her. Their mother is very low, and so are they. Their only chance of living is in her being there. Mrs. Strong has a very peculiar feeling toward Ruth. She thinks she is Love Woodford, come back from heaven to take care of her. I'll look in again about 9 o'clock this evening. Put your trust in God, ma'am." It might not do any good to ask for the prayers of the church, but it could not do any harm, except to my pride, and was this a time to nourish that? I wrote the note and sent it. Yet for Mr. Woodford there was no need to ask the prayers of the church that loved him to a man. When the doctor came in the evening, he brought Ruth with him to give her father a parting kiss. She then went to Juliet's room and kissed her on the forehead. She looked worn and weary, and crept silently away to the parsonage. It was a keen wintry night, and the moonlight lay all over the snow. Our patients slept on. Kezia, exhausted with fatigue and grief, slept in her chair. Never had I felt so lonely in my life. Hour after hour dragged on. I stole from one sick room to another, gave drops as directed, and watched for the day. It began early. I heard the man open the barn doors and bring the cattle out for water. Then the poultry flew down from their roosts, and their clear, loud voices proclaimed that with them all was well. Then dogs began to bark. Then came the sound of distant sleigh bells, and as daylight dawned, the solemn bell in the church steeple began to toll. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4. Some little child dead. How many times would it toll for Juliet? How many for my husband? Kezia awoke refreshed. She went down to the kitchen and made coffee and brought me some. At last the bells began to ring for the morning service. I heard the sleighs go by. The bell tolled. The last sleigh load had gone into the house of God. Soon the church will stand up and pray. I looked at my two patients. They were both living. Now the church is praying. Praying for us, I said to myself. If their prayers prevail, I shall believe in God, I said aloud. They will prevail, said Kezia, but it may not be in a way to suit us. God knows a great many things we don't. He may see that it's best for you to be chastised. He may take that poor girl of yours away to keep her from breaking your heart. The doctor came in quietly and examined his patients with great care. While there's life, there's hope, he said. I asked what child had died that morning. It was little Woodford Strong, he said, the squire's namesake. How are the others? Going too. What? Mrs. Strong and all? No, only the children. It will kill the Strongs to lose all their children. No, it will not. It will change this world to them forever, but it will not kill them. They may be brought low, but God will help them. At noon the bell began to toll again. I counted as before. 1, 2, 3. Another of the Strongs. And yet again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Love Woodford Strong. I heard afterward that her father was praying with her when she went. I want something to eat, said Juliet. It was as a voice from the dead. I gave her gruel with wine, and she fell asleep again, but cried out no more. I went to look at my husband. He was awake and conscious. Kezia was crying for joy. He looked at me and spoke. I could not understand what he said, but it was no matter. He was alive. Convalescence was rapid in both cases, but there was more to do for them than when they were in most danger. Ruth came home and relieved us in our cares. She was as devoted to Juliet as to her father, bearing with her whims with extreme patience, and inventing numberless ways of diverting her in the tedious hours of confinement to her room. Juliet did not realize that her life had been in danger. Her illness, therefore, had no moral effect. She was eager to get out, to see her friends, to take sleigh rides, to amuse herself as she had been wont to do. Mr. Woodford sat patiently in his chair by the fire. Ruth read aloud to him from some of her choice books. Kezia put the disordered house to rights, made marvels of good things for our invalids, and I thought I had at last found rest. For of course I never meant to part again from the faithful, excellent creature, whose value I never knew till I had lost her. What annoyance I have suffered in my kitchen during her absence! What waste and destruction have gone on there! End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. Ah, if you knew what peace there is in an accepted sorrow. Ruth's Journal. I was at the parsonage 4 weeks. I can hardly keep from crying when I think how patiently Mr. and Mrs. Strong bear their grief. It will be something to remember all my life. All their dear little children are gone. Mrs. Strong was near death, too, and so were my father and Juliet. The parish got together and prayed for us all in our agony, and my father and Mrs. Strong and Juliet are getting well. But for some reason, I can't see any, but God can. The little ones died, and Rachel's are weeping all over the village. In every house almost there is one dead, in some houses 3, in some 4. Mr. Strong seems to forget his own grief in his sympathy for his people. He goes from house to house praying with the sick and with the afflicted, and on Sunday he preached to the mourners. I was not there, as I was needed at home, but I have had the privilege of reading the sermon and of copying part of it. He says,
As far as my experience goes, attempts at human consolation are a solemn mockery. I may tell you that your children were, perhaps, taken from evil to come, but is a mother's aching heart to be healed by a perhaps? You may tell me that my children would, peradventure, have grown up to evil courses, from which God snatched them in their innocent childhood. But in this awful hour, away with peradventures. What you want, what I want, is a reality, yea, a personality, which, as it looms up in the misty distance, we may descry in the storm, toward which we may make our way in our dismantled ships, on which we may cast anchor, to do battle with the uncertain waves no more. It is to our God we must look when we have taken our last look at the faces we loved. It is on his sovereign, holy, infallible will that we must plant our stumbling, bewildered feet. 10,000 reasons we could not understand, should he stoop to explain them, guide his infinite mind. He knows why he spares this life, why he takes that. He is not an arbitrary sovereign, laughing at our calamity. He is our loving, sympathizing Father, who grieves that he must chasten us, our sympathizing Redeemer, who weeps with us when we weep, and is afflicted in all our afflictions. So then, faith, faith, faith in this living, personal God is our stronghold in this day, when but for him we should be swept away on a midnight sea. But faith goes sometimes in another garb, and with another name. Perhaps the weeping mothers I see before me know it best when it is called love. Yes, my dear friends, get love into your hearts, a new, tender, absorbing, personal love to Christ, and see if he does not become more to you in his gracious response than the most devoted child, yea, than 1,000 children could be. If I could see this church filled with ardent lovers of my Master, as the fruit of my own share in our calamity, how would I sing songs in this house of my pilgrimage? What a small price have I paid if it buys you this freedom. Another word before I close. More than one distracted mother has been racked with needless terror about the possible fate of the little ones who have gone from her into an unknown future. Who led these little lambs away from their embrace? The King of Terrors? The devil and his angels? 1,000 times no! They went away in the arms of the Good Shepherd, with the Redeemer, who for their sakes once knew infancy and childhood as helpless as theirs. Never were they so safe, so sheltered, so cared for, so happy as now. They are in green pastures and beside still waters. They drink, earlier than we, of the river of life. They have put on immortality before mortality had saddened or crippled them. We fancy that they are dead and that we are alive. Nay, it is we who die. It is they who have begun to live. And yet, we are human beings, and our hearts are rent with human pain. We have no sublime power to give up our children because it is well with them. We may weep, we must weep over the vanished forms of our beloved. Yea, as long as we tarry on this earth, we may cherish their memories in a sacred sorrow with which no stranger may intermeddle. And we shall have need of patience as the long days come and go, and the pangs so remorselessly pulling at our heartstrings. But oh, my brethren, anything but evil questions as to the doings of our Lord."
As he uttered these words, his brave soul gave way, and he fell back in a fainting fit. Men and women wailed aloud. The old deacon and the doctor were in the pulpit in a minute, and when he revived a little, they and the sexton and another man carried him out through the people, all standing and weeping. I feel greatly condemned at the way I have taken Grandma's death. I did not bear my sorrow in faith, or love, or patience. May God forgive me.
Mrs. Woodford. We have not yet told Mr. Woodford or Juliet how many deaths there have been here. They are not yet strong enough to bear excitement. I must have been out of my mind when I sent a request for the prayers of the church. Of course, only superstition believes in such absurdity. Prayers were offered for the strong children, but they died. In fact, prayers were offered for all who died. Yet it made no difference. And Old Man Booty, as they call him, wouldn't ask for prayers, and he got well. I said all this to Kezia, who took great offense, as if I had done something personally obnoxious to her. "You and me never'll agree until you meet with a change," she said. "What do you mean by meeting with a change?" "What everybody means that uses them words. I mean till you've had a change of heart. And Ruth's come home now, and I'm a-going back to Mother. I can live consistent when I'm along of Mother, 'cause she's a good pious woman that believes in praying and reading the Bible and keeping the Sabbath day. But, Kezia, we can't do without you. Besides, I certainly do not aggravate you as I used to do." "No, you don't. I'll say that for you. But the change is all on the outside. Your heart ain't a mite better than it was when you came a-prowling round the poor squire and courted him just to get a home." "But, Kezia," I said, "do you know you are the most intolerant person I ever met?" "If I'm intolerable, what makes you try to coax me to stay, then?" "I did not say intolerable. I said intolerant. That means that you insist on everybody's looking at things exactly as you do." "If you mean things in the Bible, then I suppose I be intolerable. Miss Woodford, she brought me up from a child, and she ground the truth into me, as you might say, and I can't stand it to live with folks that despise religion. And if you'd pave my kitchen with yaller gold, and then come into it to sneer at good people, I wouldn't stay in it a day. I'm a poor, sinful creetur, but I've got feelings, and my feelings is hurt awful when you say you don't believe in praying, because that's just the same as saying you don't believe in God, and that right on top of his sparing your husband and your girl. Something worse than having 'em die will happen to one or both on 'em if you make light of the mercy that healed 'em. Oh, Miss Woodford, I did hope so that you'd show some gratitude for what has been done for you. Well, I don't mean no harm, and I wish you well, and I'll go home, and me and my mother will pray for your poor soul day and night. You don't know what you're cheating yourself out of, but we do, and I'm awful sorry for you. Awful. But it's my opinion you'll get religion yet. We'll raise your wages as high as you please. Only stay. I have had no peace in the kitchen since you left. Do you think to stifle my conscience with wages? No, I must go home to Mother. I can't stand it to hear my Lord despised and his praying people despised. I love him 100 times more than you have money. And I love them that love him 100 times more than you love that girl of yourn. And I couldn't stand such another fight with the devil as I had when I left here before, and I wouldn't if I could. You must be a very weak Christian if you are so easily tempted. So I be. I never pretended I wasn't. I'm as weak in my soul as I'm strong in my body, and I'm a-going home to Mother. Mr. and Mrs. Strong confer together. I've been thinking, dear, how to spend the time I have on my hands, which I used to spend on our children. And it has come to me that now we can have your good old father come and live with us. I think I could make his last days happy, and besides, you would enjoy having him here.
Thank you, my dear. I should. Though his preaching days are over, his praying days are not, and he would bring a blessing with him.
You and I could move upstairs and give him our room. I think I should like to move upstairs. Not that I should forget the children any more there than here, but it would be a trifle easier when I wake in the morning to be in a different room.
He could not bear the journey in this severe weather. We shall have to wait until spring. But we can move upstairs, my dear wife, if it will be of the least relief to you.
Perhaps it is childish in me to wish it. Still, I should like the occupation of fitting up your father's room right away. There is a chair in the garret I could stuff and cover for him, and I shall think of other little comforts. There, don't look at me as if you thought I was an angel. I'm doing it all out of selfishness, because I must have something to do.
Something to do, when you have my whole parish in your heart and on your shoulders. Oh, Faith, precious little wife, how merciful was God when he spared you to me.
And he might have taken you from me. Surely goodness and mercy have followed us all our days.
Mrs. Woodford. Kezia has gone, headstrong, narrow-minded creature that she is, and as to finding anybody to fill her place, it is simply impossible. Fortunately, Mr. Woodford and Juliet are well enough now to take care of themselves, and Ruth has time to do the work our ignorant slattern in the kitchen is incapable of. Juliet is in the state people are apt to be when recovering, peevish, exacting, and unreasonable. I thought that hearing of what others are suffering in this village might tend to make her forget herself. I had already told Mr. Woodford about the Strongs, and now told her. I ought to have taken the precaution, knowing how thoughtless she is, to have communicated what I had to say in Mr. Woodford's absence, and not let her appear to him as utterly heartless as she did. Juliet, I began, you make more ado about your little physical discomforts than poor Mrs. Strong does about her terrible affliction.
What affliction?
All 3 of her children died when you were so sick.
You don't say so. Well, why should she make an ado? They were all little things, and they had such a houseful, and there was just nothing to bring them up with. Susan Stone says that one night when Mrs. Strong was sick, her mother was there and poured out tea for Mrs. Strong, and he had it sweetened with molasses.
You know that is not true, I said, seeing Mr. Woodford listening from behind his book. You know better than to repeat such nonsense.
Indeed, it is true, she maintained. For Mrs. Stone was pouring in the molasses, and he checked her, saying,
"That'll do, Mrs. Stone," and she kept on pouring it in, saying, "Dear me, if it was all molasses, it wouldn't be none too good for you." I know I almost died of laughing. Susan Stone told it in such a droll way.
"There is not a word of truth in that story,"
said Mr. Woodford, taking off his spectacles and looking as severely at Juliet as he knew how.
"The more shame to the parish if it were. You misunderstood Susan Stone."
"Well, it was some minister I know, and I thought it was Mr. Strong. It doesn't make much difference. All ministers are poor. I would not marry one if he was the last man on earth. And Susan Stone said that Father Stevens had to work so hard on his farm to make out a living that before he went to General Conference, he had his hands poulticed to take off the tan." Mr. Woodford took a paper from his pocketbook and began to write. With my mind's eye I could read what he wrote, and it was this, or something like it.
"Mem, send 6 loaves loaf sugar to Mr. Strong. Also 1/2 barrel brown sugar. Send Father Stevens money to hire a man. He is too old to labor with his hands. Make inquiries about other needy ministers."
Meanwhile, I gave Juliet a warning look. "It jars on one to hear you giggling so, and thinking nothing of Mr. Strong's loss." "I suppose she will think it a loss. For my part, I should imagine she'd be glad to thin out a little. How she used to dress them. She had to sit up half the night to do her sewing. Faugh! Before I'd marry a minister."
"Perhaps you are not aware," remarked Mr. Woodford, "that Frank Weston intends to study theology as soon as he has earned the means."
Juliet colored high with surprise and incredulity. "I don't believe a word about it," she cried. "I shall just ask him when I see him." I gave her another warning look. Ruth came in bearing a tray with the dinner of the invalids. "What is this story about Frank Weston studying theology? Have you been putting him up to it, Ruth Woodford?" "I? No, indeed. It was all settled before he came here." "Oh, you are in his secrets, then?" "I never heard of it as a secret. It was frequently spoken of at the parsonage as an understood thing." "I suppose you saw a great deal of him while you were at the parsonage?" "No, very little. I was too busy." I said I had been telling Juliet about the children. "Isn't it enough to break one's heart to think of it?" said Ruth. "When I carried them, one by one, to their mother, to take leave of them, I thought she would die." "How can you talk about such horrid, gloomy things when I am eating my dinner? Talk of something else. How did Frank appear?" "Very serious and sympathizing," Ruth replied. "Well, now, confess. Should you have stayed at the parsonage a whole month if he had not been there?" "He was not there. They would not let him stay lest he should take the disease. He used to come 3 times a day to know how they all were, and someone would open a window and tell him." "I suppose the someone was Ruth Woodford?" "I do not remember going to the window once. I almost always had a child in my arms." "I don't see why he does not call to see me all this time," continued Juliet. "So do I," said Ruth cordially. "He admires you very much."
"I doubt if he is in the mood to make calls," remarked Mr. Woodford. "He was extremely fond of the little Strongs, as they were of him."
"He ought to go out, then, and divert his mind," said Juliet. "He is probably diverting it in his closet," said Ruth.
"Of course he is,"
said Mr. Woodford.
"That is, he is finding his solace there. It is the only place in all the world for mourning souls."
Now don't, Pa Woodford, quoth Juliet. I want to eat my dinner in peace. Whereupon he subsided. I only hope he is not aware that she calls him Pa in derision. And somehow those few words about finding solace in prayer have clung to me, and I cannot shake them off. Sometimes I almost wish I had been born and brought up here in Pemaquid. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss.
Oh, what a sight were man, if his attire did alter with his mind, and if, like a dolphin's skin, his clothes combined to alter with his mind. Herbert. Frank Weston's side of the story. There is a passage in the Bible to this effect. Unstable as waters, thou shalt not excel. I am beginning to think these words describe my character and prophesy my future. When I came to Pemaquid, I fully intended to stay here only so long as it would require to earn sufficient to carry me through my professional studies, and my profession was to be that of a minister. I knew that if I chose that, I must renounce a good deal, all chance of being rich, of indulging my love of ease, of gratifying my taste. At times, this seemed hard. At other times, when I was in a good frame, for example, it seemed easy. Well, I came here, right into the heart of a minister's family, and saw his life, stripped of all romance, just as it was. I saw him overworked and underpaid. I saw him toiling day and night, not merely to feed the souls of his people, but to feed the bodies of his wife and children. What little his people paid him, they paid grudgingly and irregularly. He had to be all things to all men, and Mrs. Strong all things to all women. He was a hewer of wood, and she a drawer of water. To be sure, they maintained that it was a most blessed life. Neither of them would own that, having put their hand to the plough, they had once looked back. And they were most eager in urging me to carry out my intention to enter the ministry. On the other hand, with 1/10 of the labor Mr. Strong bestows on his vineyard, I receive in mine twice his salary. The question then naturally arises, why not stay where you are and make the most of the bird in the bush? During 6 days out of the 7 the question is easily answered. But on Sunday, when I have leisure for reflection, life puts on a new aspect. Sunday says, in one voice or another, that no man liveth to himself. It rouses and shakes me, and reminds me of vows and promises made upon my knees to God. If the truth must be told, Sundays are gloomy days to me. I pass them in vain resolves and a kind of stupid remorse. Monday sets me on my feet again, and by Saturday I am quite disenthralled. This pretty little village does not offer much temptation to worldliness. The people of Pemaquid are a staid, church-going people, and most of the young folks follow in the way they should go. Yet a temptation has met me, even here. It is in the shape of one of the handsomest girls I ever saw. She is tall and commanding in figure, and her eyes are magnificent. She is the best educated of the young people here, and as full of life and spirit as a young hunter. It is not vanity in me to own to myself, here in secret, that she thinks equally well of me. We have gradually got up a regular flirtation. Now and then my conscience gets the upper hand and warns me to stay away. Mrs. Strong, who cannot endure anyone who does not belong to the church, warns me solemnly against her. Then I force myself to keep aloof week after week. Business presses. I have engagements. All sorts of excuses can be got up in an emergency. Then Juliet gets my head into the noose again. I rush back to her side, and things are soon on their old footing.
Am I in love with this beautiful sinner? For a sinner she is, in will at least. I cannot help pitying her, and her mother too. They seem so out of place in that stiff, puritanical atmosphere at Mr. Woodford's, but I ought to be careful what I say about him. If ever there was a man of angelic nature, he is one. Mrs. Strong says so, and she knows about all there is to know in Pemaquid. He has certainly treated me with great generosity, but he treats his cat and his dog as well, or would do so if he could. Mrs. Strong is fain to make a match between myself and a certain little girl of his, whom she has seen only once for many years. I can imagine what sort of a commonplace heroine she would introduce into my life. Many thanks for your trouble. Meanwhile, I shall choose for myself, dear madame. We stand jesting on the very threshold of impending calamity. While I was writing the above, this trio of lovely little children was being signed and sealed for eternity. Ah, how life looks in the presence of death. To go back to the beginning, if I can collect my thoughts. So, Mrs. Strong's little paragon, Ruth Woodford, has come home. She is the quaintest, purest, sweetest little rosebud of a Puritan one can imagine. There was an epidemic prevailing in the village, and Mrs. Strong thought that she and the children were coming down with it. I laughed at her, but called at the doctor's on my way to the Woodfords, where I spent the evening. As I left, Ruth made me promise I would come back for her if she was needed at the parsonage. I went back for her, though I knew they were stricken down with contagious disease. I knew she would go, if it cost her her life. And my 3 playfellows, my pride and delight, are all gone. All the laughter and merriment, all sound of little voices, the pattering of little feet, forever gone. If I am so unmanned that, as I write, I am crying like a boy, what is this grief to the poor father and mother? I hardly dare to go nigh them. Such sorrow as theirs is too sacred to be looked upon. How much they are beloved! The whole parish seems afflicted with them. Is not such devotion and sympathy as this better than money? Suppose a fortune were at this moment offered Mr. Strong in exchange for the tears and kind services of his people at this awful moment. I trust that from this hour I shall be another man. I will dismiss forever my worldly ambition and slothfulness. I will never think of Juliet but as the merest acquaintance. I will, as soon as possible, resume my studies and make it my life work to preach that gospel which offers the only refuge from calamities like these. I find Ruth Woodford quite a pleasant little friend. She was with Mrs. Strong during the illness, and for some time after the death of the children, and likes to hear me talk of them. She has, certainly, more heart than Juliet, who is merry at my seriousness, though there have been so many deaths here, and she has been herself on the border of the grave. There is no getting her to stop to think 1 minute. A pretty minister's wife she would be, to be sure. I find it will be more prudent to remain here a little longer. I never shall have another opportunity of laying up a penny or two, and a year more or less cannot make any serious difference as to my usefulness. Indeed, I am acquiring an experience now that will be of great service to me hereafter. It would really be cruel to run away and leave the Strongs just now. Mrs. Strong does not seem to know what to set herself about. She wanders over the house, looking like one in a dream. I am so indignant I can hardly contain myself. That jackanapes, Josiah Stone, is actually making up to Ruth. He torments her with his coarse attentions. I'm sure that pure-minded, innocent girl cannot endure them. But he shall never have her. Never! Rather than see her his victim, I would marry her myself. How different she and Juliet are. She has a quiet, steady cheerfulness that quite rests one. Juliet, on the contrary, with her bursts of merriment and heights of passion, almost wears one out. Fortunately, these village lads are all afraid of her. Of course, now that I have decided finally on the ministry, I must be on my guard against this dangerous beauty. I hardly know how it has come about, but my good angel has won the day. After not a few struggles between contending inclinations, for I admire Juliet exceedingly, I have at last proposed to Ruth. The little thing was easily caught and caged. Mr. and Mrs. Strong are delighted with my choice. I have not seen them so cordially pleased for many a long month. Mr. Strong says a worthy attachment was all I needed to settle and establish my character. He says, too, that there is no reason why we should not be married before I complete my studies. I have now quite a little sum on hand, and Mr. Woodford would do up things handsomely. Mr. Woodford is not so enchanted with our proposed union as we are. He is going to make us wait a year before we are actually engaged. I dare say he is right. I find it rather a relief to be left free yet a little longer. Not that I expect to become weary of Ruth. She is too much in love with me for that. Why, I can wind her round my finger already. I do not know how Juliet will feel if she happens to find out how I stand toward Ruth. I shall have to try to keep her in ignorance, though that will be no easy matter, I imagine.
Mrs. Woodford. I am extremely puzzled by Frank Weston's behavior toward Juliet. He treats her with no little caprice. After paying her every attention, he will stay away for weeks together, and when they meet after such an interval, he treats her with a coolness she can hardly endure. I feel not a little perplexed and annoyed at his conduct, which I cannot understand. Juliet frets and chafes, and vents her ill humor on me. I have not dared to tell her that, during her sickness, he never came once to inquire for her, though he was assiduous enough in solicitude about Mr. Woodford. In honor of her present restoration to health, I gave a small tea-party, gathering all the young folks together from all the region round about Pemaquid. It passed off very well, only at 9:30 Mr. Woodford would have prayers, and that broke up the assembly, of course. Frank Weston lingered behind to transact some business with Mr. Woodford, ostensibly, and he and Juliet fell into a running fire of banter and fun, which ended in her inviting him to come and play backgammon with her tomorrow evening. Things progress quite to my mind. Frank Weston is here on every possible pretense, and Juliet is perfectly infatuated about him. It is true he is rather cool for a lover, but such joyous, thoughtless characters as his are not usually accompanied with much heart. He likes Juliet better than anybody else, and she ought to be satisfied with that. I can safely leave her to play her own cards. She is perfectly capable of managing her affairs, and, sooner or later, Mr. Frank, you will have to yield. Frank has spent the evening here. There was some jesting allusion made to Ruth's want of education by Juliet. Frank defended Ruth warmly. He said it was the best sort of education for a woman to spend the years of her girlhood as Ruth had done.
The fact is, he said, all the wisdom in the world would not make a woman a pleasant companion. I would not give a fig for your learning, except as it teaches you to be a blessing to others.
I declare, if you haven't caught the real strong twang, cried Juliet. You prefer sweet simplicity and ignorance to talents and accomplishments.
I did not say that, he returned, good-humoredly enough. All I meant was to defend poor Ruth. However, I dare say she's able to defend herself.
You make pretty free, it seems to me, sir, said Juliet. He smiled and looked at Ruth.
You don't care, do you? He asked. I can't make myself call you miss. I've been used so long to think of you as Ruth and nothing more.
She looked surprised.
I forget that you do not know how often Mrs. Strong has spoken of you. You must revenge yourself by calling me Frank.
I will, she said quietly. Juliet looked extremely annoyed, but had sense enough to say no more. After a little more laughing and jesting, it was agreed that Frank should come every evening, except the 2 devoted to meetings, and give and receive lessons. Juliet was to teach him French, and he was to instruct her in Latin. As to Ruth, he was to teach her a little of everything. Juliet recovered her spirits, and soon they were Juliet and Frank to each other. Ruth's journal. Mrs. Strong sent for me to spend the day with her. Frank was there at dinner and at tea and all evening and was ever so pleasant. Mrs. Strong says he likes me, and he acts as if he did. But I tell her he likes Juliet just as well." She looked troubled. "I'll fill a mother's place to him," said she, "while he is from home, and he has been open and frank with me always. I took it for granted he liked you best. Why, Juliet is a most unsuitable person for a minister's wife." My heart beat so I was afraid she would hear it. "I'm afraid I have almost forgotten dear Grandma, and have put Frank in her place. I'm afraid I want him to like me better than Juliet. If I do, I hope God will forgive me and deliver me from this temptation. Frank has said a good many things to me lately. He says he likes me, and that I am his good angel. I tell him I am a poor, sinful child, and not worthy to be called an angel. But I suppose it is a way men have of talking, and that they don't mean much. I'm getting to think of him a great deal. I always know whether he is at meeting or not. I pay attention to all he says to Juliet. Sometimes I am afraid I am displeased with Juliet for hanging round him so. The next time he comes, I will stay up here in my room and pray for a better frame of mind." Frank walked home with me from meeting this evening, and he said he had made up his mind to be a minister, and when he has got through his studies, he will come back to Pemaquid for his little wife. I said he must ask Father first. But, of course, Father will only be pleased. He may not think I am good enough for Frank, or that I am fit to be a minister's wife. Indeed, I know I am not, but there will be so many years while Frank is studying that I can be praying to God to make me worthy of him, though if I should pray all my life I should never be so good as Mrs. Strong is. But I have told Frank that, and how much he'll have to put up with. Frank and I went together to ask Father. He did not seem so pleased as I expected he would. He said we were both young and not fit to judge what was best for us, and he said he did not like long engagements. Frank argued with him a good deal, but I did not say a word. At last Father said he would reflect on the subject and let us know in a few days what he had decided. After Frank had gone, Father looked at me so kindly and said, "Do you really love him, my daughter?" And I was so silly I just burst out a-crying and went and hid in his arms. Mrs. Strong sent for me this afternoon, and she and Mr. Strong both said they were so pleased with what Frank had done. Mrs. Strong said it had been her plan all along, and her plans always turned out so nicely. Father had been there to talk with them about it, but they did not tell me what he said. Father has made up his mind to let us choose for ourselves. He has given us a great deal of good advice for him, for he is not in the habit of talking much. He says he would prefer not to have an engagement, but to have us wait a year or so and see if our minds do not change. I know mine never will. I liked Frank the first time I saw him, but perhaps when he goes away from here and sees other girls, he may wish he was not tied to me. I should not blame him if he did, but it would break my heart. Frank says we will do just as Father likes. We won't call it an engagement yet a while, but we'll love each other just the same. It seems as if God was too good to me. Perhaps I think more of having Frank to love because I haven't any own mother. We have not told anyone yet. Frank says it is not worthwhile, as it is not a real engagement. I wish, though, Josiah Stone knew it, because he worries me by following me about, and it seems as if Juliet ought to be told too, for she is greatly taken up with Frank, and might get to liking him too much. But Frank is quite earnest to have nothing said. He says Father knows best, and we ought to do all we can to please him. That is so kind in Frank. So things go on just exactly as they did before. Juliet laughs and jokes with him as much as ever, and when he is here she takes him all to herself, and I have to listen to Josiah Stone. I shall have to pray not to be led into temptation more than ever now. Loving Frank has made me so selfish. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss. He that wavereth is like a wave of the sea,
driven by the wind and tossed. Frank Weston. I begin to fear I was a little hasty in proposing to Ruth. I know how it happened, though. I admired the self-sacrifice with which she devoted herself to the Strongs, and then I was greatly shaken by their deaths, which awakened slumbering aspirations for a better life. And to a man in such a mood, Ruth was most congenial. But my moods vary. If Ruth influences one side of my character, Juliet influences the other. Still, I hope I shall remain faithful to Ruth, for she has power to become my good angel, especially if I enter the ministry. And if ever there was a girl with a devil in her, it is Juliet. There is nothing to which she would not stoop. The most unlucky thing has happened. Ruth and the rest of them being absent, Juliet drew me into playing cards with the Stones and their set. I had about made up my mind never to play cards again. Ruth would not like it, and it would not look well in a theological student. But just for this once I yielded. Juliet, not appreciating, or not knowing my scruples, took pains, at least seemed to betray me to Ruth. The poor, dear little Puritan's face expressed the most painful horror and incredulity. I never thought to see such a look there. She went off without speaking a word, and I can fancy her righteous indignation. I could not help showing some uneasiness, but Juliet declared I need not be concerned.
"Her fits of the pouts never last long," she said encouragingly.
So it seems that, amiable as she appears, she is subject to fits of being quite the reverse. After all, what have I done that I need be so annoyed? Card-playing is not in itself amiss. I do not know of a young fellow of my age who does not play if he can get a chance. It is merely the association with worse things that makes the saints shrug their shoulders and pass by on the other side. Yet I must give them up if I study theology, as well as some other little amusements of which I am fond, and in which there is not the least harm in the world. Meanwhile, why should I not enjoy myself as other young people do? Ruth will see how reasonable it is that I should do so. I shall talk her into a good humor tomorrow, and that pretty little face of hers will smile on me more charmingly than ever. I have not had a chance to see Ruth alone yet. It is a regular nuisance to be engaged, yet not engaged. I have spent every evening of this week at the Woodfords, but Juliet has been at home, and so has her mother, and Ruth has kept as steadily at work as if that were her sole business on earth. I cannot say she seems in the least vexed with me, but she looks grieved and sorrowful, as if something had gone out of her life. Poor little puss! Her rigid Yankee training has come within an ace of spoiling her. At last, I have prostrated myself before my little confessor. She has forgiven me, and we are on the best of terms again. But I had no idea the child had so much in her. Why, her sense of duty is like a mountain of granite. You can neither undermine it or bore through it. There it stands, and since it cannot be moved, you are fain to move yourself. I have promised never to play cards again. Well, it is only to antedate the day of sacrifice and yield to her what I must soon yield to public opinion. Josiah Stone, that great lump of humanity, has been to see me today. The interview ought to be recorded for future gratification. "I say, Frank Weston," he began, "it's time you and I came to an understanding." "Indeed." "Yes, it is. You needn't look so innocent. You know what I mean." "I profess ignorance." "Well, see here. Are you courting both of them girls? And if you ain't, which one of them air you courting?" "I really am not aware to whom you refer," I said coolly. "Well, now, you stop that. What girls? Why, the Woodford girls, of course." I was not aware there were two of the Woodfords. "I'll tell you what it is, Frank Weston, you've got to come up to the scratch. And 'tain't no use to hang back. Come now, behave reasonable. Is it Juliet you are after, or is it Ruth?" I leaned back in my chair and fixed my eyes meditatively on the ceiling. "On the whole," I said solemnly, "I believe it's both of them."
Very well, sir, I shall give you the trouble to say as much to Mr. Woodford. He got up, swelling his plumes till he looked like an enormous turkey-cock. I rose, opened the door to its fullest extent, and let him out. Alas, for thee, O Josiah, the days of choking and stabbing and shooting your rival are over. It is only in books that such romances are enacted. This evening I met my plucky hero at the house of my two heroines. Mr. Woodford sat in his usual corner, nodding over his book. Mrs. Woodford, pretending to read, swallowed every word that fell from our precious young lips. I made myself agreeable to the girls, which it was not hard to do. Juliet turned her back upon Josiah and forgot that he was in the room. Ruth, after a few attempts at civility, soon did the same. Without meaning to wound her, meaning only to exasperate Josiah, I flirted desperately with Juliet. She dared me at last, after a deal of preliminary nonsense, to kiss her. Though we sat apart and talked in half-whispers, I saw that Ruth heard all that passed. Her color mounted. The needle trembled and quivered in her fingers. Yet my evil genius led me on. I leaned over Juliet. She sprang up, laughing and defying me. A chair was upset and Ruth's work-basket thrown down. I rushed on, caught the beautiful, tempting creature, and kissed her. Mr. Woodford took off his spectacles, looked at me a full minute, and rising, said, "Young man, you have been drinking." "I told you so!" cried Josiah with a malignant laugh. "I told you so! And it was only last evening he owned he was courting both on them, courting Juliet and courting Ruth." I had come to my senses by this time. There was only one thing to do, and that I did. "Mr. Woodford," I said, "I cannot wonder that you are shocked at my behavior. I assure you, I am shocked myself. I was led from step to step till I was guilty of unpardonable rudeness. I owe you an apology for it, as I do to everyone present. Well, there is tremendous power in good looks and in agreeable manners. My frank, boyish, penitent way went straight to all their hearts. Except Josiah's, of course. He has none. I went up to Mr. Woodford, whose displeasure had begun to relax. "Forgive me this, my first offense," I said. "It was done in boyish frolic. I meant no disrespect to you, sir, and I assure you that I was intoxicated with folly, not with wine." "I believe you, Frank," he said. "You have a good honest eye of your own that is not afraid to meet mine. But let me tell you, young man, that I will not overlook such shameless conduct in my house again. Juliet, you are in fault also. I hope you intend to follow Frank's example and apologize for it."
"Pooh, what a fuss about nothing!"
cried she.
"Young folks must have a little fun. You can't expect us to sit each in a corner with our hands folded in our laps. However, I owe Frank an apology, and here it is."
So saying, she marched up to me and boxed my ears soundly. Mrs. Woodford looked frightened and drew Juliet out of the room. Josiah stood his ground during a few minutes' unpleasant silence, which was at last broken by Mr. Woodford's saying gravely, "It is after 9, Josiah." On this hint, Josiah took his departure. I looked now at Ruth. She still sat at the table with her work in her hands, but her tears were falling fast. I approached her timidly. "Ruth," I said, "are you very angry with me?"
"Not angry,"
she said. "You surely do not believe what that wretched fellow has been saying. Indeed, Ruth, I was only trying to punish him for thinking of you. Dear Ruth, say you'll forgive me. You know I never will be guilty of such folly and rudeness again."
"Frank,"
she said, looking at me steadily,
"do you think it is right to try to make Juliet like you so? Don't think I ain't willing you should like her, but you're so...
"Yes, I know," I said. "I have behaved abominably. I would give my right hand to take it all back. After this I will not come here any more. You must meet me at Mrs. Strong's."
"Oh, no,"
she said.
"But, Frank, you mustn't mind my speaking of it. Wouldn't it be better for you to go right away into the seminary?
You've gotten into such a habit of joking and frolicking with Juliet that I don't believe you can change your ways now. The best plan is to go away where you won't be tempted."
"Ruth, my daughter," said Mr. Woodford from his remote corner. "It is getting late. You ought to be in bed. I wish to have a word with Frank before he goes." Ruth rose and said good night. Her poor little hand was cold as ice when she took leave of me, though her cheeks glowed like a furnace. "I have been thinking of speaking to you for some time, Frank," Mr. Woodford began. "Let us come to an understanding now, once for all. Do you still love my daughter?" I declared that I did. "And you still mean to become a minister?" I said yes. "Then why are you not at your studies? Several months have passed since you declared that you meant to enter the seminary at once." "Yes, I remember. But to be frank with you, I have waited and waited from a sense of unfitness for such a position as that of a minister of the gospel. I am naturally gay and impulsive. What I aim to be on one day, I fail to be on the next. I assure you, I pass many an hour of shame and remorse. Sometimes I am tempted to throw up the whole project and devote myself to business." "It is a temptation of Satan," he said impressively. "But if I fail, if I fall, if I sin, the scandal would be very great." "You have no right to such ifs. You have no right to fall or to sin." I said a young fellow of my temperament had peculiar difficulties to contend with. "And you can have very peculiar help in the time of need. But let me tell you what you lack. You lack that warm, fervent love to Christ that breaks down all obstacles and conquers all difficulties. Without this love, you are not fit to be a minister. But then, you are not fit for anything else. You see, you cannot get rid of a responsibility by merely escaping the ministry. If you choose to be a man of business, you still must live to Christ. We can't escape responsibility. Not one of us. I don't mean to be hard on you," he began again. "If I have been, I hope you'll overlook it. But when you go home, get down on your knees, open your Bible before you, and read and pray at once. You can't do it without getting light, sooner or later. It's a blessed thing to pray. Think now, a poor, ignorant, sinful man may get down on his knees and speak to God. That seems almost hard to believe, doesn't it?" The clock struck 10. I came home completely sobered and saddened. What a reckless, good-for-nothing fellow I am! Why can't I get anchored somewhere instead of drifting about in this style? As to my behavior this evening, I can never think of it without a blush. It was partly Juliet's fault, however. She led me on from step to step till I was mad with folly. I wish I had never seen her. I wish I had never set foot in Pemaquid. I have a good mind to leave it tomorrow and start afresh in some place where I am not known. But, after all, what have I done? Nothing so very terrible, I am sure. Who, in my place, would not have kissed a pretty girl who dared him to do it? The bother is their all seeing it, and the disrespect to Mr. Woodford. Good old man. Well, if I were half as good as he is, I would enter the pulpit with a rush and carry all before me. Oh, for some power outside of myself to force me to the manner of life I ought to lead. I hope that little saint of mine prays for me now and then. I have had a talk with Mr. Strong in reference to my future. He asked me what led me to think of the ministry. I told him my mother made me promise to enter it on her dying bed. "Was this promise made with no qualifications?" he asked with some surprise. I said there was a qualification. I was to enter the ministry if called to it by the Spirit, and in the tenderness of feeling consequent on her death, I thought I had such a call. But repeatedly since that time the world, the flesh, and the devil have been too much for me, and I often question whether I have not mistaken my vocation. "Whatever your vocation, you cannot escape responsibility." "That is exactly what Mr. Woodford says. Well, now, Mr. Strong,
Pray counsel me. What would you do in my case?"
He smiled. "What did I do in my own case?" he asked.
"Oh, but you are very different from me. You can have had none of my temptations. Your temperament is wholly unlike mine. You never can have been so eager for pleasure as I have."
"You know not what you say. Does not Luther tell us that temptation helps to form a divine? And do you suppose that when Satan sees men prepare to do aggressive work in his kingdom, he sits down and folds his hands? No, Frank, no. You have put your hand to the plow. Do not look back. Throw away your boyishness and become a man. Live for Christ. Work for Christ. Spend and be spent for Christ. If need be, suffer with and for Christ." I was greatly moved and stimulated. I will live for Christ, cost what it may. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. The superfluous spirits of youth are like the coverings of some insects, which afford them food and support in their transition. Mrs. Woodford. We had the most disgraceful scene here last night. I am perfectly ashamed of Juliet, and not a little vexed with Frank. What does he mean by his conduct? He keeps Juliet in a continual state of excitement. I'm afraid that, as agreeable as he is, his wavering, unstable character offers her little chance of happiness. If such a thing were possible, I should say he was in love with both these girls, their opposite natures suiting his contradictory moods, the one consoling and attracting when the other wearies him. I will not let things go on in this style much longer. He must be made to do one thing or the other. Juliet's nerves cannot endure this strain on them. She will be doing some more foolhardy thing than she did last night. Ruth is a little inclined to mope. It is something new to see her listless and idle. Mrs. Strong keeps sending for her, but she will not go. If there were not sick children all about the village, I do not think she would stir out of doors. Mr. Woodford has just told me the most extraordinary thing. He says Ruth is virtually engaged to Frank. He has not given his full consent, but it will amount to that in the end. He is not the man to thwart his only daughter. I must let Juliet know at once what to expect. She little dreams to what a two-sided fellow she has given her affections. He is most unworthy of her. What right has he to come here week after week, and to pay her the most devoted attentions, when he knows he is hazarding her happiness forever? If there is in this world one spot where the weary can find rest, how gladly would I flee to it. I dread the burst of passion to which Juliet will give way when I break this news to her, who, more than myself, has reason to shudder at the thought of seeing such a character as hers the sport of disappointment. I went to Juliet's room, after many an hour of dismal delay, and found her dressing for the evening. Her magnificent hair was flowing all over her shoulders. I have never seen her look more beautiful. "Juliet," I began, "are there any of your old schoolmates whom you would like to visit?" "I don't know," she answered indifferently. "There's Lizzie Hunter. I like her pretty well. We used to be great cronies at school, but she never asked me to make her a visit."
"What has become of Harriet?"
"Oh, Hatboon? Yes, she did beg and beseech me to come and see her, and I said I would, but I am in no hurry about it. I rather think I can wait."
"But I particularly wish you to have a little change of air and scene." She turned round from the glass and faced me.
"Mother, I do wish when you've got a thing to say, you'd say it and done with it. If there's anything I hate, it's beating about the bush."
"Very well, then. This is what I have to say. Frank is engaged to Ruth, and has been, I do not know how long. She burst out laughing. "Well, and what then?" cried she. "Oh, if you can take it so coolly, nothing at all. I fancied you might feel that you had an equal claim to him with Ruth." "Equal?" she cried. "I have 10 times the claim, but that is nothing. Let me alone, mother. I know what I am about. I've told you 20 times that I can manage my affairs to suit myself. What if he is engaged to Ruth? He is not married to her, I suppose?" "As good as married," I answered dryly, for her imperious manner displeased me. "Come now," she continued, beginning to braid up her hair. "I'll tell you all about it if it will make you feel any better in your mind. I'm going to give F.W. plenty of line, and let him play out in deep water if he likes. He and Ruth can have the sea all to themselves for aught I care. I can afford to wait, but all of a sudden I shall draw in my line, and then you'll see what you will see." "Well," I said uneasily. "Well, I shall catch him at the right moment and carry him off in triumph. Then goodbye forever to the land of Pemaquid." I shook my head. "You needn't shake your head. It isn't worth the trouble. I shall be Mrs. F.W. whenever I please." Ruth's Journal. Father and Mr. and Mrs. Strong and I have all been beseeching Frank to go away from here, where his temptations are very great. He cannot come to our house any more, unless he is prepared to break his engagement with me. I have quite made up my mind to that, even if it kills me to see him no more. Oh, how much better off I was when I lived with Grandma, reading good books to her, hearing her heavenly conversation and prayers. I think Father would be glad to have Frank go away and never come back. He forgets how young people feel. He says forgiving a man is one thing, and marrying him is another. I do not know what to make of Juliet. She is in such spirits and is pleasant to everyone, even to me. It is plain enough that I have not now the sweet peace I had about the time Grandma died, and afterward. I have been too taken up with Frank, but he was so different from me, so well educated, so full of his fun, so bright and wide awake, and then, at times, showing such a warm, strong, real heart. How he loved those little children! How tender and solemn he was after they died! How hard he tried to be a better man! Since I wrote that, I have had a beautiful letter from Frank, in which he says he has decided to study theology with Dr. Robertson instead of going to the seminary. He says he has sown all his wild oats and is going to study very hard and try, by prayer and meditation, to become a godly and useful man. I knew he would come out all right, and wrote and told him so. I have had another letter, entreating me to meet him at the parsonage. I shall not do that. Her father's house is the place where a young woman should see her friend. Why doesn't he go? He said he was on the wing. He writes again, and says he cannot go without seeing me. It is hard for both of us. If I could just persuade Juliet to stay in her room just one evening, but there is no use in trying. It is 2 weeks since Frank promised to go, and he is still here. My father is much displeased, but Frank says if he can have one interview with me, he really will go. Juliet had such a raging toothache that she was in bed all day. I suppose Father notified Frank that he could see me undisturbed, and he came. He made all sorts of protestations and promises, and said he should be only too thankful to get out of Juliet's way. He said he should write to me often, and that I must write as often as I could to him. We agreed not to let Juliet know where he was going, or when. And at last, he has gone. Mrs. Strong has been very kind and sympathizing. She says she loves Frank warmly, and believes he will become a good and useful man.
Frank's Journal. It is a year since I left Pemaquid, a year of hard work under a very austere but most worthy man. Last evening, after a day of unusual fatigue, I was lazily turning over letters that had come from different directions when I found among them this card. Miss Woodford, Pemaquid, with a city address appended. I was on my feet in a moment, Had my good angel, my little loving girl, so heartily forgiven me as to take this long journey to see me once more? I bounded downstairs and into the street. In 10 minutes I had reached the house indicated, and sent in my name. Was there any doubt now as to who I loved with all my heart and soul? The door opened. I sprang forward with a face all aglow with delight, when lo! Juliet, not Ruth, stood before me.
"Your humble servant, sir,"
she cried, dropping me a profound curtsy. "You have deceived me cruelly," I said as soon as I could speak.
"Indeed? And how, pray?"
"By beguiling me here under false pretenses, under a false name."
"As to that," she returned, "I have gone by the name of Whitford for years, and so you are not glad to see me after this long journey?"
I began indeed to find great pleasure in seeing her. Of course, a man deep in theological studies in no danger of being tempted by such a girl as this. So we began a lively conversation, in which we were joined by her hostess, a young lady to whom I was introduced as Hat Boone. It was quite late when I rose to go.
"There are no gentlemen in this family," said Juliet, "and we hope to find you serviceable as an escort. Tomorrow being Sunday, we should like to go to church where we can hear fine music."
I saw no harm in this, and promised to be on hand at an early hour the next evening, excusing myself for the day, not daring to face the temptation of the thoroughly worldly conversation I should have to engage in. On reaching the house, I found both ladies equipped for the walk.
"You have asked nothing about Ruth," said Juliet. "She is quite well, and sends you this token of her affectionate remembrance."
Whereupon she presented me with as vulgar a piece of handiwork in the way of a picture it was ever my misfortune to see. It was made of cloves, allspice, beans, corn, watermelon seeds, and I know not what. I felt myself blush all over. Was a girl capable of such crude folly to be my future wife? Was my house to be made hideous by similar performances?
"It is trying for you," said Juliet. "But what could you expect?"
"I expect some germs of refinement in her," I replied hotly. "Why, such a gift as this would insult a plowman."
"I was afraid it would annoy you, but Ruth would make me bring it."
Greatly ruffled, and giving the thing a kick as I passed it, where it stood leaning against a chair, I took the young ladies to a fashionable church, where they may have heard music. I heard only discord. The next day I received a letter from Ruth, saying she had availed herself of an opportunity to send me a specimen of her own workmanship, with which she hoped I would be pleased. I wrote and acknowledged the gift, but in an ungracious way. In one sense, it was a little thing, but so are mosquitoes, and they sting. One stormy evening, when I called upon Juliet, she said that they were expecting a few friends, and hoped I would join them in a game of cards. I declined, remembering my promise to Ruth. Besides, I knew Dr. Robertson would disapprove of a theological student of his engaging in an amusement universally abandoned by the religious world.
"But just this once," Juliet pleaded. "Just to help make up the party."
I yielded. Just for once. I played, and lost. Tried to retrieve my losses. Plunged in deeper. At last, at a late hour, went home, ashamed and provoked.
Ruth's journal. Juliet said she was going to visit her friend, Miss Boone, and said that as she lived only 20 miles from where Frank is studying, she was sure if I sent him a present of some sort, she could get it conveyed that short distance to him. "But how came you to know where he is?" I asked, in great surprise. "Why, you did not really suppose he would keep me in ignorance of his whereabouts, did you? Such good friends as we are not to correspond." I was so hurt at such duplicity on Frank's part that I could hardly keep from crying. But I had been at work all winter on a set of fine linen colors for him, and this opportunity of sending them to him was too good to lose, so I made them up into a neat little bundle, which I delivered into Juliet's hands. I did not hear from Frank very soon, but when his letter came, it was so plain that he was not pleased with my gift that I was cut to the heart.
The linen was very fine. I am esteemed a good needlewoman. What could annoy him so? I wrote and begged him to tell me what I had done to vex him. He replied that he was not vexed, but that he trusted I would spare him any more specimens of my work, as it looked more like that of a lunatic than that of a sane woman. I don't believe any girl could have helped crying at that. Then I could not help going and telling Mrs. Strong about it. She sat and meditated a long time in silence. Then she said, I have 2 theories about this matter. Either Juliet has substituted some vulgar piece of finery for your delicately stitched colors, or the wrong parcel was accidentally sent him. This relieved me. I wrote at once to Frank suggesting that there had been some strange mistake made by the carrier. He replied that this was not possible, as Juliet had delivered it to him with her own hands. Oh, Juliet is there, then. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. One dupe is as impossible as one twin. Mrs. Strong to Frank Weston. My dear Frank, you must not blame our dear little Ruth for coming to me in her trouble, or blame me for pleading her cause. My own sorrows bring home to me the griefs of other hearts. I'm almost glad that I have suffered, because I have learned to feel tender sympathy with all who need it. I need not tell you how I love Ruth, or why. I never can forget her generous devotion to my children, or ever cease admiring her pure, upright character. And as you well know, I love you also, Frank, and earnestly desire your best good, and that you are now living as no Christian man should, I am quite sure. Your own good sense tells you that Juliet Pickett can never be anything but a temptation to you. It is true she has a certain attraction for you that flatters your vanity, and her great physical beauty attracts your worst side. But what a companion would she be to you when you become an ambassador for Christ? You may reply that you have no intention of making her your wife, being virtually engaged to Ruth. But you know that Juliet intends, if possible, to marry you, and there is nothing to which she would not stoop in pursuit of this end. I suspect she has already created some coolness on your part toward Ruth. May I ask you what she put into your hands as a gift from that innocent child? In conclusion, I entreat you to arise and be a man. You have chosen the ministry of Jesus Christ as your profession. It is the best work in which a human being can engage. Let nothing make you false to him. Yours, affectionately desirous of you, Faith Strong.
Frank Weston's reply. Dear Mrs. Strong, your letter has perhaps saved a foolish boy from a fatal mistake. I send you, with this, the gift Ruth conveyed to me by Juliet's own hands, and you must judge for me if, on receiving it, I did well to be angry. You know I am a good-natured fellow, and that it is a rare thing with me to lose my temper, but the idea of spending my life with a girl capable of anything so vulgar jarred upon me, and Juliet took advantage of this mood and led me on from step to step till I came near losing faith in God, faith in myself, faith in Ruth, and plunging into the pleasures that have formed such attractions. Pray for me, I entreat you, that I may win in this conflict, and believe as much as you can in your wayward boy. Frank.
Mrs. Strong's reply. How could you so misjudge our delicate little Ruth? The picture was made by a crazy woman who is supported by our parish. She sent it to Mr. Strong as a New Year's gift, in great pride and pomp. It was a source of innocent amusement for a time, then tossed aside and forgotten. The malignity that led Juliet to pass it off on you as Ruth's workmanship is too dreadful. I shall lose all respect for you if you ever allow that wicked, heartless girl to cause Ruth to suffer as she has done during the last 6 weeks.
Once more, I ask you to rouse yourself and be a man. Yes, a true man in Christ Jesus. Your sincere friend, Faith Strong. Frank's Journal. How a foul fiend could dwell in so beautiful a form as Juliet's, I cannot imagine. As soon as I learned the trick she had played me, credulous fool that I was, I flew to upbraid her for her infamous deed. She burst out laughing and declared it was a mere joke, and produced a dainty little parcel, which she said she was only reserving for the right moment. I told her she need expect no more visits from me. She said of course not, as she was going home as quickly as possible to tell Ruth about my goings-on. That startled me. Ruth must not know, at least not through Juliet.
"A pretty budget of news I shall have for the child," she went on. "Her pious Frank neglecting his studies to go hither and thither and yon. A card party one night, the theatre the next, oysters, suppers, wine, dancing. Oh, what fun I shall have!"
"Juliet, it will break the child's heart."
"You should have thought of that."
"And what do you expect to gain?"
"I expect to gain you, sir. You have as good as told me that you enjoy my society more than Ruth's. You have shown that you do by the way you have followed me around, and by plunging into every worldly amusement I have suggested. You will never become a minister. You will never marry Ruth. You are not good enough for either."
"We shall see," I said. "Meantime, do not let us part as enemies. Promise me that you will not betray my follies to Ruth. The past 6 weeks have been an episode in my life of which I am ashamed. I'm going now to return to my studies like a man."
"I shall make no promises," she said. "My conduct will be guided by yours. If you continue to make love to Ruth, I shall find it my duty to unmask you to her."
"Very well. Since you defy me, I defy you. I shall confess everything to Ruth, and she will forgive me. A more long-suffering being does not exist on earth." She looked at me with the angry gleam of a demon in her beautiful eyes, and I bowed myself out.
Ruth's Journal. "Frank has been here. He went first to father and made the most humble confession to him, won his heart by it, and then came and told me everything. I think there is great excuse for him. Juliet makes almost all men admire her, and Frank can't help being pleased at her giving them all up for him. And if I thought she would make him happy and help him to be a good man, I would retire and leave the field to her. But it would end in his ruin. I said I would take for my motto, 'Give and forgive,' so I must give Frank a good deal more love than he does me, and do it cheerfully. And I must forgive him the pain he has caused me, and do it generously. But I have talked to him very seriously and plainly about his duty to God. It is a small thing to have him wrong me in comparison with his wronging his own soul and sinning against God. And I had set myself up so high, like a silly child as I was." Mrs. Woodford. "Frank has taken our breath away by sweeping in upon us like a tempest. Something serious has brought him here, I am sure, but what it is I do not know. I am afraid Juliet has been making mischief between him and Ruth. I am sorry for both girls. One of them must be disappointed, and Ruth would bear such a trial far better than Juliet would. However, it will be so long before he can marry either that I need not trouble myself so very much about the matter. Juliet may meet someone she can like better, or 20 things could happen. Besides, I begin to feel that it would be painful to part with Ruth for her own sake. She seems to be everybody's right hand. Her father needs her to read to him, now that his eyes begin to fail him, and she is his greatest comfort in every way. Juliet needs her as hairdresser, waiting-maid, and general aid in all dilemmas. As for me, I really believe I am attached to the child. Her unvarying, sweet good humor is such a refuge from Juliet's pert and irritable ways. She is so useful about the house, so neat and thorough with her needle. In short, such a dear, stupid, innocent little thing that it would be a positive shame to let her go and leave us. Besides, she is not a suitable person for Frank. He needs a firm hand to control and guide him. His flexible nature absolutely requires the influence of a forcible one. I will find out what Mr. Woodford thinks on the subject, if possible." I said to Mr. Woodford, in a tone that implied that I knew all about it, "What a pity that Ruth should be kept on pins and needles by Frank. Would it not be better to break this half-engagement before she is quite worn out?" He looked thoughtfully into the fire, took the tongs and arranged the burning brands with the liberations, and was silent.
"It goes against me to stand in the child's way,"
he said at last.
"I hope I shall be directed."
And of course he took up his candle and went for direction to that dismal cold room of his. I wish he would take counsel of me instead. The matter is simple, and I could manage it with ease. By the by, as Juliet is now of age, I have transferred the money in the bank to her, and prepared a second note to her, apprising her of the fact. This I shall conceal, but in case of my death it will be found among my papers. This takes a burden off my mind. My increasing respect and affection for my husband makes me dread more and more the danger of becoming degraded in his eyes. If Juliet could only make a splendid match, I might transfer the sum to him, passing myself off thus for a prudent wife. Still, I am tired of deception, and almost wish I had been born and brought up in Pemaquid. Better austerity than undue laxity. Ruth's journal. I've been spending the day at Mrs. Strong's helping her quilt. She treats old Father Strong beautifully. But I don't wonder. He is such a dear old man. He told me today, as I sat at the quilting frame, a great deal about the beginning of his ministry 65 years ago. He was minister over one church 63 years. When he first went to it, the country was little more than one great forest, full of savage Indians and fierce wolves. This seems hard for a man who had been educated at Harvard College, but everybody was used to hardship in those days. At one time the Indians carried off 8 women and 2 children. This caused great fear and trembling, no one knowing whose turn would come next. They were especially cruel to children and aged persons whom they took captive. If an infant became troublesome, its brains were dashed out. Feeble old men and tender women were driven like cattle over mountains, through swamps, through the snow in winter and the heat in summer. The people were kept in a very serious and godly state of mind by means of these calamities, and they were resolved to keep their community free from vice, so if a bad family came to settle among them, it was warned away. They agreed to build Mr. Strong a house. He was not Father Strong then, of course, and they cut down the timber in cold weather and drew it to a 3-acre lot and helped clear it so that he could partly support himself. That same year there was a great earthquake, which so frightened the people that a revival of religion took place. The next year he lost his cattle, as did many others, owing to the scarcity of hay and deep snow. Then a wolf came and killed 3 of his sheep. About that time Quakerism began to spread, and the churches in all that region kept days of fasting and prayer on account of it. Soon after this he was married to a thrifty wife who knew how to use a gun in case the Indians surprised her. In the year 1745, Mr. Whitefield came to preach at Falmouth. There was a large party opposed to him, and the whole parish was in a buzz about it. Mr. Strong heard him preach twice. Soon after this, they had a visitation of worms that were fain to eat up every green thing. The church fasted and prayed about it, the Indians becoming bolder. Another day was spent in fasting and prayer, and the government offered a bounty for every scalp brought in. On some Sundays there would be hardly anyone at meeting, through fear of the Indians, and at times everybody suffered from scarcity of food. On one of these occasions, Mr. Strong persuaded a man and a boy to go out with him to shoot pigeons. It was running a great risk, but the people were suffering, and he was not afraid. They brought home 10 dozen, which caused great rejoicing. At the time of the great earthquake at Lisbon, there were 2 or 3 shocks in his parish, and a day of fasting and prayer was had.
Of course, they did not hear of the one at Lisbon till a long time afterward. About a year after that, there was such a fall of snow that nobody could possibly get to meeting. The selectmen ordered everybody who owned horses or oxen to go out and break the roads. The next summer, Mr. Strong had such a harvest of cherries and currants that he supplied more than 100 women and some men. Then came the Declaration of Independence, July 4, 1776. He lived under the reign of 4 sovereigns, Queen Anne, George I, George II, and George III, and to see his country pass from a monarchy into freedom and independence. Not a soul that composed his first flock is now living. He has survived them all. I asked him if he could suggest any reason why his life had been so prolonged. He said he had been strengthened by his early hardships, and had, besides, always been a temperate man, and that he observed many days of each year in private fasting and prayer, in no wise a detriment to his health, but, on the contrary, he had no doubt it had been a blessing to him, keeping him down, mortifying the flesh, and giving him such sacred and blessed communion with God as kept his mind at peace amid all the incursions of Indians, the horrors of war, the death of his wife and children, and of friends nearly as dear. I've not put down half the things he told me. Think of his condescension in trying to entertain a young maid like me. And now he is everybody's father, and will never be called Mr. any more. Mrs. Strong says she should not wonder if he lived to be 100. People here in Pemaquid, unless they die young, are apt to live to be from 80 to 100 years old, especially if they are pious people, and live in that communion with God that hinders inordinate grief and makes a great sweetness come into the hardest lot. Oh, if my poor Frank were like this good man, whose heart was fixed upon God in his youth, and who has been a valiant soldier of the cross through such a steadfast holy life, and is now enjoying a peaceful old age. And if I were, in my day and generation, and according to my measure, as faithful to God, should I not carry Frank with me, and inspire him with my own devotion? I must get the beam out of my own eye before I undertake to meddle with the mote in his. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. It's all fuss, fuss, and stew, stew till you get somewhere, and then it's fuss, fuss, and stew, stew to get back again. Jump here and scratch your eyes out, and jump there and scratch 'em in again. That are life. Mrs. Stowe. Kezia gets another letter from Pemaquid. It beats all, Mother, the news I've got. I'm all of a toss when I think of it. They say that Spark of our Ruth's has undertook to spark her and Juliet both to once, and the squire was that put out that he forbid him the house, and finally they got him to go away and study geology, as near as I could make it out, anyway, to learn to be a minister, and Juliet's follered him and made a mess between him and our Ruth, and what with mails being so scarce, and misunderstandings being hard to clear up in writing, there's no end to the trouble. It's just like dropping a stitch in a stocking. It'll run clear down the whole leg before you know it. And they say our Ruth is getting so peaked you wouldn't hardly know her. I declare I'd like to send that 'ere Juliet and her Spark to sea in a bowl. What? They'd get drownded? Of course they would get drownded, and serve them right, too. Sings. Oh, Mr. Spark, I will engage to send you on a pilgrimage across the Atlantic Ocean wide with Juliet Pickett at your side. Jump in, the bowl is cracked, and very shortly you'll be racked. Repentance then will be too late, and you'll sink and meet your fate. There'll be no gravestone at your head. You'll spark no more when you are dead. Frank's Journal. It is rather hard upon me that, accustomed as I have been all my life to find favor in everybody's eyes, I am now held in disfavor by them all. Ruth has behaved like an angel, but she can't conceal that.
Whereas she looked up to me as a superior being, she has greatly fallen off in respect, and consequently also in affection for me. Then the squire would be thankful if I never darkened his doors again. Mrs. Woodford eyes me with suspicion, and Mrs. Strong is no longer the hearty friend she was when I lived under her roof, and loved her and the children so. As to Juliet, she is now my downright enemy, and it is quite possible she wrote the anonymous letter to Dr. Robertson, containing the full list of my enormities. At any rate, he knows how I have wasted my time and money, what a self-indulgent fellow I am, how mad I am after pleasure, and has read me such a lecture as I never want to endure again. He says he will overlook my follies this once, but never again, and that he is very doubtful whether a man of so little strength of character has any right to enter the ministry. On the other hand, he says my address is very winning, and would stand me instead as a pastor, as my love for children and my strong sympathies would, and that to preach Christ is the most favored lot on earth, and warns me solemnly to make full proof of my call to it. He has dealt with me as a father deals with a prodigal son, and, with the exception of Ruth and her father, has been, amid much severity, kinder than any of my other friends. I owe him something for this. At the same time, I shrink from the austerities of a clerical life as I used to shrink, as a child, from a cold bath. I suppose Juliet has gone back to Pemaquid, but do not know.
Juliet, to Hat Boone. Dear Hat, I took your advice and wrote a long letter to Dr. Robertson setting forth the unfitness of F.W. to become a minister and mailed it on my way home. It will reveal the young man as he really is. He will be obliged to relinquish the idea of a profession for which he is just about as fit as I am, and when that is once done I shall have him in my power. Paul Woodford will never let Ruth marry him if he is disgraced by such a man as Dr. Robertson. I am sure of that. Keep your eye upon him if you can, and let me know what he is about. While I was gone, Miss Ruth contrived to worm her way into my mother's heart, or at least into the place where there ought to be one. A horrid old man has come to Pemaquid to live, Mr. Strong's father, and she pretends she likes to have him there, and Ruth pretends she loves him. The other day I had to go to the parsonage to borrow a pattern Mother wanted, and Mrs. Strong spent fully half an hour looking for it, so as to give this canting old creature a chance to labor with me about my sins. Did you ever hear of such impertinence? I was so angry I could hardly keep my seat. I've had plenty of hints before, from all sorts of people here, but never anything equal to this. I hate him. What business has he to meddle with me? And then, when he could see as plain as day how provoked he was, he said, "Very well, my poor child, I thought you would take a kind word from an aged man, as kindly as it was spoken. Most young people do. I shall pity and pray for you as long as I live." Why should he pity me? I am young, and well, and strong, and handsome. What is there pitiful about that, and why should he pray for me? Horrors! He'll be calling down fire and brimstone on my devoted head. Such everlasting prayers as these people keep up. How thankful I shall be when F.W. and I turn our backs upon Pemaquid forever.
Frank Weston's Journal. There has been a great outpouring of the Spirit here, and, thanks be to a merciful God, I have had a share in the blessing. I have renewed my vows to him, have sought and found his pardon, and will consecrate myself to his service as a minister of the gospel with a joyful heart. How hath my soul escaped as out of the snare of the fowler! I tremble when I think of the lengths into which that beautiful but unprincipled girl led me, and wonder, in deep penitence of heart, why God did not say, "Ephraim is joined to his idols, let him alone." Ah, I am so weak that all I need for my ruin is to be thus let alone. As I reviewed my past life, the pangs of hell gat hold upon me, and I could only cry out, "O Lord, I beseech thee, deliver my soul." No earthly pleasure, however sweet, can compensate for such anguish and remorse as I have endured. My poor little Ruth, how I have troubled the depths of her heart. I am sure that my infidelity to her God and Savior has given her more pain than my wavering toward herself. As soon as I get through my studies, I will seek some primitive little Pemaquid where I can preach the gospel, and where my beloved wife and I shall go hand in hand in the work of the ministry, rear our children in the fear of God, and live to have them rise up to call us blessed. I must write to her now.
Ruth's journal. I have had a delightful letter from my dear friend. It was full of love to God, love to his people, love of his service, and love to me. It has made me very happy. I read a very little of it to Mrs. Strong, but it did not please her as much as it did me. She said he was evidently deeply moved for the time, but that we must remember that his feelings often changed, and that she hoped I would rejoice over him with trembling. This gave my love to her a great shaking. Why should we not believe that God has answered our fervent prayers for him and delivered him once for all? He paints a lovely picture of the life we shall lead together when he settles down with me in some modest country parish. I would rather marry a country minister than a king. I should like to work for our people, just as Mrs. Strong does for hers. To live in this world just to have a good time would be horrible.
Mrs. Woodford's journal. Pemaquid is fated to become a city, I really believe. New families keep moving in, new enterprises are undertaking, new buildings are going up, and we are a prosperous community. I take the whole credit of this to myself. We have had the meeting-house enlarged, the ugly great square pews taken away, and neat slips put in their place. It is carpeted, cushioned, and next winter it is to be warmed. What a march of improvement on winters we have shivered through, with nothing but the foot-stoves we carried with us to keep us from freezing. I have been the prime mover in all these movements, and am called active in the church. My next act will be to persuade the people to sit through the long prayer, instead of standing till they are ready to drop. But here I meet with opposition dire. Old Mr. Strong says it would be an insult to our Maker to sit while addressing him, and as even the devil can quote Scripture, why should not I? So I pointed triumphantly to the passage which represents David as sitting before the Lord. In return, they aimed at me so many texts about standing, kneeling, bowing down, lying on the face, that I was quite put to rout. However, I recovered myself and declared I would rather kneel than stand. Symptoms of holy horror appeared. Papists kneel, consequently we must not. Was ever anything more ridiculous? As far as I was taught any religious service by my parents, it was to kneel when I entered church and count 10, an act I have repeated here from force of habit, thereby making myself the object of no little merriment, it seems.
Hat boon to Juliet. Your adored F.W. is in a highly devout and elevated frame. There's been a solemn revivalist here. He has set people's sins before them, turned many unto righteousness, and healed not a few backsliders. Among the latter is F.W. I went to Dr. Robertson's church last Sunday to look after the young man, and he walked home with me, discoursing with great unction on the event that has occurred to him. I expressed deep interest, and he was so absorbed in his subject that he could not help coming in to enlarge still further upon it. The evangelist is to be here again next winter, and you had better come and let him convert you for a brief season. Ha ha! You can do it to perfection, and it will be as good as a play to look on. Do not let Ruth know it if you come here. Pretend you are going elsewhere, otherwise she will build a Chinese wall round her beloved.
Mrs. Woodford's journal. Frank has been here for a short visit, and has been so devoted to Ruth that I do not see the smallest reason to suppose Juliet will ever regain her power over him. When he is his best self, he certainly is as charming and winning a young man as can be found. I do not wonder that all the girls in Pemaquid are pining for him. Ruth is radiant with happiness, yet very sympathizing and kind to Juliet, whom she pities, as she well may. Still, Juliet does not seem to realize that Frank is lost to her. She made herself very agreeable to him when he was here, and behaved in a meek and downcast way, quite new to her, and very becoming. This winter has set in with an extraordinary snowstorm. Every man and boy in town who can handle a shovel was ordered out by the selectmen to make a path to the meeting-house. They dug a long, narrow path,
barely wide enough for one person to pass, and we formed a long procession, Indian file, till we reached it. The men were so tired that half of them fell asleep. We returned home in the same way, the walls of drifted snow towering on each side of us like mountains. It gave me the strangest sensations imaginable to walk in this funereal way on noiseless footsteps. Nobody could get into the meeting-house to light the fire till this canal had been dug, so we nearly perished with cold.
Ruth's journal. Frank has made us a short visit and reconciled everybody to him. Even Father Strong is interested in him. We had ever so many delightful talks together, 2 or 3 sleigh rides, took tea at the parsonage twice, and Frank spoke and prayed at the conference meetings to the edification of everybody. Old Ma'am Hughes told me he talked like one inspired, and not long for this world. Juliet behaved beautifully. She kept out of his way all she could, and when she had to be with him was quiet and gentle as I never saw her before. So I don't see but my cup runs over, and I hope I feel some gratitude to God for all these mercies. Mother has changed too. Now that Juliet is pleasant to her, she seems relieved of care, or at least a good deal relieved, and I should not wonder if we settle down into a peaceable family. Perhaps Juliet and her mother are beginning to believe in God and to care for their own souls, though that would be almost too good to be true. Only when I think how often I have prayed for them, and what an example Father has set them, I ought to expect any wonder to be wrought. All that we should want then would be to have Samuel and Kezia come home. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss.
With devotion's visage and pious action, we do sugar o'er the devil himself. Be like the bird that, halting in her flight, awhile on boughs too slight, feels them give way beneath her, and yet sings, knowing that she hath wings. Frank's Journal. I have received by today's mail a most touching letter from Juliet. She says she was so much struck with the change for the better in me during my last vacation that she has come to have faith in the religion I profess. This accounts for her meek and gentle manner when I was at Pemaquid, and with which I was very much charmed. She inquires whether the blessed evangelist of whom I spoke is likely to be here this winter, adding that if he is, she shall make a great effort to come and hear him. All this is indeed wonderful, but nothing is too hard for God. She is come, and I have had several conversations with her. The poor girl is very ignorant of divine things, and I am obliged to explain simple truths to her over and over again. As she has no other religious friend in the city, she naturally leans upon me, and I am only too thankful to help her onward and upward. I am sure my dear little Ruth would feel no annoyance at our being together so much if she knew what subject attracts us to each other. But Juliet begs me not to write to her about it, as she feels very shy concerning her sacred purposes, and speaks of them to no mortal but to me. This shyness is natural and becoming, and raises her in my opinion. So I begin my ministry before completing my studies, and am surprised to find how delightful it is. If it is so transcendently beautiful to labor for one soul, what will it be to spend and be spent for many?
Ruth's Journal. We are having another peaceable winter, as Juliet has gone to Boston to visit her friend, Miss Hussey. She has evidently given up trying to wean Frank from me and attract him to herself, and she may come with someone now whom she could like as well. Frank has not much time to write me now, as he says he is greatly occupied, in every leisure moment, in doing good. I am so thankful he is so hard at work. It shows that the change in him was not a mere matter of feeling, but that his soul is truly in earnest. I am hard at work, too, only it isn't hard. Mr. and Mrs. Strong find plenty for me to do in the daytime, and in the evening I read to Father.
Mrs. Deacon Stone calls on Mrs. Woodford. I thought I'd just call in and have a little talk with you about Ruth. Our Josiah, he's dreadful fond of her, but she won't look at him, and he's grown so fractious that there's no living with him. Now, if you just speak a good word for him, Miss Woodford. Why, what can you mean? Ruth is engaged to Frank Weston. I know some think so, but Josiah says he was put on probation, and that he's one of the kind that never knows his own mind, and may jilt her any day. And he thinks he is fond of your girl. Oh, there's nothing in that. Well, now, what objection has Ruth to our Josiah? He's a rising man, and can afford to support a wife handsome. Really, Mrs. Stone, if Josiah wants to marry Ruth, he should apply to her. So he has. He has offered himself 4 times, and she has refused him. I never see anybody so obstinate. You need not laugh. It's no laughing matter. His pa and me used to take comfort in him, but he's nothing but contrariness now. If Frank ever does jilt Ruth, and folks mostly say he will, won't you speak a good word for our poor boy? Oh, certainly, with great pleasure. Being the child's own mother, I can undoubtedly place her in your son's arms the moment she falls out of Frank's. Well, now, it is hard to tell when you're in earnest or when you're making believe. They do say your girl set her heart on Frank Weston, and if you'd favor that, Ruth would be left for Josiah. Don't you see? Yes, I see a great many things. I do not expect you to see your son with my eyes, or with Ruth's eyes, but I advise you to cease persecuting that poor child, as you and he have done. She will never marry Josiah, of that I am perfectly sure, and the sooner he makes up his mind to it, the better. We are in no hurry to part with Ruth. She is quite young, and... You won't do anything to help my Josiah? I think you are very unfeeling. I might have known you was. I've always heard so. And Ruth, she's so obstinate. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Why, excuse me, the idea of our Ruth being obstinate because she will not break off her engagement with the man she loves to marry a man like Siah Stone. Well, I think you might be a little politer and not laugh in a woman's face. That is, worrying about the only son she's got. I know his hair's red, but so is his father's, and I didn't let that hinder my marrying him, and he ain't had much book learning, but his father hadn't neither, yet he's been promoted to be a deacon, and I don't see what Ruth's got against Josiah. No, I don't. Ruth's journal. I have a long letter from Frank, which has overwhelmed me with the sense of my own poor spiritual attainments. He is soaring in sublime regions I have never explored, while I creep along way down here, crying, God, be merciful to me, a sinner. With shame and confusion of face I bow before him, wondering at his patience and forbearance and the many gracious discoveries he makes to me of himself, to me, so unworthy. Frank says he never even conceived of such bliss as he is now enjoying, and that he longs for the day when he shall tell to thousands the story of the cross. Yes, thousands, he says. I could not be satisfied with preaching to a handful in some remote village. I must become a city pastor and win a multitude of souls. Josiah Stone visits Ruth. What have you got against me, Ruth Woodford? You look as if you'd seen a wild Indian. I've nothing against you, Josiah, except your coming here so often and talking to me as you do, and I have made up my mind to one thing. You shall not come here again. I have put up with it, and put up with it because your father is a deacon, and because I hated to do anything unkind. If I was married to Frank, you would not dare to come and make love to me. Well, it is just as much of an insult now as it would be then. It's hard for a feller to be hit when he's down. You are not down. You have pushed and pushed and pushed me to the wall, and I've borne it. But I can't go through the wall, so I've had to turn round and face you. You can't bear to see me angry? I
ought to be angry when you trample Frank's rights underfoot. You wish I wouldn't cry? Then go away, Josiah Stone. I forgive you all your persecutions. I forgive you all the mean, cruel tricks you've played so as to see me. I forgive you the unkind things you've said about Frank, but you shall not talk love to me any more. How can a man demean himself to a girl who
hates him?
I don't hate you, Josiah, but I do hate your ways.
To think of her caring so much for that sneak, that she won't look at a feller like me, that, hi, if she hasn't went out of the room in a jiffy, who'd have thought she'd had so much pluck in her? Why, I thought she was a soft little thing that I should worry into having me. It beats all. Frank's journal. I know of nothing pleasanter than the life I am leading now. I see Juliet every day, and notes pass between us very frequently, and of the most spiritual character. I wish Ruth's religious experiences were as remarkable as Juliet's, but she has never had any other than the most ordinary ones. Juliet has great nobility of character. She knows of things to Ruth's discredit, but will not tell me one of them. She says it is enough that she cannot live under the same roof with her for any length of time, and yet Ruth always contrived to give me the impression that she had a sweet, very sweet disposition. I could not think of marrying a girl with any other. I mean, a naturally good one, or one sweetened by divine grace, as Juliet's has been. Juliet grows more lovely every day. Her gratitude for the Christian aid I have rendered her has taken the form of a pure and exalted friendship for me. I return it warmly. The tie that binds kindred Christian hearts together is perfectly beautiful. I have received today an illiterate, anonymous letter from Pemaquid, containing these words: "You are welcome to Miss Spitfire. Take warning from a fiend." Juliet says the writer is Josiah Stone, and that Miss Spitfire means Ruth, and pointed out the mistake of the writer, who undoubtedly meant to sign himself a friend. The warning was not without its effect, however. "Juliet," I said, "you know whether this appellation justly applies to Ruth, and you ought to tell me the truth."
"Don't ask me to tell the truth,"
she said in a low voice.
"But I may say this. I have always pitied you for your infatuation about her, and now, you see, she has been showing herself to Josiah in her true colors."
"But why should Josiah undertake to play the friend to me, and put me on my guard against her? He always hated me cordially."
"Perhaps, then, he means me when he speaks of Miss Spitfire," she said, laughing merrily.
Ruth has played the hypocrite very cleverly, it seems. I thought if there was a defect in her character, it was want of spirit. I felt imposed upon, and that my love for her had been a chill, and here was Juliet, this beautiful girl at my side, full of sympathy, and looking at me with moist eyes.
"Fortunately, you are not married to her," she said.
"I am engaged to her, which is the same thing," I said.
"Oh, no, you are put on probation."
So I was. And I always admired Juliet, and if she had been a religious girl, I should have chosen her, of course, instead of Ruth, and with her remarkable experiences, she would be more suitable as a minister's wife. "Oh, Juliet," I cried, "to think how different things might have been, to think of the delightful winter we have spent together, the happiest months of my life."
"The happiest months of mine, too," she murmured. "Oh, Frank."
The scales fell from our eyes. I knew that I loved her passionately, madly. She knew that she loved me as by a lightning flash. In a moment we were in each other's arms, pouring out our confessions and protestations in a frenzy of wild delight. That was yesterday. This morning comes a bitter waking. I am engaged to 2 girls at once. There is a reaction from long, unnatural, religious strain in both Juliet and myself. We are tempted to go to the devil,
and with which of the two must I break off? To which shall I play false? Unstable as water, Frank Weston, thou shalt not excel. Oh, that I could take yesterday back.
Ruth's Journal. Since I would not see Josiah Stone, he has written me a letter in which he says he has unmasked me to Frank. I do not know what he means. What was there to unmask? But whatever it is, it may explain my not hearing from Frank for so many weeks. What a mercy it is that in this time of suspense and trouble I have the inestimable privilege of telling my story to one whose sympathy is always ready and who never sends me away empty. If it is his will that Frank should love and trust me, no human beings can come between us. And if he sees it best to separate us, his will shall be done, even if it kills me. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss. For they have sown the wind, and shall reap the whirlwind. Mrs. Woodford's Journal. After an absence of nearly 5 months, Juliet returned home triumphant, and went singing about the house like a mad creature. I went up to her room the next day to hear her adventures, for she never writes.
"Well," she said, "you see before you the future Mrs. F.W.
"What nonsense are you talking, child?" I cried.
"I am not in the habit of talking nonsense," she replied. "F.W. and I have fixed the wedding day, and you can be present at our nuptials if you like."
"And what about his engagement to Ruth?"
"Oh, Ruth, well, it won't take long to sweep that little chip away."
"But Frank has no means of supporting a wife."
"No, but his wife has means of supporting him till he has."
"What do you mean by this absurd talk? How can you, a penniless girl, support a husband?"
"Penniless? Really? Oh, I'm penniless, am I?" she cried, laughing. Gracious, how good it does feel to laugh after my solemncholy winter.
"What do you mean?" I asked, beginning to feel some vague alarm.
"Why, is it possible that you have forgotten the precious letter you gave me to read? The letter in which you reveal the secret of the nice little dowry you had been hoarding up for me?"
"The letter I told you only to open in case of my death," I gasped out. "Oh, Juliet, I wish I were indeed in my grave. Undutiful, ungrateful child. But your wickedness shall not go unpunished. I will withdraw every cent of that money from the bank, and then you will, indeed, be penniless."
"It is a pity you had not thought of that a little sooner,"
she returned coolly, arranging her hair elaborately, and trying the effect of one shade of ribbon and another.
"Unfortunately, however, I have spared you the trouble."
"Do you mean to tell me, to my face, that you have stolen that sum, that fruit of so many years of sacrifice and sorrow?" I took her by her shoulders as I confronted her.
"Your language is not very choice," she returned. "I should hardly call it stealing to transfer my own property to a place of greater safety. You seem to forget that the whole sum was invested in my name."
At that moment, if the instrument of death had been in my hand, I should have killed her.
"Ah," she cried at last, "I knew we should have a scene sooner or later, and wanted to have it over, but I didn't think things would come to such a pass as this. There's no use in going on so. If you write letters to me, and then put it down in your journal what they're about, you can't wonder that I read them.
A precious specimen, that journal is, isn't it? How I did scream when I read it, especially the part about being in love with Pa Woodford. Why can't you listen to reason, Mother? Wasn't it better to do what I did than be driven to do what people say you did when you were threatened and torn asunder from the man you had set your heart on? And she, too, believed the worst side of my story. I remember uttering those words in a sort of shriek, and after that I knew nothing till I found myself in bed, under the ministry of tender hands. I started up and looked around me. My room was dark and silent, but I felt 2 hands busying themselves about me. "Is it you, Juliet?" I asked faintly. "No, it's Ruth," she answered. "I wouldn't talk any more. You've had a fall and got hurt. Juliet says you tripped over a trunk in her room. The doctor's downstairs. Shall I let him come up?" I was too faint and dizzy to answer. The doctor was soon at my side.
"Ah, things have improved since I left her," he said. "I think she will do well now. Keep her quiet and have no talking in the room."
I heard him go away. Then Mr. Woodford came and sat down by the bed.
"I will watch your mother tonight,"
he said to Ruth. She remonstrated in a whisper, but at last crept silently away. The room became darker and darker. I could hear my head beating and throbbing on the pillow. I moaned aloud. Mr. Woodford leaned over me, and I felt him applying ice to my temples. Then he raised me tenderly and gave me water to drink. I gathered all my strength and whispered, "Tell me, am I dying?"
"No, dear, no," he said soothingly. "Try to fall asleep. Don't look so terrified. Nothing can hurt you. I shall be right here."
He began to sing. I remembered that Thanksgiving Day when he walked up and down singing thus to Mrs. Strong's baby. It was the same hymn now, and sung as it was then. I fell asleep then, but when I awoke with a start, he still sat there, thoughtful and tender, so tender that I could almost fancy that he loved me. The next day Juliet took his place at my side as nurse. For the moment she was subdued and awe-stricken. I saw it in her face. She believed I should die. Die! But there was something appalling in that word. I rose up and fought against it with all my might. "Don't, Mother, don't!" cried Juliet. "Do lie still. Mercy on us, I believe she is raving distracted. Ruth, Mr. Woodford, do come somebody help me keep Mother in bed." Mr. Woodford and Ruth came hurrying in.
"I am rested now. Let me stay with your mother," he said to Juliet.
He sat down by my side and soothed and calmed me. I think that after this he was always there in that one spot. When I awoke, shuddering from fearful dreams, and turned with a cry to look for him, there he sat, always quiet, gentle, unwearied. Ruth was always at hand too, but Juliet's exuberant vitality wearied me. I was glad to see her less and less as the days and weeks advanced. When at last I began slowly to recover, I still clung like a child to my husband. When he left me, I begged him to return as soon as possible. When he came, I clutched at him with sobs and tears of relief. I, who had been so self-reliant, so well-poised. Ah, into what infantine helplessness I had fallen. So the weeks crept slowly and languidly away. Mr. and Mrs. Strong came to see me and were full of kind, quiet sympathy. Mrs. Stone, Josiah's mother, came sneaking in, eyed me cautiously, and uttered an ominous "humph." Being interpreted, this meant, "Your day is about over, ma'am, and I, for one, am glad to see your pride brought down." But my day was not over. There came a time when Mr. Woodford carried me downstairs in his arms and took me out to drive. It was on a dreary day in March that I had last looked on the face of nature. Now spring had burst into leaf and bloom and verdure. Even Pemaquid was beautiful and radiant. Mr. Woodford was kind and careful, and drove with caution, often asking if I felt tired. And in spirit I was very weary. All this flush of blossom and beauty mocked my desolate, bloomless soul. Ah, if Mr. Woodford only knew all the past, and yet could lavish on me such kind cares! And oh, if that grim, terrible spectre called Death would never again look me in the face! But no, there should be for me no peace, here or hereafter. Amid these gloomy thoughts, health was stealing back to me very slowly, but every summer's day brought strength with it. "Ruth," I asked suddenly one day, "why have I an unpleasant association with the thought of Frank? Was there news from him on the day of my attack?" "I have not heard from him lately," she replied, and went steadily on with her work. "I have some unpleasant association with his name," I went on, confused ideas struggling in my mind. She was silent, but at last she said, "I wish I could read well enough to read aloud to you. I used to read so much to Grandma." I said I wished she would try it, and she went and got the Pilgrims' Progress. I soon forgot the reader in the book. Mr. Woodford came in after a time and listened with me until it was time for Ruth to go to bed. Every evening after this passed in the same way. The sound of her voice would finally put me to sleep, and sleep was what I needed now. And the more I slept, the less chaotic my thoughts became, and the more I began to recall the past. Who had irritated me on the day of my seizure? Was it Juliet? Or was it Frank? Or was it both? I gathered up my confused memories to no purpose. All was vague and confused. At last I said to Ruth, "I must know what has happened. Where is Frank, and what has he done?" "I do not know exactly where he is," she replied. Something tremulous in her voice made me search her face. Yes, I looked at her, really looked at her now, for the first time in all these weeks. My illness and my thoughts, how they had absorbed me. "Ruth, he has forsaken you," I said. "Yes, Mother," she answered. There was no need of that meek answer. He had forsaken her, and so had her girlish beauty, her round, full cheek, her fresh color. She had grown old under my very eye, and I had not perceived it till now. Juliet came into the room, half dancing, half running. Ruth got up and went out. The contrast of the two as they passed each other was never so striking. Juliet, with life and hope all before her, Ruth, slowly and quietly creeping away from it. "Juliet, where is Frank?" I cried. "Not too far off to be found when wanted," she answered. "How shockingly Ruth is altered," I said. "Yes, she does grow old. Poor little poke. She actually has pined and moped after her beloved since his love for her took wing. Mother, what are you going to give me for an outfit when I take wing in pursuit of F.W.? Then it all rushed back to me. Our conversation in her room, the stolen money, my passion. "I wonder you have the effrontery to allude to the subject," I cried. "Do you know, wicked girl, that you are near causing the death of your mother?" "You shouldn't have taken it so hard, but you always were so fond of money. I'm sorry to disoblige you so much, but really, I don't see how you can expect Frank or anybody else to take me off your hands with nothing but the clothes on my back." "Frank?" "Yes, Frank. Who else? You know I have always said I should marry him." "He was engaged to Ruth. You knew he was engaged to her." "He was not. Ruth can tell you so, and so can Pa Woodford if he's a mind. They were put on probation for an unlimited period, and before the time was up, my gentleman changes his mind and drops off." "It was the same thing as an engagement, precisely the same. It only wanted the mere form of Mr. Woodford's full consent." "Make it out to suit yourself," she returned carelessly. "It's all one to me. Only some morning, if you wake up and find another bird has flown, you needn't be frightened. I declare, I wish it was to be tomorrow. What with your falling sick, and Ruth's moping, and Pa Woodford's glum looks, and Mr. Strong's horrid great black eyes staring one out of countenance every time one meets him, Pemaquid is getting to be intolerable. How you ever came to settle down in such a hole is a perfect mystery to me. But as long as you have, as long as you've got to stay here the rest of your life, I wonder you don't make the best of it and go to psalm singing and all that, like the rest of 'em. I declare, if I was as old as you are and had one foot in the grave, I'd begin to get ready for what's coming, for I suppose something is coming sometime, isn't there?" I rose up and tottered out of the room. Must Saul become one of the prophets to preach up to me my duty? Oh, if I only dared to shake the very life out of that girl! Everything in this world is hateful, and if I would flee from it, where shall I flee? I tear my hair as I write, and curse the day that I was born. And Juliet, unnatural, thankless child, what of the day when you saw the light? End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss. Then came Peter to him and said, Lord, how oft shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Till 7 times? Jesus saith unto him, I say not unto thee until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. Ruth's Journal. Juliet came home from Boston in great spirits. Mother had been talking with her up in her room, and just as she was coming away, she fell over a trunk and was dreadfully hurt. I cannot think how that trunk came to be in the way. Juliet screamed so that everybody ran to see what was the matter, and Father took Mother in his arms and carried her to her own bed. We got her undressed somehow, though she was quite insensible. The doctor stayed here all that night and did what he could for her. He said but for Juliet's word, he should call it a fit of apoplexy. Father said she was not one of the red-faced, apoplectic sort, but the doctor said that was all nonsense. A lily could have such an attack if it only had blood in its veins. He bled Mother and cupped her, and I really believe he would have leeched her, but Father declared he should not. I suppose the doctor knows, but somehow the more he bled her, the weaker she grew. She was weak and sick for a good many weeks. Father spent a great deal of time praying that God would spare her life till she had made her peace with him. And in my poor way, I did the same. Juliet was quite sobered down when she saw her mother lying there day after day in such a dull and heavy state. She tried to help us take care of her, but it never seemed to come handy to her to nurse sick people. Mother said she tried her by making such a bustle, and after a while Juliet gave up the case to us and said she would see to things downstairs. All the while Mother was shut up in her room, she was silent and sorrowful. Sometimes, after she began to get better, I would see tears in her eyes, and sometimes she would look at Father in a wistful sort of way, as if she had something to say to him, or wished he would say something to her. It was well I had so much to do, for as soon as her first fright about her mother was over, Juliet told me she was going to be married to Frank in 2 or 3 months. She said she had not been to Boston, as was supposed, but had been at her friend's, Miss Boone's, in New York, and had seen Frank every day. At first I did not believe her, but at last he wrote to me about it himself. I never thought, when I began to write in this book, what a comfort it was going to be to me. It seems like talking about my troubles to somebody that pities me while I am writing down what has happened. When Grandma died, it felt as if I had been asleep and dreaming. Since then, a great deal worse thing has happened to me even than that. I hope I do not murmur against God for sending me this trouble, But it must be that I do, else why am I so sad and sorrowful? Frank and I were engaged to each other, I thought. Father had not said so in so many words, but he never hindered us from being together and corresponding. And Frank said, of course, we should be really engaged as soon as the period of probation was over. He said he loved me and never should change his mind about wanting to have me for his wife. I think now that I made an idol of him, and so sinned against God, but at the time I did not know how my heart was set on him. Mother was very sick a long, long time. She needed a great deal of care. We never dared to leave her alone a single minute. If we did, she would get to crying out and seem terrified as if she saw some evil or frightful object. It took all Father's time and all mine to nurse her, for she would not let anyone else go near her. It seemed strange that she hated so to have Juliet come into the room, but I suppose it was because Juliet always hid her face when she fanned her, and shook the floor when she walked across the room, and then once she spilt cologne into Mother's eyes and hurt her dreadfully. The reason she liked my nursing best was that I had learned of Grandma what to do and what not to do for sick people. And then I like to stay at home, and it comes handy to me, and it doesn't come handy to Juliet, because she never has been used to it. Well, I suppose not seeing me, Frank got to thinking less of me. It was out of sight and out of mind with him, and seeing Juliet, and Juliet is very handsome, and knows so much more than I do, he got, by degrees, to liking her the best. I cannot blame him. The only wonder is how he ever came to like me at all. And then, as he says in the letter he wrote me about it, we were never really engaged. I thought we were, but he says he never did. He said Father decided to have us defer our engagement, thinking our minds might change. I hope nobody will ever know how much I cried over that letter. I think there are some things God is willing to have us keep secret from everybody else if we honestly tell him all about it. And I did tell him everything, even the sinful passion I felt when I came to the place in Frank's letter where he said he hoped I would try to like Josiah Stone as well as I had liked him. Father was very sorry for me when Frank broke off with me. He gathered me all up like a little baby in his arms and cried. Then he said, "Poor little motherless thing," in a choking sort of voice a good many times. That was all he said at first. But after a while, seeing that I did not seem to set myself about anything except nursing Mother, and how I moped around, he said one day, all of a sudden, "Try God, my child. Only try him." I looked puzzled, not knowing what he meant. "I know you love him," he said, "but it isn't with all your heart. If you did, you would be satisfied." Father never says much at a time. It isn't his way. Perhaps I think the more of what he does say. That night when I went up to bed and had shut my door, I felt lonely and dreary. Somehow my little room, that used to look so pleasant, had looked dull and gloomy ever since I got Frank's letter, and after I had read it there. I read my chapter and knelt down, but somehow, though I kept saying words over, I wasn't praying. Then Father's words came to me. Try God. It was just as if he had said, "There's no use in trying anybody else. Nobody else can comfort you now." I burst out crying. I said, "No, I know there isn't. Nothing seems as it used to seem." And then I began to pray in earnest. Sometimes crying got the upper hand, and sometimes praying did. But between them I got so near to God that I knew he heard me and saw me. I knew he pitied me and loved me, though I did not see how he could. Yes, I saw now what Father meant. Let no one who has Christ say that all is lost when earthly friends are lost. Let no one forget that, as one whom his mother comforteth, so he comforts the stricken heart. I know now how Paul and Silas sang in their prison house, with their feet fast in the stocks, and how other songs can be sung in the night. Poor Mother has her troubles too. Juliet has worried and harassed her almost to death. The very day after Frank sent me that farewell letter, Juliet said she hoped I was not going to make a time about it, but just behave in a sensible way and consider how much more suitable a wife she would make than I could. For she said I talked very bad grammar and was awkward in my ways,
And as soon as Mother got really well again, one morning, Juliet was missing. We found a letter in her room telling all about it. She said she was going to some place where Frank was to meet her, and they should be married right away. She said she hated scenes and was so afraid Mother and I would get one up she had decided to slip off quietly without any fuss. And she said she was glad she could leave Mother in such good hands as mine, and was sure I would make her a better daughter than she had done. That was very kind, I thought. I shall try to prove worthy of that opinion, and make Mother believe I am truly her daughter, given her by God to comfort her in this time of her great distress. For she does seem almost beside herself. It seems Juliet has carried off some money and other things that Mother says are as good as stolen, and that she never will forgive her for her undutiful behavior. Of course, there is some misunderstanding about it. Juliet never would do such a dreadful thing as to take what did not belong to her. Poor Mother, she just walks up and down wringing her hands and saying, "But I will never forgive her, never." Father does not say a word. He looks sorrowfully at Mother and steals away to pray for her. It is a great thing to have Father's prayers. And in my poor way, I pray for her too. My trouble was nothing to this, for Juliet was all she had.
Mrs. Woodford's journal. It is 3 months since Juliet went away. Sometimes it seems more like 3 years. When she stole away like a thief in the night, taking with her every cent of the money I had gathered together by years of economy and toil and care, my natural love, such as it was, turned into relentless hate. I said 1,000 times I would never see her again and never forgive her. Mr. Woodford did not say a word, nor did Ruth. At first I hardly noticed their silence, nor their quiet sympathy and kindness. I could only go chafing up and down, encompassed with rage and despair. But one day, when I had cried for the 1,000th time, "I will never forgive her," Mr. Woodford's silence attracted my attention. I turned to him sharply and said, "Mr. Woodford, why don't you say something? Why don't you say you will never forgive her? Has she not robbed your child of her youth, and her good looks, and her spirits, and all she had to hope for?"
"It is not for me to deny her forgiveness,"
he answered gently.
"Indeed, I do forgive her, with all my heart."
"It is easy for you to say so," I cried contemptuously. "You have no spirit or pride in you. For my part, I find it a luxury to hate even my own child when she wrongs me." An answer seemed struggling to his lips, but he restrained himself. But as I stood confronting him, his face was as the face of an angel. Its serenity and sweetness were the peacefulness of a victory that stood over against my defeat. "What?" I cried again. "You pretend that you have ever known such provocation as mine, and that knowing you have risen superior to and conquered it?"
"No, my dear, I do not pretend to anything,"
he replied.
"We all have our provocations, and we are all occasions of them to others. But we must forgive as we hope to be forgiven."
I was maddened by his quietness. "Listen, Mr. Woodford," I cried. "If you knew but the tithe of my past history, but the tithe, I say, instead of sitting there smiling and preaching forgiveness, you would be spurning me from your door." He got up and walked to and fro through the room. At last, coming close to me and taking me tenderly by the hand, he said, "I do know it. I know the whole, and with my whole heart I have forgiven you." "Since when?" I gasped, while everything became dim and confused before my eyes. "Since many years," he answered. "Let us speak of it no more. Only bear with me this once while I plead with you to forgive as you would be forgiven." I rushed from him to my own room and hid myself there. Many years he had known and yet forgiven me. Many years he had borne with my pride, my hardness, my insincerity. Many years I had confronted him with my arrogant, self-seeking, relentless nature, and he had forgiven me.
I lay on the floor and watered it with my tears. Shame overwhelmed and crushed me before the simple goodness of this man. My learning, my talents, they shriveled into nothing and vanity. But out of the chaos of my thoughts, one rose clear and well-defined into living form. This is the religion of Jesus Christ. I said it to myself over and over and over again, as that long, lonely night of mingled agony and ecstasy dragged itself on. We took breakfast next morning in absolute silence. Mr. Woodford only noticed my tearful face by redoubled gentleness and courtesy. Ruth glanced at me anxiously from time to time, but asked no questions, even by her looks. As we rose from the table, I said to Mr. Woodford, "Can you conveniently take me to see Mr. Strong this afternoon?" He looked surprised.
"You are not fit to go out,"
he replied.
"Mr. Strong would come to see you, I am sure. Let me send for him."
"No, I prefer to go to him." Nothing more was said. When we reached the parsonage, Mrs. Strong came out to meet us, saying that Mr. Strong had gone to visit a sick person and would not be back for an hour or more. "It is Deacon Stone's wife," she added. "You have probably heard how sick she is." No, I had not heard. Mr. Woodford asked me if I chose to wait until Mr. Strong's return, and Mrs. Strong pressed me cordially to do so. I begged Mr. Woodford to leave me, and to send for me before night. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. Kezia hears from Pemaquid. "Sakes alive, look here, mother. Our Ruth's gone and forgive Frank Weston, and they're cooing together like two young turtle doves. But 'twon't last, you mark my words. 'Twon't last. There ain't no dependence to be placed on that good-for-naught. There, didn't I tell you so? That 'ere spark of our Ruth's has been and jilted her wus'n ever, and he and Juliet's run away. I guess they'd have run tighter if they did if I'd been around. Wouldn't I have liked to be after them with a horsewhip and have licked 'em out of town? And if 'twasn't enough to rob our Ruth of her spark, Juliet's robbed her ma out of all the money she's laid up by scrimpin' and pinchin'. Oh, what a faculty she had for scrimpin'. She was the snuggest woman I ever see. And now that bad girl has run off with every cent. I'm proper glad. It served her right. What can people expect when they bring up their children so sinful? They say Miss Woodford went into fits when she found her money was gone. She had an idea she was a-saving of it for Juliet, and then when it came to the scratch, she found she'd been a-saving of it for herself. What's that? It ain't consistent to be so glad when people gets into trouble. Law, mother, everybody's just so, only they daresn't show it out as I do. You're as glad as I be, and the Lord He knows it, for He looks at the heart. Why, when the widder Lorraby tumbled down on the ice on the way to meetin', you was as pleased as parsnips. You enjoyed seeing her heels fly up, and her specs fly off, and her hymn book go rollin' down the hill. You can't deny it. 'Tain't in human nature not to like to see folks get their dues. Have I got to sit down and cry like a crocodile 'cause Miss Woodford's got what belongs to her? Who gave her her dues? Wasn't it Providence? And am I to fly out against Providence? I shall have to spend a day of fasting and prayer if I cherish such an ungodly spirit. Well, I'd rather spend 10 days of fasting and a praying than not to ha' got this news about Miss Woodford. Nothing never done me so much good.
I don't seem to have no feelings for our Ruth. Am I to cry my eyes out because a kind Providence had rid her of a whiffle waffle of a fellow that didn't know his own mind 2 minutes running? She'll be feeling awful. Well, what of that? Her bad feelings'll be sanctified to her. She'll live to be glad on 'em. Bad feelings is a blessing. Maybe Miss Woodford's troubles'll be pleased to her. Maybe they will. I shan't do nothing to hinder. Sings. 2 birds as black as crows has flew away from Pemaquid, and left the little snow-white lamb a-bleating there instead. Bleat away, poor little lamb, to hear you grieves me sore, but there's a land where sighs shall cease, and sorrows be no more. Miss Woodford, she may weep and groan, and she may tear her hair. It serves her right, and not a rush does old Kezzy care. I see the hand of Providence a-guiding of us all. I see his stripes a-falling fast upon the great and small. I see him turning pitiful and comforting of Ruth, and giving back to that sweet maid her roses and her youth. I see the bad earth that's swallowed up bad Cora and his crew, opening wide to swallow up another wicked too. So glory, glory be to God, who can't make no mistake. A better woman may his hand of old Kezia make. Mrs. Woodford's Journal. Mrs. Strong took me into her small sitting-room and said very kindly, I am sure I need not tell you that we are fellow sufferers. Frank was very dear to me and to my husband also. His wavering and certain course gave us a good deal of anxiety, it is true, but he was a warm-hearted, lovable boy, and we expected a good deal from him. I could not have believed him capable of the unmanly conduct he has been guilty of. Excuse my speaking on the subject, she continued. It fills my thoughts, and it is to converse on it with Mr. Strong that you come, I conclude. No, I came on a more serious errand. Mrs. Strong, do you know anything of my past life? My life before I came to Pemaquid? She colored and looked embarrassed, but seeing me resolved to have an answer, she said, Do not let us talk of those painful things. I assure you it is many years since a word on the subject has passed my lips. Many years again. I was weak and spent with watching through the night, and could not control myself. She burst into tears almost simultaneously with me. Oh, I have been so sorry for you, she said. We have both pitied you so. We have so longed to speak a word of comfort to you. Tell me. Only tell me what you know, what my husband knows, everything. And oh, Mrs. Strong, do not spare me. Tell me the whole truth. I will, she said. You remember a woman called Polly Hanson who died here so long ago? When she was taken sick, her mind ran much on past events in her history, and among other things on what she knew of yours. The doctor, dear good man, finding some of the neighbors were getting hold of the story, came to consult Mr. Strong as to what was best to be done. We thought we could remove her to our house and keep her from seeing persons who would make a bad use of her revelations. We did so at once, and she died here. We allowed no one to enter her room save ourselves. Mr. Woodford heard rumors of what was going on, and we had to let him question and try to silence her. There was some gossip about the village for several months after her death, but by degrees, seeing Mr. Woodford's conduct toward you unchanged, people began to believe that Polly's stories originated in her own brain, and the whole thing was forgotten. And knowing what I was, you went on treating me with kindness and sympathy, I cried. And Mr. Woodford, oh, why did he not trample me underfoot and cast me from his door? She looked surprised and pained. We only did to you what we would have had you do to us, she replied. And as to Mr. Woodford, oh, he is so truly a Christian man. He cannot fail to do the right and kind and beautiful thing. I could only weep in silence. Where was my contempt for this woman who had nursed a miserable dying pauper for my sake? I said to her at last, very earnestly, Did Polly Hanson give you the impression that I was guilty of crime? Yes, she said reluctantly.
And may I tell you my story, exactly as it is?" She gave another reluctant consent, and I spoke the truth, as before God. I was the only child of my parents, and they devoted all their energies to preparing me for this world. I was educated at considerable expense, and taught that to make a brilliant marriage was to be the business of my life. Notwithstanding their hopes and plans, I failed to do so at the early age they had expected it of me. The truth was, I had met secretly a young artist for whom I had conceived a passion, and was determined to give myself to him. I was only 17 years old, and at that time had had no occasion to learn the value of money by the want of it. I was not aware that my parents had spent nearly all they possessed on my education, expecting a return and seeing me well established for life. They were beginning to feel the pressure of want when a rich old man named Griggs proposed for me. He was repugnant to me, but what with tears and prayers and dismal pictures of coming ruin, they persuaded and frightened me into the marriage. For a little time my new position dazzled and pleased me. Then I began to grow weary and to yearn for something real and substantial amid all this pretense of felicity. That yearning summoned the young artist to my side by some mysterious agency. I saw him at first only as a friend. He gave me lessons in drawing with my husband's knowledge and approbation. It was in a thoughtless, reckless moment that I let him persuade me to elope with him. I was willing to face any misery rather than the pain of not having him continually near me. In intention, I sinned. But this woman, Polly Hanson, had her eye on me, and before I could carry out my plan she betrayed me to my husband. They both believed me to be more guilty than I was, and I was cast out of my home, disgraced. I could not go to my mother for shelter and sympathy, for she was dead. Not to my father's compassion, for he declared I had killed my mother. People vied with each other who should cast the first stone. My fancied lover fled from the avenger to Europe. I lost husband, father, mother, lover at one stroke. Then pride came to the rescue. I hardened myself to meet my fate. It was easy to disappear from the scene of my disgrace, and under a new name to begin life afresh. I wandered away to a distant town, opened a school, and led a peaceable and harmless existence there. People supposed me to be a young widow. Juliet was born there amid scenes of poverty and want. My school was broken up by her birth. I was unknown and friendless. It was nobody's business to look after me, and I suffered for the bare necessities of life. It was thus the iron of poverty entered my soul. I conceived a horror of it that wrought itself into my very being, and became a part of myself. Oh, Mrs. Strong, I was only 18, and cares sit like a nightmare upon the young. I roused myself, and rose above all the circumstances that dragged me down. I became cool, crafty, and circumspect. My beauty and my youth remained to me, my two staunch friends. I had another in my dauntless courage. So it came about naturally enough that I should marry again. I had lost all faith in men. I was drifting about at everybody's mercy. I could have a dishonest home, but I scorned iniquity like that, and cast about me for an honest one. Into that home I carried nothing but misery. "Stop," she said. "You carried pain there, but not misery. No one is miserable who can stay himself on God as Mr. Woodford can, and who can make hundreds of hearts sing for joy as he has done. If you had known him better and trusted him, and told him your story as you have to me, I know his great, warm heart, he would have spared you all this deception and self-contempt. Yet more, if you had known God and trusted him, and left all your cares in his hand, whose heart is wider and warmer than all the hearts in the world put together, how much suffering you might have been spared. But do not be discouraged. He has brought you down so low only to lift you up. He makes excuses for you that no poor human being can.
Suppose you see Father Strong and let him comfort you. He would delight to do it. He's the sunbeam of our house, running over with love for all God's creatures. Will you go?" I said feebly that I would go anywhere and to anybody who could pity and help me. She took me to his room. He is very deaf, but Mrs. Strong made him understand that here was someone in sore trouble, and left us alone together.
"I am very sorry for you, dear child,"
he said.
"I don't know what your trouble is, but I'm well acquainted with one who does, and he'll comfort you. You just go and tell him all about it. Don't leave anything out because you're afraid it might look small to him. Nothing looks small in his eyes that grieves the souls he has made. You must go to the throne of his grace as bold as a lion and as meek as a lamb. You must remind him of the promises he has made and plead them before him."
"Oh," I said, "I do not know how."
"Dear child, I will show you how. Say to him, 'Be not far from me, for trouble is near.' And he will say, 'Lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world.' Say, 'Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions.' And he will reply, 'I, even I, am he that blotteth out thy transgressions for mine own sake, and will not remember thy sins.' Say, 'Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted.' And just hear his answer, 'As one whom his mother comforteth, so will I comfort you.' Tell him that he has chastened you sore, and he will answer, 'I will bring the third part through the fire, and will refine them as silver is refined, and will try them as gold is tried.' Tell him that fearfulness and trembling are come upon you, and hear his answer, 'Fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by name. Thou art mine.'"
"But I have been such a sinner, you never heard of such a sinner."
"Maybe not, dear child, but he has. Hear what he says about it. 'Thou hast destroyed thyself, but in me is thy help. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. To this man will I look, even to him that is poor and of a contrite spirit, and trembleth at my word.'"
So he went on for hours, pouring in oil and wine out of the treasure house of his memory, and touching the sore spots in my soul as the tenderest mother touches her newborn child. I knelt down before this aged saint, and asked for his blessing. A more broken-hearted penitent never knelt to mortal man. He rose up, laid his fatherly hand on my bowed head, and said, "The Lord bless thee, and keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee, and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee, and give thee peace. Amen." End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss. Behold, all things are become new. Ruth's Journal. Something like a miracle has taken place in this house. Mother has become a Christian. I do not know exactly how it began, but Juliet's going away was a great blow to her, and at first she was very, very angry, and kept saying she never would forgive her. I think Father must have said something to her about that, for all of a sudden she began to shut herself up in her room, and when she came out, it was plain she had been crying dreadfully. Since she came here, she has never cried before that I know of. And besides crying, she seemed sort of broken down and tender, and would keep going to see Mr. Strong and having him come here. If Mr. Strong was out when she went there, she would talk with Mrs. Strong by the hour together. That struck me, for I know she never could bear Mrs. Strong. At last she spoke to me all of her own accord. She said Father had broken her heart by forgiving her some dreadful things she had done to him, and that had set her to thinking. And growing sorrowful as she got to thinking, she went to praying, and that made her still more sorrowful. She would tell Father every wrong thing she had done, though he did not like to have her do it, because he said his charity was not equal to God's. Well, if Father is lacking in charity, what of the rest of us? She says it is his life that has preached to her, and Mr. Strong's life, and Mrs. Strong's, and even mine. Who could get lower than that? One night she could not sleep. Her misery was so great, and Father was praying with her, and reading the Bible, and crying by turns, for Father is just like a woman when anything touches him. Mother became just as meek and humble as a little child. It made me cry whenever she spoke to me, and she was so earnest about learning the right way that she even would ask me to help her. And now, while I am writing this at one end of the table, she is sitting at the other end with the Bible before her, looking so peaceful and satisfied that I can't believe it's Mother. And Father takes such comfort in her. He has got one of her hands in his now, and I never saw him do that before. If things had gone smooth with Frank and me, perhaps this would never have come to pass. But Juliet's going off with him seemed to be just the last drop poor Mother needed to fill her cup with disappointment and bitterness. We talk a good deal now of Juliet. Mother says it is all her fault that she has turned out so. She says she never taught her anything that was right, and all the wonder is that things are no worse. Poor Juliet! I wonder she doesn't write to us and let us know where she is. Mother does not write in her journal now as much as she did. She says she does not need that comfort because she has so many others. But she has written a long letter to Samuel, telling him all that has happened to us, and beseeching him to come home. I never knew till she told me that it was something she did that angered him and drove him away. It is a long time since any of us, heard from Samuel, but Father knows where he is, and thinks that after Mother's letter he certainly will come. Dear Father seems so contented and happy now. Only now and then when he looks at me he clouds up and sighs. I must try to be cheerful and pleasant, so that he need not be grieving so for me. It is a good while since I wrote that. I have had too much to do and too much to think of to feel like writing. In the first place, it is so nice about Mother. Nobody would believe how changed she is. She is just as gentle and humble as a little child. She has Mr. and Mrs. Strong to tea just as often as Father wants. And we have meetings here, and Mother acts as if she had lived in Pemaquid all her life, and liked Pemaquid ways and Woodford ways. But I've got something else to put down that is even stranger than that. We've got a baby here. It's 3 months ago tonight that, just as we were sitting down to tea, the stage drove up to the door, and a man got out with something wrapped carefully in his arms. We all left the table and ran to the door. I'm sure I don't know what I thought, but I thought of everybody before I thought of Samuel, and when he came in and walked straight up to Mother and kissed her, and she held out her arms and he put a baby into them, we all just burst out crying together. I don't know how it was, but I suppose it's being round so much among the sick. The first look I took of Samuel, standing there so pale and quiet, went through me like a knife. I knew he hadn't come home to stay. I knew what hand had got hold of him, and that it wasn't a hand we could snatch him from. Mother and Father were too glad to see what I saw. Father only saw his son come back to him, and Mother only saw that she was forgiven. I don't know which of us made the most of a time over the baby. Father got it away from Mother and cried over it and laughed over it, and I got it away from Father and ran into the kitchen and mixed a little cream with warm water to feed it with, and got out what it needed from its father's carpet bag, for of course he was its father. But if he was, where was its mother, poor little darling? Such a happy time as we had round the table that night. Samuel got quite a color when he had his tea, and some of the bread and butter he had been brought up on, and I began to think I might have thought too much of his looking sick. He said nothing about the baby's mother, only he told us he had come home for good, and that he was going to give the baby to me when he had done with it. That night I went up to bed, as proud and as rich as a queen, with the little thing in my arms, and Father following after to give all sorts of advice about it. and Mother taking its clothes out of its trunk and filling all the chairs with piles of little frocks and such things. Samuel went to bed early, in his own room, for Mother, after she wrote to him to come home, had kept it in order with her own hands. The next day Samuel told us all that had happened to him since the day he had left Pemaquid, how he had gone into business and been married, and how his dear little wife had made a new home for him in place of the one he had lost, till at last the baby came to make everything pleasanter even than it was before. But whether it was the climate he had taken her to, or what it was, he couldn't say. The baby was only a few months old when its pretty young mother died. At that very time came Mother's letter begging him to forgive her and to come home. So he had settled up his affairs and taken his little motherless child in his arms, trusting it to no other care till he fairly could put it right into ours. It was wonderful to see how handy he was with the baby, and how he loved it. But it isn't in nature for men to be confined with such cares, and by degrees I got my darling all to myself, to lie on my arm all night, to feed and to wash and to dress, and to be just the same as my own baby. Only Father would give a good deal of advice, and would have the little fellow take his naps in his arms, and would teach him all sorts of bad habits by walking up and down with him by the hour together. And Mother, who hates to sew, fell to making short frocks in place of the long ones, so that he could have room to kick and to grow. And when we got him into them and put on his shoes and stockings, it's a wonder the bells of the meeting-house did not ring of their own accord. Samuel looks better than he did when he came home, and does not complain of anything. Sometimes I think I was too much frightened about him the night he got home. But then again, when I hear his prayers in the family and at the conference meetings, I can see that he's getting ripe for heaven, and won't be able to keep away from it much longer. Father does not mistrust it. He takes solid comfort in Samuel and consults him about everything. He wants to turn over all his business into Samuel's hands, but Samuel puts him off from day to day, and nothing is settled between them.
Mrs. Woodford's Journal. The repose I have been vainly seeking so many years has at last come to me. My burden fell from my shoulders as did Christians at the sight of the cross. After carrying it so long, I feel now like one who treads on air. Yet the remembrance of what is past, the wrong I have done to others, and the sin of which I have been guilty, these must cost me lifelong sorrow. But I bless God, who led my weary footsteps to this little Puritan village, and brought me under the influence of some of the best people the world contains. I can see now that their power over me, the power of their godly lives, began almost immediately. I resisted it with all my might, but, blessed be God, its dominion became daily more powerful. Oh, that I had begun in the days of my early youth to walk in the path I now find so pleasant. By what strange infatuation was I led to avoid the first steps that could lead to peace, repentance, and confession? Having now consecrated myself publicly and solemnly to God, and being resolved in his strength to live to and for him, I desire also to be, to my long-suffering husband, all I can become for his highest happiness and best good. I desire to make his home the truly Christian, happy home he expected I would do, when, in a moment of strange infatuation, he asked me to become his wife. May God help me to cleave to this desire till it becomes interwoven into my very being, and proves to be a part of myself. Our family has become somewhat reunited. Samuel has come home, bringing with him his little boy, a genial, healthy child, who is like a broad ray of sunshine on the path of every one of us. Samuel is still like his father. I have the undeserved comfort of having his confidence and, to a certain extent, his affection. He calls me mother and talks with me frankly and fully about the past and the future. I suppose it is the early sorrow through which he has passed that gives him so light a hold on this world. Some of his expressions remind me of his mother. Ah, I have been reading with new eyes that saintly record of hers.
No wonder that I was stirred to my very foundations when, on that dreary Sunday long ago, I looked idly over its pages. I feel satisfied that Samuel will only gladden his father's life a little while. He seems to me very ill. Nothing we can procure tempts his appetite, though when he first came home he did, for a little time, seem to enjoy our country fare. We need Kezia's skillful hands now. It is next to impossible to fill her place. All the girls rush into the factory, and Ruth has to spend much of her time in the kitchen. Dear good child. The baby, who is her special charge, is gradually weaning her from Frank, and one now hears her singing about the house almost as gaily as ever. Almost. But there is a difference. I hear next to nothing from Juliet. There is only one thing I can do for her, and that is to pray that God will open her eyes and touch her heart and bring her to repentance. She is my only care now, and that care I have ceased to bear alone. Take us all together, we are a happy family. I see now that real blessedness may be built up on the ruins of fancied felicity, nay, may exist in the very midst of much outward trial. Ruth has gone for some days to take care of a sick friend, and I am left to care for her precious baby. How differently I shall do my share of his training from the miserable one I gave my own poor child. It was her mother who taught her to despise religion, to yield to her evil passions, to play the hypocrite. She was not born more depraved than other girls, but I never cultivated her conscience, never taught her to pray, never led her to live for anything but herself, and she is living now on money obtained by me through mean economies and petty fraud. As I look into the baby's innocent face, I recall a time when my baby's was as innocent. Oh, my poor Juliet! Day and night I will plead for you till you, too, come to the repentance that, if it has its bitter moments, has thousands that are sweet. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss. I can call spirits from the vasty deep. And will they come when you do call for them? Sometimes they do. Mrs. Woodford takes tea at the parsonage. I would not trust anyone to tell the news, dear Mrs. Strong, and have come to spend the afternoon. And if you ask me to stay to tea, I shall. Ruth had to give up her precious baby to me and go to nurse Mercy Sutton. You did not know she was sick. Well, she is, and nobody would suit her but Ruth. I am not very handy with babies, but this little fellow is no trouble at all. I was sitting with him on my lap when our girl came in and said she was going to leave. She never could abide a baby, it made so much washing, and she must look for a place where there wasn't no young ones. I begged her to stay till Ruth came home, but no, go she must, and go she would. She said she thought her health would be better if she went south. I asked her how far south, and she said to Kennebunkport. It was awkward being left alone, especially as I am no cook, but I thought I would do the best I could. Samuel and his father would relieve me in the care of baby, and as there was no coffee for next day's breakfast, I knew I must roast some in the afternoon. This is work I particularly dislike, for I never do it well. All my performances in the kitchen are awkward, for want of early training in household duties. As I opened the kitchen door, I stood, spellbound, on the threshold. There sat Kezia, in her old seat, with the very checked apron she had on the day she left us, engaged in looking over the coffee which had just come in from the deacon's store.
She just glanced up from her work on seeing me, and went on with it with the eye of a connoisseur. "There's stones enough in this here coffee to build a tomb with," said she. "The deacon ought to know better than to send us such stuff. I've a good mind to carry it all back, only there ain't none for breakfast, and it's rather late to go and come this afternoon." I fell into her humor at once. If she chose to forget she had ever left us, well and good. "I'm afraid there isn't bread enough for breakfast either," I said nonchalantly, though it was with a sigh of relief I mentally welcomed the good old creature back again. "I guess you won't starve under me," she returned. "Don't you bother about nothing." And to be sure, there sat the big bread pan covered with its snowy cloth, as in the long-gone days. "I guess it's as good a rising of bread as you've seen this many a day," she continued. "But, la, don't you stand there a-tiring of yourself. I rather think I know the way about this house by this time." I went back to Samuel, with whom I had left the baby, and, snatching it from him, ran with it to the kitchen. Kezia dropped her coffee and jumped up from her chair. "Is he yourn?" said she. Her assumed character was all gone now. Kezia, with her own good big heart, stood before me with tears sparkling in her eyes. "I'm dreadful glad to get home," she cried. "My, what legs he's got now, ain't he? It's what I've always said, and if it was the last word I had to speak, I'd say the same. A house without a baby ain't a house. I wouldn't give the snap of my finger for it. Come here to your old Kezzy, you precious little lamb, you. Oh, you and me, won't we have times together?" "It's Samuel's baby, you know," I said. "La, you don't say so. I never heard the like. All I heard was you'd met with a change, and mother she went to live with my brother and his wife, and, says she, 'Kezzy, you go back and see if they'll make up with you.' And so I came, but I never heard nothing about no baby." By this time Samuel had come into the kitchen, and was laughed and cried over at intervals, while between whiles the coffee was put down to roast, and had a vigorous stir every other minute. "Here comes Mr. Woodford. He'll be glad to see you back again, Kezia," I said. "I don't want to see him this afternoon," she said, shrinking back. "I can't stand it to have everything come to once. That 'ere baby's near about upset me. I can't see the coffee nor nothing. My eyes, they do plague me so." I promised not to tell Mr. Woodford of her arrival, and she contrived to keep out of his way till the next morning at breakfast, when she came dashing in with hot biscuits, and her usual business air, and the salutation, "We're most out of rye meal, Mr. Woodford, and you may as well get a barrel of flour while you're about it. I've only got a handful left." Mr. Woodford leaned back in his chair and looked at her with mild surprise. For a moment he was almost deluded into the belief that she had never left us, that he had been dreaming, and was now but just awake. He glanced helplessly at me, then at Samuel. Our impenetrable faces threw no light on his perplexity. He recovered himself almost instantly, and said, with a smile, "You made the last barrel go a good way, Kezia. It's more than 10 years since you asked for a new one." She smiled grimly and got out of the room, and when we burst into a peal of happy laughter, we heard her join in the chorus from the kitchen with right good will. "I am delighted to hear it all. The family is complete now. You'll never have another care." "No, I never shall. Kezia's getting everything into order, as of old. Her tin pans are almost as bright as silver. You might eat off the kitchen floor. Even the tea kettle sings a new song. Then she knows exactly what to make for Samuel, to tempt his appetite. She has thrown all the doctor's stuff out of the window, and is brewing decoctions of her own. I cannot help hoping she may bring the dear boy round." "I don't know about that. It seems to me that he's got his mother's wings tacked to his shoulders, and will fly up, some day, as she did."
And why not? It is cruel to keep people out of heaven who want to go there.
Ah, but you are doing all you can to keep Father Strong out of it.
Yes, I know. It is such a blessing to have such an aged saint in the house. By the by, he has lent me a journal to read, such old-fashioned spelling you never saw. Take it home, and show it to Ruth if you like. Ruth's Journal. Dear old noisy, bustling Kezia has come back. It seems too good to be true, but there she is, rushing about the kitchen, making stacks of good things, screeching out songs till she makes the house ring, and just about distracted about the baby. Oh, my baby! How little I thought when I was pining my life away for what my Heavenly Father took from me in mercy, that He was all the time preparing this beautiful gift for me. It makes me so ashamed. Father and Mother took tea at the parsonage last week, and Mrs. Strong lent Mother a printed letter, or sort of journal, written by Father Strong's great-aunt, on a journey she made ever and ever so many years ago. If it amuses me so much now, it will sound yet more quaint and funny to Baby when he grows up to be a man. So, if Father Strong is willing, I mean to get a blank book and copy out some of the best of it for him. I mean to copy out for him everything I can get hold of that I think he will enjoy reading. I used to think I should have children and grandchildren, but I never shall now. Baby is the only child I shall ever have. That does not make me unhappy. Nothing does now, for I am satisfied with God. Kezia goes up to the store. Well now, Deacon Stone, have I been gone 10 year, or ain't I been away a day? It seems to me as if I hadn't been away, and then again, as if I had. It beats all. Well, there warn't no baby when I was here afore, I know that, and you oughter see ourn. What's that? All babies is alike. It's no such a thing. Our baby ain't like any other in the varsal world. And such times as we're having to our house. I want 6 nutmegs and a stick of cinnamon. Why, it's as easy to live consistent there now as down to the meetin' house. The squire, his face, it shines like Moses in the burning bush. His prayers is all turned to psalms, and he's as happy as the day is long. A pound of raisins and 1/4 of a pound of currants. And our Ruth, she always was as good as gold, but now she's all the things you read about in the Bible. Not that I pretend I've ever seen any of 'em, but I believe my Bible, every living word on it, and our Ruth is all made of precious stones, jasper and sapphire and chalcedony and emerald and sardonyx and jacinth and amethyst and all the rest of them that I disremember. You believe it all, and could take your Bible oath on't, and she's just the girl for your 'Ziah. She'll never look at your 'Ziah or any other feller again, not she. She's fit her way through her troubles like a soldier, and has come out victorious through him that loved her. But she got wounded in that 'ere battle nigh to death, and she couldn't survive another such a scrimmage, no, not for all the people of the male persuasion in the world, except babies. 5 yards of that 'ere calico, a skein of blue yarn, and a ball of piping cord. There's no manner of use talking 'Ziah to her, and he'd better put his eye on somebody of his own kind. Cindy Muggs, or Cerinthy Wiggins, or Jane Ann Hobbs, they'd all of them have him and divide him among 'em like Turks. Or is it turkeys? I ain't got much book learning. Air you sure you give me good measure? The last pound of tea weighed light. Well, as I was saying, Miss Woodford had dropped all her snug ways, and goes around among the widders, carrying of 'em such comforts as lone widders needs, and she reads her Bible and says her prayers and lives as consistent as any other member of the church. A bread pan, Deacon, the biggest you've got. Miss Woodford said I could get a spick-and-span new one the first time I come to the store, and I want a firkin to hold meal, and a paper of No. 9 needles. No, 2 papers, 1 sharps and 1 betweens, and a pound of old hyson. Let me see, is there anything else?
Oh, Miss Woodford wants a paper of pins and a gallipot and a piece of chalk and a broom. And our Ruth, she wants this file filled with rose water and 2 yards of flannel for the baby. And, law, I came near forgetting the molasses jug. Here it is. I'll have it filled. And that makes me think. I want 1/4 of a pound of mustard seed to put in my pickles, and 1/4 of a pound of ginger for my gingerbread, and 8 pie plates, and a pudding dish, and our bean pot. It got cracked, and I must have a new one. The squire's helps have destroyed half the things I left in the kitchen. Yes, there's one thing more. A little reddin to red my fireplace, and a little blue clay to mix with it when I do the sitting-room fireplace. You see, I make a little difference between the family and me. There now, put up a Bristol brick and some rotten stone and sweet oil. The andirons had growed dingy while I was away, and I tell you what, I pity andirons that is dingy when I take 'em in hand. Well, I declare, how am I ever to get all these things home to once? I s'posed I ought to send Luke up with the sleigh. Never mind, I'll manage it somehow. Goodbye, Deacon. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. The Journal of the Great Aunt of Abiathar Strong during a tour from the town of Boston to the city of New York in the year 1704. Abridged and copied by Ruth Woodford for her baby. Monday, October ye 2nd, 1704. About 3 o'clock I began my journey from Boston to New Haven, being about 200 mile. My kinsman, Captain Robert Lust, waited on me as far as Dedham, where I was to meet ye western post. I visited the Reverend Mr. Belcher, minister of ye town, and tarried there till evening, hoping ye post would come along. But he not coming, I resolved to go to Billings's, where he used to lodge, being 12 miles further. But being ignorant of the way, Madame Belcher, seeing no persuasions of her good spouse or hers could prevail with me to lodge there that night, very kindly went with me to ye tavern, where I hoped to get my guide, and desired of the hostess to inquire of her guests whether any of them would go with me. But they, being tied by the lips to a pewter engine, refused to go. At last a man a century old, I trow, arose and demanded what I would give him. Well, Mr. John, says I, make your demands.
Why, half a piece of 8 and a dram,
says John. I agreed, and gave him a dram, now, in hand to bind the bargain. His shade on his horse resembled a globe on a gate-post. His horse resembled a ghost. When we had rid about an hour, we came into a thick swamp, which, by reason of a great fog, startled me. But nothing dismayed John. He had encountered thousands of such swamps, having a universal knowledge in the woods. After we left the swamp, we reached the house where I was to lodge. But I had not made many steps into the house ere I was interrogated by a young lady, who roared out, "Law for me, who are you coming here at this time of night? I never see a woman on the road so dreadful late in all the days of my versal life. I'm scared out of my wits." I stood aghast, preparing to reply, when in comes my guide. To him Madame turned, roaring out, "Lawful heart, John, is it you? How d'ye do? Where in the world are you going with this woman? Who is she?" John made no answer, but sat down in the corner, fumbled out his black junk, and saluted that instead of Deb. She then turned again to me, and fell anew into her silly questions without asking me to sit down. I told her she treated me very rudely, and I did not think it my duty to answer her unmannerly questions. I paid honest John with money and dram, according to contract, and dismissed him, and prayed Miss to tell me where I might lodge. She conducted me to a little black lento, which was almost filled with the bedstead, which was so high I was forced to climb on a stair to get to ye wretched bed that lay on it, and on which I stretched my tired limbs. Tuesday, October ye 3rd. I set out with the post and rode till 2 in the afternoon, when I stopped for refreshments, and was served with pork and cabbage, of which I swallowed a mouthful. I then took another horse and a guide, who rode very hard, and having crossed Providence Ferry we came to a river, which they generally ride through, but I dare not venture, so the post got a lad and canoe to take me to the other side. I had to be very circumspect, through fear of being upset and engulfed, sitting with my hands fast on each side, my eyes steady, not daring to budge my tongues a hair's breadth more on one side of my mouth than t'other, nor so much as think on Lot's wife, for a wry thought would have overset our weary, but was soon put out of pain by feeling the canoe on shore. Rewarding my sculler, again mounted, and made the best of our way forwards. The road here was very even, and ye day pleasant, it being now near sunset. But the post told me we had near 14 miles to ride to the next stage, where we were to lodge. I asked him of the rest of the road, foreseeing we must travail in the night. He told me there was a bad river we were to ride through, which was so very fierce a horse could sometimes hardly stem it, but we should soon be over. I cannot express the concern of mind this relation set me in. No thoughts but those of the dangerous river could entertain my imagination, sometimes seeing myself drowning, otherwhiles drowned, and at the best like a holy sister just come out of a spiritual bath in dripping garments. Now was the glorious luminary, with his swift coursers, arrived at his stage, leaving poor me with the rest of this part of the lower world in darkness. The only glimmering we now had was from the spangled skies, whose imperfect reflections rendered with every object formidable. Each lifeless trunk, with its shattered limbs, appeared an armed enemy, and every little stump like a ravenous devourer. Nor could I so much as discern my guide, when at a distance, which added to the terror. Thus, absolutely lost in thought, and dying with the very thoughts of drowning, I came up with the post. Soon we descended a hill, and I knew by the going of the horse we had entered the water, which my guide told me was the hazardous river he had told me of. And he, riding up close to my side, bid me not fear, we should be over immediately. I now rallied all the courage I was mistress of, knowing that I must either venture my fate of drowning, or be left like ye children in the wood. So, as the post bid me, I gave reins to my nag, and sitting as steady as just before in the canoe, in a few minutes got safe to the other side, which he told me was the Narragansett country. We rode on in the darkness, the branches of the trees tearing my face, and my imagination full of alarms. Now, coming to ye foot of a hill, I found great difficulty in ascending, but being got to the top, was there amply recompensed with the friendly appearance of the kind conductress of the night. Just then, advancing above the horizontal line, the raptures which the sight of that fair planet produced in me caused me, for the moment, to forget my present weariness and past toils, and inspired me for most of the remaining way with very diverting thoughts. From hence the way being smooth and even, the night warm and serene, and the tall and thick trees at a distance, especially when the moon glowed light through the branches, filled my imagination with the pleasant delusion of a sumptuous city, filled with famous buildings and churches, with their spiring steeples, balconies, galleries, and I know not what, grandeurs which I had heard of, and which the stories of foreign countries had given me the idea of. Being thus agreeably entertained without a thought of anything but thoughts themselves, I on a sudden was roused by the post's sounding his horn, and I knew we had reached our lodge. Here I had a little chocolate, and betook me to bed, but no sleep could I get, through the roaring of the town topers in the next room. I heartily fretted, and wished them tongue-tied, but with as little success as a friend of mine, who was kept awake by a county left and a sergeant, ensign, and a deacon, contriving how to bring a triangle into a square. October 4th. At about 4 in the morning, set out for Kingston, and rode 22 miles without being able to bait our horses. The post encouraged me by saying we should be well accommodated at Mr. Devil's. But I questioned whether we ought to go to the devil to be helped out of affliction. But we fared hard at his hand, only unlike t'other one, he let us depart. Leaving this habitation of cruelty, we rode 2 miles further, where we found tolerable accommodation, and poor weary, I slipped away to enter my mind in the journal. Next day we proceeded through the Narragansett country, and about 1 in the afternoon came to Pocatog River, now very high. Stop at a hut, where dwelt a guide, who would conduct me over the waters. It was built of clapboards, so much asunder that light came through everywhere, the door tied on with a cord in place of hinges, the floor the bare earth, the furniture a bed, with a glass bottle hanging at ye head on't, an earthen cup, a small pewter bason, a board with sticks to stand on instead of a table, and a block or two in ye corner instead of chairs. Having ventured over the river and rode on very slowly through Stonington, October ye 5th, I set forward for New London, where, being safely arrived at the house of Mrs. Prentiss's, between 9 and 10 at night, waited on Reverend Mr. Gurdon Saltonstall, minister of that place, who very kindly invited me to stay that night at his house, where I was very handsomely lodged, and made good the great character I had before heard of him, viz., that he was the most affable, courteous, generous, and best of men. October 6. I got up very early in order to have somebody to go with me to New Haven. A young gentleman was provided by my hospitable entertainer, and we advanced on toward Seabrook. The roads are very bad all along this way, encumbered with rocks and mountainous passages, which were very disagreeable to my tired carcass. In going over a bridge my horse stumbled, and I narrowly escaped falling over into the river, but through God's goodness I met with no harm. In about half a mile's riding I came to an ordinary, were well entertained, by a woman of about 70, and vantage, but of as sound intellectuals as one of 17. We arrived at Saybrook Ferry about 2 of the clock, and crossing it, stopped to bait, and paid 6 apiece for our dinners, which was only smell. About 7 at night we came to Killingsworth. Saturday, October 7th. We set out early in the morning, and being something unacquainted with the way, we asked it of a young fellow we met, and he said we must ride a little further, and turn down by the corner of Uncle Sam's lot. My guide vented his spleen at the lubber, and we soon after came into the road, and about 2 in the afternoon arrived at New Haven, where I was received with all possible respects and civility. They are governed by the same laws as we in Boston, or little differing, throughout this whole colony of Connecticut, and much the same way of church government, and many of them good, sociable people, and I hope religious too, but a little too much independent in their principles, and, as I have been told, were formerly in their zeal very rigid in their administration towards such as their laws made offenders, even to a harmless kiss, or innocent merriment among young people. Their diversions in this part of the country are on lecture days and training days mostly. On the former there is ridings from town to town, and on training days the youth divert themselves by shooting at the target, as they call it, when he who hits nearest the white has some yards of red ribbon presented him, which being tied to his hatband, ye 2 ends streaming down his back, he is led away in triumph with great applause, as the winners of the Olympic Games. They generally marry very young, the males oftener, as I am told, under 20 than above. There are great plenty of oysters all along by the seaside, as far as I rode in the colony, and those are very good. And they generally lived very well and comfortably in their families, but too indulgent, especially ye farmers, to their slaves, suffering too great familiarity from them, permitting them to sit at table and eat with them, as they say, to save time, and into the dish goes the black hoof with the white hand. As to the Indians in the town I passed through, they were the most savage of all the savages of that kind I had ever seen. Being at a merchant's house, in comes a tall country fellow, with his alfagios full of tobacco, for they seldom loose their cud, but keep chewing and spitting as long as their eyes are open. He advanced to the middle of the room, makes an awkward nod, and spitting a large deal of aromatic tincture, he gave a scrape with his shovel-like shoe, leaving a small shovelful of dirt on the floor, made a full stop, hugging his own pretty body with his hands under his arms, stood staring round him like a cat let out of a basket. At last, like the creature Balaam rode on, he opened his mouth and said, "Have you any ribbonin for hat bands to sell, I pray?" The questions and answers about the pay being passed, the ribbon is brought and opened. Bumpkin simper cries, "It's confounded gay, I vow," and beckoning to the door, in comes Jane Tawdry, dropping about 50 curtsies, and stands by him. He shows her the ribbon. "Law, you," says she, "it's right gent, do you take it? 'Tis dreadful pretty." Then she inquires, "Have you any hood silk, I pray?" Which being brought and bought, "Have you any thread silk to sew it with?" says she, which being accommodated with, they departed. They generally stand after they come in a great while speechless, and sometimes don't say a word till they are asked what they want, which I impute to the awe they stand in of the merchants, who they are constantly almost indebted to, and must take what they bring without liberty to choose for themselves. But they serve them as well, making the merchants stay long enough for their pay. We may observe here the great necessity and benefit of education and conversation, for these people have as large a portion of mother wit, or sometimes a larger, than those who have been brought up in cities, but for want of improvements render themselves almost ridiculous, as above. They are generally very plain in their dress, throughout ye colony, as I saw, and follow one another in their modes. Their chief red-letter day is Saint Election, which is annually observed according to charter, to choose their governor, a blessing they can never be thankful enough for, as they will find, if ever it be their hard fortune to lose it. The present governor in Connecticut is the Honorable John Winthrop, Esquire, a gentleman of an ancient and honorable family, whose father was governor here some time before, and his grandfather had been governor of Massachusetts. This gentleman is a very courteous and affable person, much given to hospitality, and has, by his good services, gained the affections of the people as much as any who had been before him in that post. December 6. Being by this time well recruited after my journey, I set out from North Haven with my kinsman, Mr. Thomas Trowbridge, and about 11 same morning came to Stratford Ferry, which crossing, baited our horses, and would have eaten a morsel ourselves, but the pumpkin and Indian mixed bread had such an aspect that we left it, and proceeded forward, and at 7 at night came to Fairfield, where we lodged. Early next morning we set off for Norwalk, from its half-Indian name of Northwalk, where about 12 we arrived, and had a dinner of fried venison, very savoury. From hence we hasted towards Rye, walking and leading our horses near a mile together, up prodigious high hill, arrived about 9 at night, and took up our lodgings at an ordinary, which a French family kept. Being very hungry, I desired a fricassee, which was managed so contrary to my notion of cookery that I hastened to bed supperless. Being exceeding weary, I laid my poor carcass, never more tired, and found my covering as scanty as my bed was hard. Anon I heard a noise in the next room, the men complaining their legs lay out of their bed by reason of its shortness. Poor I made but one groan, which was from the time I went to bed to ye time I rise, which was about 3 in the morning. About 7 in the morning we came to New Rochelle, a French town, where we had a good breakfast, and in the strength of that, about an hour before sunset, got to York. Here I applied myself to Mr. Burrows, a merchant, to whom I was recommended by my kinsman, Captain Prout, and received great civilities from him and his spouse, who were now both deaf, but very agreeable in their conversation, diverting me with pleasant stories of their knowledge in Britain, from whence they both came. Mr. Burrows went with me to Vendu, where I bought about 100 ream of paper, which was retaken in a fly-boat from Holland, and sold very reasonably here. And at Vendu I made a great many acquaintances amongst the good women of the town, who courteously invited me to their houses, and generously entertained me. The city of New York is a pleasant, well-compacted place, situated on a commodious river, which is a fine harbor for shipping. The buildings, brick generally, very stately and high, though not altogether like ours in Boston. The bricks of some of the houses are of divers colours, and laid in checkers, and being glazed look very agreeable. The inside of them are neat to admiration, the wooden work, for only the walls are plastered, and the summer and girt are planed and kept very white scoured, as so is all the partitions, if made of boards. The fireplaces have no jambs, as ours have, but the backs run flush with the walls, and the hearth is of tiles, and is as far out into the rooms at the ends as before the fire, which is generally 5 feet in the lower rooms, and the piece over where the mantle-tree should be is made as ours, with joiner's work, and, as I suppose, is fastened to iron rods inside. The house where the Vendu was had chimney corners like ours, and they and the hearths were laid with the finest tile that I ever see, and the staircases laid all with white tile, which is ever clean, and so are the walls of the kitchen, which had a brick floor. They were making great preparations to receive their governor, Lord Cornbury, from the Jerseys, and for that end raised the militia to guard him on shore to the fort. They are generally of the Church of England, and have a New England gentleman for their minister, and a very fine church, set out with all customary requisites. There are also a Dutch and divers conventicles, as they call them, viz., Baptists, Quakers, etc. They are not strict in keeping the Sabbath as in Boston, and other places where I had been, but seem to deal with great exactness as far as I see. They are sociable to one another, and courteous and civil to strangers, and fare well in their houses. The English go very fashionable in their dress, but the Dutch, especially the middling sort, differ from our women, in their habit go loose, wear French mushes, which are like a cap, and a headband in one, leaving their ears bare, which are set out with jewels of a large size and many a number, and their fingers hooped with rings, some with large stones in them, of many colours, as were their pendants and their ears, which you should see very old women wear, as well as young. They have vendus very frequently, and make their earnings very well by them. For they treat with the good liquor liberally, and the customers drink as liberally, and generally pay for it as well, by paying for that which they bid up briskly for, after the sack has gone plentifully about, though sometimes good pennyworths are got there. Their diversions in the winter is riding sleighs about 3 or 4 miles out of town, where they have houses of entertainment, at a house called the Bowery, and some go to a friend's houses, who handsomely treat them. Mr. B. carried his spouse and daughter and myself to one Madame Dow's, a gentlewoman that lived at a farmhouse, who gave us a handsome entertainment of 5 or 6 dishes, and choice beer, and metheglin. cider, etc., all of which, she said, was the product of her farm. I believe we met 50 or 60 sleighs that day. They fly with great swiftness, and some are so furious that they'll turn out of the path for none except a loaden cart. Having transacted the affair, I went upon, after about a fortnight's stay. I left New York with no little regret, and Thursday, December 21st, set out for New Haven, with my kinsman Trowbridge and the man that waited on me about 1 afternoon, and about 3 came to the halfway house, about 10 miles out of town, where we baited and went forward, and about 5 came to Spitting Devil, where they pay 3 pence for passing over with a horse. We unhappily lost our way, and being overtaken with a great storm of wind and snow, which set full in our faces about dark, we were very uneasy. But meeting one gardener, who lived in a cottage thereabout, offered us his fire to sit by, having but one poor bed, and his wife not well, or he would go to a house with us, where we might be better accommodated. Thither we went, but a surly old she-creature, not worthy of the name of woman, would hardly let us go into her door, though the weather was so stormy none but she would have turned out a dog. But her son, whose name was Gallop, who lived just by, invited us to his house, and I went to bed with a hot stone at my feet. Insomuch as I was cold and sick, I was forced to call them up to give me something to warm me. They had nothing but milk in the house, which they boiled, and to make it better sweetened it with molasses. Alas, poor me, to let it go down. Friday, ye 22 December, we sent out for New Rochelle, where, being come, we had good entertainment, and recruited ourselves very well. This is a very pretty place, well compact, and good handsome houses, clear, good, and passable roads, and situated on a navigable river, abundance of land well fined, and cleared all along as we passed, which caused in me a love to the place, which I could have been content to live in it. Here we rid over a bridge made of one entire stone of such a breadth, that a cart might pass with safety, and to spare. It lay over a passage cut through a rock, to convey water to a mill not far off. Here are 3 fine taverns within call of each other, very good provision for travellers. Thence we travailed through Meranac, a neat, though little place, with a navigable river before it, one of the pleasantest I ever see. Here were good buildings, especially one, a very fine seat, which they told me was Colonel Heathcote's, who, I had heard, was a very fine gentleman. From thence we came to Whore's Neck, where we baited, and they told me that one Church of England parson officiated in all these 3 towns once every Sunday, in turns, throughout the year, and that they all could but poorly maintain him, which they grudged to do, being a poor and quarrelsome crew, as I understood by our host. Then, quarrelling about their choice of minister, they chose to have none, but caused the government to send this gentleman to them. Here we took leave of York government, and, descending the mountainous passage that almost broke my heart in ascending before, we came to Stamford, a well-compact town, but miserable meeting-house, which we passed, and through many and great difficulties, as bridges, which were exceeding high and very tottering, and of vast length, steep and rocky hills and precipices, bugbears to a fearful female traveller. About 9 at night we come to Norwalk, having crept over a timber of a broken bridge about 30 foot long, and perhaps 50 to ye water. I was exceeding tired out and cold when we come to our inn, and could get nothing there but poor entertainment, and the impertinent babble of one of the worst of men, among many others, of which our host made one, who, had he been 1 degree impudenter, would have outdone his grandfather. And this, I think, is the most perplexed night I have yet had. From hence, Saturday, December 23rd, a very cold and windy day, after an intolerable night's lodgings, we hasted forward, only observing in our way the town to be situated on a navigable river, with indifferent buildings, and people more refined than in some of the country towns we had passed, though vicious enough. the church and tavern being next neighbours. Having rid through a difficult river, we come to Fairfield, where we baited, and were much refreshed, as well with the good things which gratified our appetites, as the time took to rest our wearied limbs, which latter I employed in inquiring concerning the town and manner of the people, etc. This is a considerable town, and filled, as they say, with wealthy people. Have a spacious meeting-house and good buildings, but the inhabitants are litigious, nor do they well agree with their minister, who, they say, is a very worthy gentleman. From hence we went to Stratford, the next town, in which I observed but few houses, and those not very good ones. But the people that I conversed with were civil and good-natured. Here we stayed till late at night, being to cross a dangerous river ferry, the river at that time full of ice. But after about 4 hours waiting, with great difficulty, we got over. Being got to Milford, it being late in the night, I could go no further. My fellow traveller going forward, I was invited to lodge at Mrs. Blank, a very kind and civil gentlewoman, by whom I was handsomely entertained till the next night. The people here go very plain in their apparel, and seem to be very grave and serious. This is a seaport place, and accommodated with a good harbour, but I had not opportunity to make particular observations, because it was Sabbath day. December 24th. This evening I set out with the gentleman's son, who she was very civilly offered to go with me, when she saw no persuasion would cause me to stay, which she pressingly desired, and crossing a ferry, having but 9 miles to New Haven, in a short time arrived there, and was kindly received and well accommodated amongst my friends and relations. January 6th. Being now well recruited and fit for business, I discoursed the persons I was concerned with, that we might finish in order to my return to Boston. They delayed as they had hitherto done, hoping to tire my patience, but I was resolute to stay and see an end to the matter, so let it be never so much to my disadvantage. So January 9th they come again, and promise the Wednesday following to go through with the distribution of the estate, which they delayed till Thursday, and then come with new amusements. But at length, by the mediation of that holy good gentleman, the Reverend Mr. James Pierpoint, the minister of New Haven, and with the advice and assistance of our good friends, we come to an accommodation and distribution, which being finished, though not till February, the man that waited on me to York taking the charge of me, I set out for Boston. We went from New Haven upon the ice, the ferry being not passable thereby, and the Reverend Mr. Pierpoint, with Madame Prout, cousin Trowbridge, and divers others were taking leave. We went onward, without anything remarkable, till we come to New London, and lodged again at Mr. Salterstall's, and here I dismissed my guide, and my generous entertainer provided me Mr. Samuel Rogers, of that state, to go home with me. I stayed a day here longer than I intended, by the command of the Honourable Governor Winthrop, to stay and take a supper with him, whose wonderful civility I may not omit. The next morning I crossed Ye Ferry to Groton, having had the honour of the company of Madam Livingston, who is the governor's daughter, and Mary Christophers and divers others to the boat, and that night lodged at Stonington, and had roast beef and pumpkin sauce for supper. The next night at Havens I had roast fowl, and the next day we come to a river, which by reason of ye freshets coming down was swelled so high we feared it impassable, and the rapid stream was very terrifying. However, we went over, and that in a small canoe. Mr. Rogers assuring me of his good conduct, I, after a stay of near an hour on the shore for consultation, went into the canoe, and Mr. Rogers paddled about 100 yards up the creek by the shore side, turned into the swift stream, and dexterously steering her in a moment, we come to the other side, as swiftly passing as an arrow shot out of the bow by a strong arm. I stayed on ye shore till he returned to fetch our horses, which he caused to swim over, himself bringing the furniture in the canoe. but it is past my skill to express the exceeding fright all their transactions formed in me. We were now in the colony of Massachusetts. There I met Captain John Richards of Boston, who was going home. So, being very glad of his company, we rode something harder than hitherto, and missing my way going up a very steep hill, my horse dropped down under me as dead, and I was obliged to get another horse, resolving for Boston that night, if possible. But many mishaps, and the people much discouraging us, it so wrought on me, being tired and dispirited, that I agreed to lodge at Dedham that night, which we did. And the next day, being March 3rd, we got safe home to Boston, where I found my aged and tender mother, and my dear and only child in good health, with open arms ready to receive me, and my kind relations and friends flocking to welcome me, and hear the stories of my transactions and travels, I having this day been 5 months from home, and now I cannot fully express my joy and satisfaction, but desire sincerely to adore my great benefactor, for thus graciously carrying forth and returning in safety his unworthy handmaid. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England, by Elizabeth Prentiss. Death is another life. We bow our heads. At going out, we think, and enter straight. Another golden chamber of the king's, larger than this we leave, and lovelier. Ruth's Journal. It is a great while since I have written anything. I kept thinking I would set down what I knew I should want to remember, and then I would put it off. After Kezia came back and relieved Mother of all care in the kitchen, things seemed to get into the old track. All the old ways Father used to have, and that he took such comfort in, came of themselves. Mother joined in with him, heart in hand. They went round together, carrying good things, and giving tracts and little books, speaking a kind word here and a kind word there, and Kezia kept them in everything they wanted for sick people and poor folks, no matter whether it was day or night. I never saw Father so happy. Mother seemed very happy, too, though I don't think she ever forgot for 1 minute that she had cost him a good deal of trouble and sorrow. I know by experience that you can have pain and pleasure both at once. I thought nobody noticed that, in the midst of all this peace and content, Samuel was growing feebler and weaker every day. But one morning, when Kezia and I were trying to get something for Samuel's breakfast, it was a good while since he'd been up to eat his breakfast with the rest of us, Kezia all of a sudden threw down what she had in her hands and burst out crying. "I verily believe you're all as blind as bats," she sobbed. "Nobody ain't got no eyes but me as nussed his ma when she was a-goin', and how there wasn't nothing you could coax her to eat." "What do you mean, Kezia?" I asked. I was all of a tremble and wanted to hear, and yet didn't want to hear. "No, nobody ain't got no eyes but me," she repeated. "Kezia," I said, "you've forgotten that I was at Grandma's a good many years. I got into the way of watching the looks of sick folks there, and after I came home I hadn't anything special to do. And there were things that made me kind of sore and sorrowful, so that I got into the way of going around among sick folks. And the moment I saw Samuel, the night he came home, I felt as I do now." And with that I burst out crying. "And why ain't you said nothin'?" cried she. "If you'd 'a spoke, I could have spoke and not just kept shut up till I burst into 40 pieces. And who's to tell his pa, I want to know? You needn't ask me to do it, for I'd sooner be pitched into the mill pond. So there."
No, I'll tell Father, Kezia. Father's heart is a good deal set on Samuel, I know, but it's more set on God. I know that. Oh, Kezia, when you're in trouble, it does make such a difference whether you love him or not.
Yes, it does, she said, wiping her eyes. And on the strength of that, I'll beat him up a raw egg with a spoonful of brandy and see if I can make him swallow it. La, the raw eggs I made your ma worry down. It's a wonder they didn't bring her too.
That night after tea, Father went to his room as usual. I watched for him when he opened the door to come out. It's a good time to tell people bad news when they've been praying. I went in and shut the door. He saw how my lips quivered and that I couldn't get out a word.
"What is it, dear?"
he said.
"Frank?"
No, Father. Samuel."
"Yes, dear. I know," he said. "We've got to let Samuel go."
"Oh, Father, but I feel such a weight gone now that I found out that you know it."
"I was not likely not to know," he said. "I only had you two."
And then, for 2 or 3 minutes, I thought his heart was breaking.
"We have everything to be thankful for," he said at last. "We have Samuel at home with us and can do everything for his comfort. Then the change in your mother, think of that, and then look at the way God has ripened him for heaven."
Then we knelt down and gave ourselves and Samuel and everything we had to God. We kept back nothing. Nothing. Oh, how strong I felt after that prayer. And we needed all our strength, for it was days, and not weeks and months, that Samuel was spared to us. He did not suffer any pain, but would lie quietly for hours, lost in his own thoughts. Mother was a great comfort to him, and to us all, giving herself no rest day or night, exactly as if he were her own son. And no tongue can tell how all that was tenderest and best in Kezia came out then. Sometimes his mind would wander, and he would fancy he was a little boy, and would coax her to sing the queer old songs she used to sing to us when we were children, and thought her one of the wonders of the world. Then she is stronger than Father even, and would snatch him out of bed, and hold him in her arms, and rock him just as she did when he was a baby, while Mother and I put on fresh sheets and pillowcases. I had entirely forgotten the song we used to call Kezia's Glory Song, because she stretched out the last words all the way to the meeting house. "Listen, lad, and listen, lass, to my wondrous story, till you clap your hands and shout, 'Glory, glory, glory!' On a cold and frosty night, shepherds watched their sheep, lest the bears and lions come and eat them in their sleep. Suddenly they saw a light shining in the sky. 'Oh, what's that?' they all cried out. 'Brothers, let us fly!' But a great white angel came upon the wing, said, 'Good tidings, shepherds, unto you I bring. Yea, I bring you tidings wonderful and true, for a little babe is born, and is born for you.' What, for us poor shepherds rough, is it born indeed? Can we men an infant nurse understand its need? Nay, thou foolish fellow, he is Christ the Lord. He for all your wants shall care, grace and peace afford. You shall find the infant in the manger laid. Go and see this mighty sight, do not be afraid." Suddenly above their heads other angels came, singing, "Glory be to God, blessed be his name. Glory, glory be to God, glory, glory, glory. Spread the story, spread the news, sing the wondrous story." Then the angels flew away, singing as they flew. And the shepherds stood and cried, "Is the story true? Let us go to Bethlehem, this infant for to see. He who runs and gets there first, the luckiest will be."
So they ran, and Mary found, Joseph found also. And before the little babe, down they bended low. Then, returning home, they sang, Glory, glory be to God, glory, glory, glory. Spread the story, spread the news, sing the wondrous story. Poor Kezia, how she loved Samuel. She was here when he was born, and though she was only a little girl then, she was the first to have him in her arms. Father says he remembers just how she looked at that moment. She takes his death very much to heart, and says more than ever about living consistent. Mother has taken a class in the Sunday school. She and Father have persuaded a great many of the factory girls to come, and everybody who can teach has to have a class. Even I have some of these big girls. It does not seem right. I am so ignorant and get so frightened. I'm afraid I would rather stay at home with Baby. But Mother says she is just as ignorant as I am, and not near so fit to have a class. And as to Baby, I feel very unfit to obey the last charge my beloved brother gave me when he said, You will be his father, and his mother too. I charge you to train him up in the fear of the Lord, and for the glory of Jesus Christ.
Who am I that I should have a child to train? I cannot see why God should be so good to me. Samuel grew very fond of Mother before he died. He thought she was his own mother, and hated to have her out of his sight. He was her boy, and made her love him. When he had gone, she quite broke down, and Father forgot himself in trying to comfort her.
I have been in Christ's school longer than you, my dear,
he would say,
and I ought to know its rules better than you do, and keep them better. And the first rule I ever learned was to ask no questions.
Mother catches a thing quickly. She looked up and smiled through her tears when he said that. We never heard her say again that she wished she knew why, when Samuel was making us all so happy, God should think it best to take him away.
Mrs. Woodford's Journal. Such genuine grief as the death of Samuel has caused us all is hard to bear, but my share is hardest, for there are mingled with my sorrow pangs of self-reproach unknown to the rest. How I alienated his heart from me, and drove him from his home. But God has been very good to me. The dear boy came to love me as dearly as I did him. I had the fondest caresses from his transparent hands, and at last his eye followed me if I left his side. And when I returned, he welcomed me as if I were his own mother. Ruth had the whole care of the baby, and it was delightful to find myself necessary to Samuel in consequence. Mr. Woodford was very kind and affectionate, and put down his own grief in order to comfort mine. And how different is the pure sorrow I suffer now from the wicked, worldly sufferings of most of my life. This pain has the sweetest, the most sublime consolations mingled with it. No one who has experienced them needs any other argument to prove that Christianity is true. I envy now ministers of the gospel who have the privilege of preaching to others what they have themselves learned in their own wonderful experience of God's presence when beloved ones have passed out of their sight. Mrs. Strong does this like one inspired, and in her own less public way. So does his wife. Kezia becomes a greater comfort than ever. Yes, Miss Woodford, I ain't forgot that you was hard on the boy. But then, he was an obstreperous lad, all along from the time he was 14 till he got to be a man. Boys is that way, unless they're uncommon of their kind. And you wasn't brought up like us folks in Pemaquid, and all our ways seemed queer to you, and all your ways seemed queer to us. La, the first time you and Juliet got down on your knees to meetin', you never see how we was all stuck of a heap. We thought nobody but papishers got down on their knees to meetin', but we don't none of us mind it, now we've got used to it. And you was dreadful good to Samuel all the time he was sick, and you've no call to think hard of yourself and what you did before you met with a change. I'm sure you're living consistent now, and have mourned over your sins till you've growed so poor I don't believe you weigh 100 pound. And though it come awful hard to give Samuel up, it ain't as if he hadn't gone to glory, and we don't sorrow as them as hasn't no hope. And the squire's getting over his grief a-comforting new, and our Ruth won't never go away now after no spark. And me, I've come back for good. And you, Miss Woodford, has growed so agreeable, and taken all together, our cup is running over. And then, as if that was not enough, there's a baby throwed in. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Pemaquid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Pemaquid, A Story of Old Times in New England by Elizabeth Prentiss. Where did you come from, baby dear? Out of the everywhere, into here. Where did you get your eyes so blue? Out of the sky as I came through. Where did you get that little tear? I found it waiting when I got here. Ruth's Journal. It was New Year's Day, and everybody in the house, and some out of it, made baby a holiday present. We had Mr. and Mrs. Strong to tea, and they came early and went early, because Father Strong cannot be up late. After they had gone, I put baby to bed with his hands full of his new playthings, and some under his pillow, and then I began to pick up and put away things, and get the sitting room to rights for the evening, as I always do. The lamps were lighted, the fire snapped and sparkled on the hearth, Father's light stand was drawn up to it, and Mother's rocking chair was on the other side. Everything looked cheerful and happy and cozy, perhaps all the more so because the wind was rising and a snowstorm was coming on. I thought I would take in the doormat before the snow began to fall, but when I opened the door, a heavy body fell in. I was so surprised that I cried out, and Kezia came running with a lamp. Then we found a half-frozen man lying in the doorway, so that we could not close it. Kezia lifted him up in her great strong arms and carried him into the kitchen and laid him on the floor by the fire. Then the light shone on his face, and though it was dreadfully changed, I knew it was Frank. Then there came a little weak cry, and we found he had a very young and very tiny baby under his coat. I lifted it up. It had an old, wrinkled face, and when I offered it some warm milk, it drank as if it was half-starved. By this time Mother had come from her room, and she ran for some brandy, and she and Kezia did all they could to restore Frank. But he was very much exhausted, and was put to bed by Kezia, who snorted privately to herself meanwhile. When she came back to the kitchen, she snorted more publicly. "There, hand me that air, young one," she said. "You've got your hands full with your own baby, and this imp is a-going to sleep along o' me. Not that I can abide the sight on it. Humph! I'll get down the cradle and put it in that daytimes, and I'll lay a bolster between it and me nights." I did not know what to say or do. Where was Juliet? Was this her child? And why had Frank come here? Mother looked pale and frightened, and did not know what to think. How our pleasant evening was suddenly overcast. At last, I began to come to my senses. "Kezia," I said, "what do you mean by saying you'll put a bolster between you and this poor little baby?"
Why, do you suppose I'd let Juliet Pickett's young one lay alongside of me nights and touch me? I'll take care of the creetur, and warm it, and clothe it, and feed it, because Providence has sent it here, and you've no call to nurse it, because you've a baby of your own. But my patience, I ain't a-going to love it. No, scrawny, you needn't expect me to love you, but you won't have nothing to complain of. I'll do my duty by you, you may depend, and I guess I'll put the clothes you've got on into the pounding barrel and give 'em a good pounding, for blacker clothes I never see. And whilst I'm a-doing of it, Ruth, you have an eye to the soft soap I was a-making. It's comin' beautiful, and I guess I'll put off dyeing the stockings till next week. The sugarloaf paper'll keep, and I can dye with it next week as well as this, and this young one won't keep unless it's seen to right away. Well, if anybody told me I'd shirk the soap and put off the dyeing for a young one of Julia Pickett's, I wouldn't have believed it. Why, church fast stands first, and Thanksgiving next, and making a barrel of soft soap next, and dyeing with sugarloaf paper next. And somehow or other this baby has crept in and upset 'em all. I shouldn't wonder if I stayed away from church fast and Thanksgiving just for scrawny.
The next morning, when Kezia went to look after Frank, she found him in a high fever. He did not know her, but imagined her to be Juliet, and shrank from her with great aversion. Kezia had been up half the night with the puny, wailing child, and was in none too sweet a frame of mind.
There ain't an end to one kind of temptation before another comes a-raving and a-tearing in. Now here's our Ruth's spark come a-quartering of himself and his young one onto us, and what for, I want to know? Why, to rile up my feelings dreadful.
Notwithstanding which she would not let me touch the new baby, and handled it skillfully herself, addressing to it meanwhile anything but complimentary remarks.
Come, you little bag of bones, be washed and dressed. La, was you ever washed before in your life? I declare there's 8 places where the skin's off. No wonder you wailed in the night. And you've no call to eat up my fingers. There's plenty of milk, and that'll agree with you better'n Kezia would.
Mother does not take to either Frank or the baby, and Frank has such an aversion to Kezia that he will not let her do anything for him. So the care comes on Father and me, and I ought not to pretend that I nurse him out of love. Love was buried long ago in a very deep grave. But Providence has sent him and his child here, and it is plainly our duty to do what we can for him. And that is very little. Frank is more conscious now, and does not take Kezia for Juliet any more. And if she isn't full of the milk of human kindness, nobody is.
Mrs. Woodford's Journal. The wreck of what was once a brilliant, talented young man has drifted to our door, and we have taken him into port. To me his mutterings are intolerable, and I shrink from entering his room. What has become of my poor, misguided Juliet? Is she dead? Or what is worse, has she deserted her husband and child? It is not likely I shall ever know, for Frank's intellect is, I fully believe, wholly dethroned. Well, I must bear this uncertainty in faith and patience. Ruth's task is not a hard one. She is fond of nursing the sick, and there is little to do for Frank. Kezia is the one to be pitied. That sickly, peevish, moaning child is enough to wear out even her strong constitution. No maternal instinct attracts me to the unhappy little thing. Nothing tells me this is Juliet's child. And yet it must be hers. Lawyer Snell calls to see Kezia. Well, Kezia, my good woman, I hear you are, as usual, wide awake and stirring round, though you are afflicted with a feeble female child on your hands. It is a mysterious providence. I thought I would just step over and try to sustain you in your path of duty. My path of duty? Who says it's a path of duty? Was I to let a poor little wailing infant die because I like to lay abed and take my ease? You've heard it kept me wake nights? Well, who do my nights belong to if they don't belong to me? You think it's a dreadful scrawny infant? Is it any scrawnier than you be? And hasn't it a right to be scrawny if it's a mind? Poor little deserted lamb. Has folks got to come and poke fun at its skin and bones? What if there wasn't no love lost between its ma and me? Am I to let it starve to death to spite her when its living would spite her more? What have I got against this poor little motherless rag baby? Why, I ain't got nothing against it, and if you'd got any heart amongst them old yaller bones of yourn, you'd see 40 reasons why I should be good to it. However, one's enough for me. I've made up my mind to it, and that's enough.
But, Kezia, I've always thought a great deal of you, and it puts me out to see you wearing yourself to death for this miserable infant. Better send it to the poorhouse, and then the town will have to pay the expenses of its funeral. And I've been thinking it's pretty lonesome for me at home, and I've always thought a good deal of you, and I'm pretty well-to-do in the world, and I ain't never riled by your temper. I rather like it, for you know it's mostly put on, and if we could have our names read out in meeting, and the parson join us too, it would be quite a rise in the world for you, and make me very comfortable. You've got a penny laid by, and you're an excellent cook, and I declare, Kezia, there wasn't a better-looking woman in the parish than you till you took in this wretched infant. Come now, say the word, and we'll be one.
Do you see that broom, Lawyer Snell? Well, I'll lay it across your shoulders if you ever come prowling into my kitchen again. What have I done, I want to know, that you suppose I'd part with a poor little bag of bones that's got a soul in it anyhow, and our Ruth, and the squire, and Miss Woodford, to go be one with you? Yes, it would be one with a vengeance. I should be in your house, and you nowheres. Sings. Well, off he sneaked from out the room, when I made for him with the broom. 'Twas well for him, and well for me, there was an assault and battery. Me leave the folks I love so well, to go and marry Lawyer Snell. Me leave this puny whalin' thing, to get an old brass weddin' ring. No, scrawny, it ain't come to that. I'll nurse you if it lays me flat. Not that I ever loved your pa, or ever could abide your ma, but if I would consistent be, I must from all temptation flee, to hate you for your parents' sake, or angry be when kept awake by your incessant wails at night. No, I must do the thing that's right, and so I will with all my might. And as for Lawyer Snell, I see all that the man would have of me. My savings earned through many a year of toil and care and labor here, to be his cook and make his pies, and then to nurse him till he dies. I thank you kindly, Lawyer Snell. I like this baby far too well to go and be a slave to you. So we are not one, and we are two. Ruth's Journal. It is plain that poor Frank's days are numbered, and that his mind has gone, and who knows whether he was in his sound senses when he married Juliet? All she ever wrote about him was that he could not sleep. At any rate, I have fully forgiven him for all he ever did to harm me, and am perfectly willing to go on nursing him as long as God pleases to prolong his life. I was a silly, obstinate girl to love him as I did, and how thankful I am now that I was not allowed to have my own way, and cast in my lot with his. How much happier we all should be if we had the temper of little children, and let God guide us without undertaking to have wills of our own. How ridiculous it would be for my baby to make plans for himself, but it was even more foolish for me to imagine I knew what was good for me. Mother is troubled that she does not take to the new baby, but I don't think she ought. She is very kind to it, and does all she can to favor Kezia about the housework, because the sickly child needs so much time. But she cannot make herself realize that she is its grandmother, having no proof that she is. We all think there is no doubt that she is,
As to Kezia, she has taken up scrawny, as she calls her, as some people approach vice, and she first endured, then pitied, then embraced it. She thinks herself in only the first stage, that of endurance, and goes about looking like a martyr. But if anyone suggests that scrawny is sickly, or peevish, or troublesome, she is up in arms in a minute. I do not doubt she would pluck out her eyes for it, and it fills up an empty place in her big heart without crowding any of us out of it. She exhibits the poor, pitiful, sad little creature that has never smiled since it came here, 2 months ago, with as much pride and delight as if she was its mother, or had created it herself. Dear, good, faithful soul! And Mrs. Strong keeps coming to see her and hold councils with her over it when it is particularly out of sorts, and I really believe they both of them love it better than any healthy child in the world. Mrs. Strong feels very tender toward all sick children. Mother's most intimate friends, out of her own house, are the 3 at the parsonage. There is nothing she will not do for them, and, considering that she is not naturally fond of children, and regards the new baby as Kezia's property, not her own, I think she is very patient with the noise and the trouble the poor little creature makes, for Mother is not strong, and when she loses her sleep she is easily upset. I think it a mercy that she does not try to take care of the baby, as she would do if she realized it as her grandchild, for she is utterly unfit to be up with it nights. Of course, Frank expected to leave his own and Juliet's child in our care, and then lie down and die in peace. And if Kezia gets worn out with it, as I fear she will, I shall change babies with her, even if it kills me. Why not? Why should all the wear and tear come upon her, and I take nothing but solid comfort for my share? I am a good deal ashamed that I do not love the little creature half as well as I do my own baby. As soon as Frank dies, I shall spend a day of fasting and prayer, that God would make me as thoroughly forgiving as he is, and if I have any secret shrinking from Juliet's infant, to give me true repentance and a tenderer heart. End of chapter 25.